Good morning. Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network. I am Matthew Alvarez as it is now 7:30 on the East Coast, bright and early. Maybe not bright on the West Coast right now because it is super early there. But you know what? If you're up watching right now with us, thank you so much for joining us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. You're looking live at President Trump's soon-to-be home within hours from now as he will be sworn in at high noon. We'll have all of that coverage right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. It is January 20th, 2025, Inauguration Day in America. Looking forward to seeing all of the events unfold today. We'll have all of that coverage from start to finish, even at the inaugural balls tonight. So RSBN's Bobby McNeely and Megan Kohler will join us live. Christina Loren, who you saw last night at the tvOS inaugural ball, will join us live as well as we get ready for history to be made in this country, and especially the fact that this inauguration ceremony is going to be held indoors inside the rotunda of the U.S. Capitol building. First time that's happened in 40 years. Common sense and strength returning to Washington, D.C. Finally, we're looking forward to it. A lot of executive orders to be signed by President Trump today. And we're going to see more than 200 executive orders, including the sealing of the border, Operation Aurora, J6 pardons, and on. So a long list getting done right after President Trump delivers his inaugural address, which we're hearing is going to be on a number of great items, including unity, strength, and fairness. That official swearing in also will take place again at noon. Chief Justice John Roberts will lead the president in the oath, and we'll get to the details of the actual Bibles that President Trump will be putting his hand on. Two of them. We'll get to that in just a bit later. So again, a lot to be had today, a lot of news to be had as well. If we could take a live look possibly at the U.S. Capitol building, as we know, we'll be going from the Capitol over to the White House and over to the inaugural balls. We'll have all of that coverage live right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Once again, it's 7:32 a.m., bright and early, getting ready for the big day, and we're glad you're with us. Those of you with us right now, watching at 7:30, thank you so much for tuning in, for streaming in. Dedicated viewers here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, and those of you in the chats as well, great to see you there. And speaking about today's great day, good morning, Patriots. I'm sure that's one of the things being said on chats because I've seen that before, and good morning to you, and thanks again for joining us. All right, so a lot of our sponsors today are absolutely awesome, including Colonial Metals Group. All you have to do is look at that QR code right there. It'll take you directly to their website, freegoldguide.com. So it's freegoldguide.com/RSBN for more information. You'll get a free info kit on everything you need to know about Colonial Metals Group there. You could protect your IRA and your 401k, as you see on the bottom of your screen, with gold, and that's all at 100% tax-free. So having that hedge against inflation, and also realizing that we have a place that we can invest, that we can have as a backup plan and some peace of mind, Colonial Metals Group is the place to do it. So get some more information on all of this at that website right there that you can see on your screen when it comes to the QR code. Also, it's freegoldguide.com/RSBN. All right, so we can share with you today, right now, the latest on today's schedule. So it's beautiful to see that it is blue skies right now in Washington, D.C. As you see, a beautiful picture of our U.S. Capitol. In that building will be our President, Donald Trump, who will be sworn in officially at noon, and then he'll deliver an inaugural address, and then he will also be stopping over. We will see him stopping over, I believe, at the Capital One Arena as well, where the presidential parade will be indoors. Again, very cold in Washington, D.C. Let me double check the weather right now as we look at it. It is right now 20 degrees. It'll be a low of 12 today. 20 degrees without the wind chill. We're seeing that there may be some 6 to 13 mile per hour gusts of wind, which makes that wind chill nice and chilly. So President Trump saying, you know what, let's do this for the safety of the people, and let's have this event take off in the U.S. Capitol building, as again, this happened in 1985 with Ronald Reagan for his second term, and it was due to the cold as well. Very bitter cold temperatures in Washington. But isn't it nice to see the following things? You know, yesterday when we did coverage, it was a gloomy, cloudy, rainy, and in some cases wintry mix type of day. Isn't that interesting? We're turning the page from the storminess and the clouds of our country, and the next page that we're seeing is starting out with blue skies in the United States of America. Those of you just joining us right now at 7:35 a.m., thank you so much for streaming in live. We will be live wall-to-wall coverage today. We'll be going to our great hosts, Robert McNeely and Megan Kohler and Christina Loren, a little bit later. Looking forward to hearing their commentary, their analysis, and also they're interviewing we the people, all of us that are out there, enjoying this moment today as people are excited. This is the day we've been waiting for. It is January 20th, 2025. All right, so let's go through the schedule for today as shared by the AP. The president-elect will start the day by attending a church service at St. John's Episcopal Church. Now, this is a long-time tradition for presidents-elect. The church is actually located not too far from the White House, so that's where President Trump will start his day. From there, the Trumps will have a tea at the White House with the outgoing president and first lady. Then it's off to Capitol Hill, right there, live picture as you see, beautiful blue skies once again, for the swearing-in ceremony, along with the inaugural address, all happening again inside the U.S. Capitol Rotunda. Hearing that the president's speech, again, will be about unity, strength, and fairness. That, according to Fox News. The official swearing-in will take place at noon Eastern Time. Chief Justice John Roberts, of course, will lead the president in the oath. From there will be a formal farewell of the outgoing president. Following that, it's off to the president's signing room ceremony, where President Trump, at his words, historic speed and strength, will be signing more than 200 executive orders, new policies that will go into effect immediately. Everything from sealing the border to Operation Aurora to pardoning J6ers, and that list goes on. President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance, of course, I was going to say Vice President-elect, but Vice President J.D. Vance will have a luncheon at Statutory Hall in the Capitol building. After that luncheon, the President and Vice President, they will be able to review the military troops. Following that, the presidential parade will take place inside Capital One Arena. Finally, President Trump will head to the White House for an Oval Office ceremony, and then at night, he'll attend a number of inaugural balls, including the Liberty Ball and the Commander-in-Chief Ball. We will be live at the Liberty Ball, where President Trump and the First Lady will have the first dance of the new administration as we are getting ready to see at historic speed, again, according to the president, a lot of executive orders and executive actions that will take effect right away. More than 200, we're told. So that's going to be a lot of signing of paperwork, which may be the longest signing ceremony inside the White House that we've ever seen, because President Trump didn't want to wait 5 days, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and go slow as molasses as the last administration to get anything done, and they never got anything done. It was only in the wrong direction. But as you guys know, we're going in the right direction now, and it's going to be interesting to see all of the great things that will happen this week for our country through peace and safety, but also through law and order. So we know that just last night, RSBN's Christina Loren actually asked the border czar Tom Homan at the TPUSA inaugural Eve Ball which cities other than Chicago, will ICE be taking care of business on Tuesday? And he said basically ICE across the country will be unhandcuffed. So his answer, basically a broad answer of the national movement of Operation Aurora. So we'll be following those developments here at Right Side. In addition to that, any of the press briefings that happen with Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt in Washington, D.C. at the Brady Briefing Room in Washington, we will bring you live. All right, so this broadcast brought to you by a number of great sponsors, including RepublicanRed.com. We will show you some of the bottles that we've got shipped here recently a little bit later in the broadcast, but you can see right there the beautiful bottle, 4547. The golden age is here, and why not celebrate with some of this wine right here? This is sparkling wine, Republican Red Winery. It looks like champagne to me. I know there's a difference, but it looks like a great bottle right there. Also, the 45 to 47 Pinot Noir. So Republican Red Winery, a number of great products on there. The discount code is RSBN. Another awesome sponsor at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Also, back to the schedule. We know that today will be quite the long day. We're looking forward to every part of it. We're going to sit back and enjoy it with you when there are those moments, especially when the world watches President Trump put his hand on the Bible and be sworn into office by Chief Justice John Roberts. Tomorrow, the president will attend the traditional prayer service at Washington National Cathedral. And of course, part of the oath of any president is to swear by and is to also preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. And we've seen that through Agenda 47 and those 20 core promises from President Trump and the Republican National Committee as to the platform, the beautiful 20 promises that are all common sense and good for the American people, because at the end of the day, who doesn't want to be safe? Who doesn't want to be free? Who doesn't want to have their constitutional rights? So looking forward to seeing this all come to fruition. Also, President Trump saying last night at the rally, quote, "We will all be sworn in tomorrow," end quote. So today, of course. So all of us being sworn in as the people here. Obviously, President Trump representing us as the 47th Commander-in-Chief, the 47th President of our great nation, the United States of America. Today is a historic day, and we're so glad you're joining us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Here are some of the headlines we're following at the network. President Trump, according to the Wall Street Journal, is to declare a national emergency on the southern border. Also, a large amount of J6 pardons have already been drafted and will be signed today by President Trump after he is officially sworn in. That, according to Charlie Kirk on Truth Social. We're also hearing that President Trump will sign more than 200, again, executive orders today focusing on border security, energy, lowering living costs for families, and ending DEI programs in the federal government. I saw that, of course, on Election Wizard, who is also citing Fox News Digital. President Trump said at yesterday's rally also that he will declassify the JFK, RFK, and MLK records. Today, of course, is Martin Luther King Day as well. So a very historic day as President Trump, again, will be inside that building right there and swearing to the oath of the presidency for the 47th President of the United States. Also, we're hearing that the first Air Force One trip for President Trump will be on Friday to Los Angeles to tour and visit the people there that are devastated by those wildfires. Of course, a lot of very strong things to say against Gavin Newsom, the governor there in California. That confirmed yesterday, I heard from our own Bobby McNeely. I know that there was going to be a trip to LA. Bobby said yesterday that that would be on Friday. Trump also has confirmed his plan to disband the Department of Education and to bring it to the states. Saw that article as well on Gateway Pundit. So we are working as a unit here as we are moving forward, reporting to you everything we're learning about the incoming administration. But at the end of the day, today is a day of celebration, but also a day of action. So it's a 1-2 punch, figuratively speaking, a celebratory official day of the 47th president, but a lot of action. And we've heard action, action, action before. Well, today is that day. More than 200 executive orders to be signed by President Donald Trump. One of our sponsors, Kalshi. If you go to kalshi.com/RSBN, you can check this out. Will Trump create a Bitcoin reserve? A 64% chance there. There are a lot of different questions that people are betting on and trading on. Let's see if there's one at the last second right now on Kalshi that maybe has to do with Inauguration Day or the oath in office. The top question right now is, who will Biden pardon? Who will Biden pardon? So Benny Thompson has 40%. Jim Biden has 33%. This about $9 million of betting going on here. Literally, if you look on Kalshi.com right now, you'll see that. A lot of other great questions too. How many executive orders will Trump issue on day one? More than 15, it says here, or 10. So more than 15 has 84%. Well, way more than 15, as you guys know, more than 200 to be signed today in Washington, D.C. Let's go to some of the information about the Bible used during the oath of office today. President-elect Trump will use his Bible, which was given to him by his mother. He'll also use the Lincoln Bible. So in 1955, he received the Bible to mark his Sunday church, his personal Bible, to mark his Sunday church primary school graduation at First Presbyterian Church in Jamaica, Queens, in New York, of course. The Bible is a 1953 Revised Standard Version published by Thomas Nelson and Sons in New York. In addition to President Trump's Bible, the Lincoln Bible will be used for this historic ceremony. The Lincoln Bible was first used on March 4th, 1861 for the swearing in of the 16th president. Quite historic right there. The Vice President-elect will use a family Bible that belonged to his maternal great-grandmother. His mama, Bonnie, presented him with that Bible on September 22nd, 2003, the day he left home for the Marine Corps Recruit Depot in Paris Island, South Carolina. The Bible is a King James Version published by Thomas Nelson and Sons. So some history there, or some facts there for today's oaths for both the Vice President-elect and President-elect. So a few fun facts there, as you see at high noon today, when President Trump is sworn in. Prior to that, of course, the Vice President-elect being sworn in as well. So looking forward to seeing all of this coverage right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Again, we're going to be going to Capital One Arena, where RSBN's Bobby McNeely and Megan Kohler will be live. We'll also be hearing from RSBN's Christina Loren as we continue 5 straight days of coverage, everything from the pre-inauguration to yesterday's visit to Arlington National Cemetery, where we saw the President-elect and Vice President-elect joined by Gold Star families paying their respects there to the some 400,000 fallen soldiers and over 639 acres of a beautiful area there to remember our fallen soldiers. And we saw that yesterday to the rally as well later in the day. And then, of course, last night we wrapped up our trifecta of coverage to the tvOS inaugural Eve Ball. So it is 7:48. And producer, can you repeat? All right, so one of our next sponsors, let's go to Americava Coffee. Americava Coffee. One of my favorite pictures right there is of President Trump in that gold tie. This is a picture from overseas from just a couple weeks back. You can see there the Trump Gold Blend coffee at on your screen right there. 100% made in the USA. And also, if you use that QR code right there, it'll take you right to the website there, americavacoffee.com. If you use that RSBN promo code, you'll get 10% off. We'll have to get some of that here at the studio to try. I know I'm hearing good reviews for that coffee as well. So looking forward to trying that cup of joe here in a bit. It's 7:49. We thank Americava Coffee for being a great sponsor at Right Side. Looking forward to trying their coffee, as I'm hearing again, great reviews there. Right side of your screen, the building that is going to see a lot of history today. The halls there at the U.S. Capitol building, the People's building there, the People's U.S. Capitol is where President Trump will be sworn in as the commander-in-chief today for the world to see. This is going to be, I believe, and I'll just project and just say that about 1 billion people will watch this today. Now, will they watch it all live? Maybe not 1 billion. Maybe there will be. But this is something that's going to be seen by people from across the globe. Maybe more than 1 billion. I mean, there are 8 billion people on Earth. So there's a lot of cell phones out there. There's a lot of TV screens out there. And everybody knows, of course, about President Donald J. Trump, as he is the leader of the free world, the most famous person on Earth. And got that title, I believe, because he's an outsider that ran for office, won, and did great things. And on top of that, a great personality and a very genuine person. It's great to see all of his successes over the years as a real estate mogul, as a TV executive, having his own show, The Apprentice, and then onward to the White House. And then on top of that, if you looked at the letters to Trump, a number of really well-known people, from Oprah to heads of state, all supportive of President Trump back in the day. And that was before, of course, he was president. Now, he, at the end of that book, which is a beautiful thing, writes a letter to the American people. So it's letters to Trump, but it's also a letter to the American people. So a great book if you would like to get some good reading and some photos of those documents, of those letters, as we look at the president's future home in just about, 4.5 hours? So looking forward to seeing President Trump in the building that he belongs inside, and will lead our nation to great things, because at the end of the day, we know those 20 core promises will, as they are followed through, will only do great things for our country. Let's go to PatriotAddictDeals.com. PatriotAddictDeals.com. You'll see the Trump Combat Knife. It's also one of the great products on PatriotAddictDeals.com, a great sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. A lot of products on there when it comes to MAGA and President Trump, and you see right there that Trump Combat Knife as well. So PatriotAddictDeals.com is the place to go for that. You get 30% off by using the RSBN 30 promo code. All right, so we went over the schedule for today. If you're just joining us right now on Right Side Broadcasting Network, I'm going to go over that schedule again here in just a few minutes as we get ready to go live back to Washington, D.C. That is a live video from the White House right now on this morning, where it is blue skies in Washington, D.C. Bitter cold, but still, we'll take blue skies over cloudy skies any day of the week. But there are some people that like that cozy, cloudy day here and there. I do too, but I'm glad that today is a beautiful blue sky day, the sun out, and we're ready to see great things happen today in the Capitol building, also in that White House. Think about the amount of executive orders that are going to be signed in that building there in the presidential signing ceremony today. More than 200 executive orders today. This is not something that President Trump was going to drag on until weeks and months to come, according to what he said yesterday at that rally speech. This is something that he's getting done on literally day one. So, you know, that's already promises made, promises kept. He said on the campaign trail that on day one, we're going to get X, Y, and Z accomplished. Well, he's a man of his word. And it's going, he has to get a lot of presidential pens, to be honest with you. I mean, 200 some odd executive actions today that will go into effect. These policies will go into effect immediately. And again, every one of them along the lines of those 20 core promises to the American people. So we are definitely looking forward to seeing that here at the network. So again, this morning, we are starting out with coverage live as the president-elect will start the day by attending a church service at St. John's Episcopal Church. This is tradition for incoming presidents. This is near Lafayette Park, which is right across from the White House right there. And we'll be bringing you that live coverage. And we'll be bringing you live coverage throughout the entire day, including over at the viewing of the ceremony at the Capital One Arena. We'll have our camera there as well. So we'll be all over the place in D.C. You came to the right place early this morning as we approach the top of the hour, 8 a.m. One of our other sponsors is American Finance. American Finance, you can save upwards of $854 a month with this great group right there. All you have to do is call that number on the screen, figure out all about refinancing and all of the credit that you may be able to get through American Financing. This is a group that likes and loves our country, of course, and it's always good to have patriotic people that you work with in business. So American Financing, save upwards of $854 per month. Go ahead and give them a call, 888-402-0299. 4 minutes from 8 a.m. on the East Coast. Good morning to those of you just joining us right now. I know a lot of you are starting to log on and turn on Right Side Broadcasting Network and stream us live and watch us from your living rooms, also maybe your iPad or your Microsoft Surface or your laptop, your phone, iPhone or Droid. Thank you so much for doing this. And if you're watching this on replay already, welcome to this great live broadcast where we will see historic event after historic event today, and looking forward to hearing from we the people as well. We will be interviewing them outside of the Capitol and outside of the Capital One Arena today, and we're looking forward to hearing what they have to say on this day, January 20th, 2025. So let's once again go through the schedule for today. If you're just joining us, the president-elect again will start at St. John's Episcopal Church. We'll have that live. There he'll have a White House tea where the president, incoming president and first lady will have tea with the outgoing president and first lady. Then it's off to Capitol Hill for the swearing-in ceremony along with the inaugural address, all happening again inside the U.S. Capitol Rotunda. Again, something that hasn't happened since 1985. Hearing that the president's speech will be about unity, strength, and fairness. The official swearing in will take place at noon Eastern Time. Chief Justice John Roberts will lead the president in that oath. From there will be a formal farewell of the outgoing president. Following that, it's off to the president's signing room where, again, according to President Trump, at historic speed and strength, he will sign more than 200 executive orders today. So those policies will go into effect immediately. Everything from sealing the border to Operation Aurora to pardoning the J6ers, and the list goes on. President Trump and Vice President Vance will attend a luncheon at Statutory Hall in the Capitol building as well. And after the luncheon, the president and vice president will review the military troops. Following that, the presidential parade will be taking place inside the Capital One Arena. And finally, the president will attend a ceremony at the Oval Office in the White House. So obviously a lot of notes here to follow, but at the end of the day, great moments to be had. Looking forward to having you with us throughout the day and through the evening. We will have 2 broadcasts today. So the first broadcast is all of the official business of the day and all of the great moments. I mean, I'm looking forward to hearing some of the great artists to perform, looking forward to hearing the speeches, hearing the oath from President Trump, and that inaugural address is going to be awesome to listen to as well. And then, that signing ceremony in the White House for all of those executive orders, great to view that as well. I don't know at this point, are we going to have cameras inside while he's signing? I believe we would. We do have all access today. We're going to get every angle as we can. So the point is, looking forward to that. And then the second broadcast will be starting tonight. I believe I have to look at the time to be honest with you, so I don't want to lead you astray on that. It looks like 6:30 p.m. Eastern time. We'll start off our live coverage at the Liberty Ball, where President Trump will deliver some remarks. It'll be great to see him in a tux there. And also, we'll see him with the first dance with the First Lady. We'll be going to RSBN's Bobby McNeely and Megan Kohler at that Liberty Ball. And then also, at about 9:10 Eastern, so this is all in the second broadcast. So basically, we'll watch this one together today, and then when this stream ends, there'll be a new stream that starts for tonight's inaugural balls. Again, 6:30 p.m. Eastern, but that's obviously several hours away. So let's stay with it right here as we are at 8 o'clock, 8 this morning, right now. Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network. Thank you so much for joining us as we are getting ready to go live to Capital One Arena, where there is a viewing of today's great ceremony. We'll be joined by Bobby and Megan there, who have been doing fantastic work since Thursday. 5 straight days of reporting as hosts here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, and looking forward, of course, to seeing Bobby back here in the studio with me as we bring you the news that's happening around the country and move forward with coverage here at the network. Angel Paste is also one of our sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Spring, Texas is where they are from. They also hire military veterans, and they also have a great product. So kind of a trifecta of great things right there. Texas, a great state, of course. Hello to those of you watching in the Lone Star State. Aren't you glad that today is January 20th? Angelpaste.com. You can use an RSBN promo code, and you'll get 10% off. Someone asked me the other day on Truth Social, because you don't see it right there on the screen. They said, is there a discount code for Angel Paste? So it is RSBN, and you will get 10% off of the products there. So go to angelpaste.com, a great sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. 2 minutes after 8 a.m., I'm Matthew Alvarez. Guys, we're looking live right now at the White House. And Director, can we see a vantage point maybe of the U.S. Capitol building, because it shows a bit more of the sky right now, where it's starting out beautiful blue skies today in Washington, D.C. So it's great to see that yesterday, obviously more ominous and darker clouds and some rain and clement weather on the outgoing administration. And look what we get this morning. Blue skies in America when it comes to Washington, D.C. right there, as it is Inauguration Day in America. You're watching live coverage right now, bright and early, here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Again, it is January 20th, 2025. Can you believe it? We're here. If you think about all of the rallies, all of the campaign trail stops that we've had live coverage watching President Trump go from town to town across this great land. I remember Pickens, South Carolina, quite a hot day there, but so many people showing up there. How about the return to Butler, Pennsylvania? How about trips to Detroit, Atlanta, Philadelphia? How about Phoenix, Arizona, all over the country? Coachella in California, Iowa, New Hampshire, when it comes to all of the primary and the Iowa caucuses. So many great moments over the past year and a half or so. I mean, it was definitely all of 2023 and 2024, so 2 years of campaign trail stops and winning in Iowa, the caucuses right out of the gate, then New Hampshire and on. And the rest is history, as more history to be made today on January 20th, 2025. Today is not only going to be an official day of proceedings when it comes to the oath of office and the inaugural address. Today is going to be a huge day of positive action for this country, common sense and strength at historic speed, according to the president yesterday, where we will see more than 200 executive actions, executive orders to be signed by the president, which will go into effect immediately. So some of them, again, everything to do with border security and also J6 pardons, the economy, so many things today as we're taking a live look right now as we start our live coverage in Washington, D.C., going to a church right there for President Trump, the St. John's Episcopal Church. The president-elect starting the day there, attending a church service. This is a long-time tradition for presidents-elect. The church located near the White House. As we take a look at some of the first family there, I believe, if we can hopefully zoom in a little bit more as we see more people get ready to walk into that St. John's Episcopal Church. We'll be seeing, I believe, the president walk right into that church from that vantage point. I'm not sure specifically if that's the vantage point we'll get, but it is at this point, so we'll be following everything as we see it. So I can tell you, as we do thank some of our sponsors here, if we see President Trump, we will cut to these live cameras. Maybe we can see this camera and also the freetrumpbook.com is one of our great sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. freetrumpbook.com. Mike Huckabee doing great things there, and a lot of great books for our youth as well. So go to freetrumpbook.com. Let's go back live to the church there as we see a number of people walking in right now, part of the Trump family, as we look forward to seeing President-elect Trump. Possibly the First Lady will be with him attending this church service. I do know this is a long time tradition for presidents-elect. So maybe we can take a triple screen on some of our sponsors as well as we look forward to seeing any of the activity here in Washington, D.C. as people attend this church service at St. John's Episcopal in Washington, not too far from Lafayette Park, which is right across from the White House. You're watching live coverage right here on Right Side. Every vantage point that we can give you, we will. That is the name of the game for us here at Right Side. We want to show you everything we can when it comes to the political movement that is happening across our country. So not only America First reporting and America First conservative news, at least reporting regardless still the facts of what's happening. So we see there that is right at the start of President Trump, the president-elect's day, there at the St. John's Episcopal Church. Again, we'll be going to RSBN's Bobby McNeely and Megan Kohler as well a little bit later in the broadcast outside of Capital One Arena as people are getting ready to go into that building to watch the ceremonies on the screens in there. And we're told that President Trump will be possibly attending the Capital One Arena as well for the presidential parade after he is sworn in and after the inaugural address. And producer, are you saying to toss to the field? What's that? Okay, let's go there live right now to Washington, D.C. at St. John's Episcopal Church.
But there's healthcare. But there's healthcare. But healthcare is involved.
They've been engaged for a while. They just want to get down to the courthouses and see what these
Yeah, I wonder if they're like still kind of irritated and stuff, or if they just good. So, oh, yeah. So I think that's it was like walk to the arena. Sorry, I think Hannah, Paula.
I'm Spanish, but sometimes not that. You know, it's not like we can go and have a coffee.
What about that?
50 minutes.
Not yet. It was just the family. He's not out yet. It would be in the next like 5 to 10 minutes.
They told me like end of May. But I think I'm gonna Okay, that's perfect. So are you gonna yeah. And like doing the same, like kind of thing that everybody's gonna get. Yeah, I'm gonna try. It was like yesterday, you know, I was in that depressed area. It's just like everybody's happy. They're the same stage. Yeah. Like if you were wandering around, they would just put your radio in.
I should only have, there should only be just like an internal mic audio. I don't have a microphone. No, he's not going to talk to him. He's just walking in.
But other than that, yeah, I'm going to try to be outside.
Oh, I'm good here. It's like walking in.
You're on?
Then you have to go through security and all that.
le están ahí con porque
Guys, stand by. The border gate is like a block away. It's coming up right. It's coming up soon. Though.
I just realized if I turn my head a certain way, it gets louder.
Alright guys, the main motorcade is coming in. We'll probably be 5 seconds, 10 seconds. Get the Alright guys, Trump's JD, sorry. Alright guys, Trump's part of the motorcade is going to come in a second. to get out the car. Trump's out. Trump's coming in.
Looking live there in Washington, D.C. There are blue skies in Washington, D.C. this morning. As you just saw, the president-elect walking into St. John's Episcopal Church. This is as to tradition for presidents-elect to attend a church service right there near Lafayette Park, near the White House. Again, you're watching live broadcasting right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. There are no video cameras for television or streaming inside the church service. We'd love to bring you something like that, but that's just not happening on any networks. As we see here that the president there attending church, again, blue skies in America. Hello, everybody. I'm Matthew Alvarez, looking forward to going to RSBN's Bobby McNeely and Megan Kohler and Christina Loren to join us with live team coverage for Inauguration Day in America. It is January 20th, 2025. Beautiful, beautiful photos, 3 of them there, live video perspectives from the White House to the Capitol Hill U.S. Capitol building, and then to the St. John's Episcopal Church there where you just saw the president-elect walking in. This is his first thing to do today, is to go to church. Then after that, there will be tea at the White House with the outgoing administration. So both the president-elect along with Joe Biden and Jill Biden will meet with Mr. Trump and Melania today at the White House. That's up next for President Trump. Then it will be off to Capitol Hill for the swearing-in ceremony and all of the inauguration coverage that we will have for you throughout the entire day right here on RSBN. Also today, more than 200 executive orders that will be implemented into policy immediately happening today. President Trump, promises made, already promises kept. He said over the campaign trail at the rallies that he would be doing so many actions for this country that are great on day one. Well, here we are, day one, blue skies. Yesterday, quite cloudy on the last night of the previous administration. And here we are, looking forward to, as Bobby just put it on Truth Social, morning in America, as in good morning here in America, as you see 3 live vantage points. And of course, we're live right here. I'm Matthew Alvarez again. It is 8:47 Eastern Time as we look forward to bringing you all of this live coverage today. When we go to Bobby and Megan, they'll be at Capital One Arena. We'll also go to Christina Loren today. So a lot of coverage as we get ready for a number of all sorts of live coverage here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Let's go now to one of our sponsors at Right Side Broadcasting Network, as you'll see in just a minute on your screen. But we do know, of course, that it says it right there. I can say it because it's right there, right? Badass all-in-one home gym. So getjackedup.com. That is one of our great sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. That looks like a sweet home gym system, if you ask me. If you want to get more information, just go to that website right there and go to the QR code as well to get more information on this great weight system. Getting in shape, always a good thing. Make America healthy again. To be honest with you, over Christmas and the break there, ate way too many cookies. They were very good, but you know what? I started to turn a new leaf, and hopefully we'll continue to eat healthy and start working out a little bit more too. All right, so great sponsor here at Right Side as you're taking that live look. It's the quadruple box here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. All right, so after church, President Trump, again, will go to the White House for tea with Biden and his wife Jill. Melania will be accompanying President Trump as well. Then again, off to Capitol Hill for the indoor rotunda ceremony. This is the first time this has happened, as many of you have heard, since 40 years ago, where Ronald Reagan, for his second term, was sworn in for the people to see. Also, it was the wind chills were very low there in D.C. back in '85. We're looking at about 20 some odd degrees right there in D.C. right now, but a low in the teens, even lower, possibly 11, 12 degrees. And then you add the wind chill, obviously bitter cold there. So the decision to go indoors, but also looking forward to bringing you coverage from Capital One Arena, where there is a viewing of the ceremony. So just like last night for that huge rally, it would be a packed house inside that arena as well. So a huge celebration today. So I see today as three things. One is the official proceedings that we'll see, the great moment that President Trump will become the 47th Commander-in-Chief. Then the celebration kicks off when we see over at Capital One Arena a presidential parade, performances, and also a possible visit by DJT himself, the 47th president. And then the third part of today is the action, the executive orders. So we have the official proceedings, the celebration, and the actions all in one day. This is 24/7 news at a hyper speed, a historic speed. As President Trump said just yesterday, there will be historic speed and strength today when it comes to the executive orders that are going to be signed, and also all about making America great again. All of these executive orders that will be immediately put into play will be today. And so we will see all of that news coming out. So stick with Right Side Broadcasting Network on Truth Social and on X and on our website and right here on the network as we are live here streaming to you. As we get the news of these executive orders, we do know a few of them, of course, generally speaking, have to do with the border, with illegal immigration, with the J6 pardons. There have already been drafts written for that. There are so many great things about to happen here for our country. A lot of very serious news to be had as well. This is, again, a day of celebration and official proceeding. But President Trump not wasting any time, as you know. Yesterday, during that rally speech, he said along the lines of that people said, oh, we should spread out some of these executive orders over the coming days and weeks and maybe months. No way. He is going to sign more than 200 today to get the job done, because it is day one, and we know that it shows the seriousness of the situation of our country. Yes, we are happy that we have a common sense leader stepping into the White House. Yes, we're happy for the strength and to get back to it here in the country. But we also know that outside of that celebration is the action that President Trump will be taking today. Also, we will be able to celebrate tonight. We'll have live coverage in our second broadcast starting at 6:30 Eastern, the inaugural balls in Washington, D.C. The Liberty Ball, the Commander-in-Chief Ball. We'll have our cameras at the Liberty Ball as well, where Bobby McNeely and Megan Kohler will be live. We'll see President Trump along with the First Lady with their first dance there as we kick off this second administration for President Trump. So yes, it's a great day in America. As you see again, if you're just joining us right now, the bottom left of your screen showing beautiful blue skies in Washington, D.C. Yesterday, of course, very cold and cloudy, still very cold in Washington. But it's beautiful to see blue skies there. So on the bottom right of your screen, that is the St. John Episcopal Church. That's where President Trump and President-elect Trump and the Vice President-elect J.D. Vance and their spouses are attending church service. Again, this is a long-time tradition for presidents-elect to attend church at the St. John's Episcopal Church, which is near Lafayette Park, near the White House. So a lot to get kicked off today here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Go ahead and share this live link on Rumble and on other platforms as you're watching, and let people know that we are wall-to-wall today, and we will bring you live coverage. And again, we will be joined by a number of our great hosts here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Bobby McNeely, Megan Kohler, Christina Loren, team coverage live from Washington, bringing you the sights, bringing you the sounds, bringing you the moments of this great day that we have prepared for a long time. Some of us might have thought, is this really going to happen? You know, during the campaign, are we really going to win again? We knew we had the majority, but we know what happened in 2020. But being too big to rig, it took place in the sense of being way too big to rig. And then on top of that, the RNC with Laura Trump and Michael Whatley and all of the lawyers and all of the people watching like a hawk the entire election, and all of the great grassroots groups, all of the election agencies and election integrity and election security groups out there. Everybody really focused on it. And on top of that, again, too big to rig. Winning the popular vote, winning the Electoral College, all 7 swing states. What a night on November 5th. Well, here we are now, as President Trump said, 75 days since that great win. We are now on January 20th, 2025. So happy you're with us. Stick with us today. Why not, right? I know some of you might be watching at work as it is Monday, but it is Martin Luther King Day, so a lot of you have off. So this is going to be a lot of coverage today. As President Trump mentioned the other day, that this will be a large TV audience, a large streaming audience as well, because of the fact that those of you that are in Washington, D.C. that wanted to see President Trump outside the Capitol and to deliver the inaugural address, obviously for reasons including the cold weather there, the only confirmation I have and we have at the network is it was the cold weather, of course, bringing everything inside, just like back in '85 with Ronald Reagan. We know that the audience will be quite large today. Happy that you're with us here, and happy that you're going to be seeing Bobby, Megan, and Christina as well a little bit later in the broadcast as we get ready to go to them live at Capital One Arena. All right, so one of our other sponsors here is Done With Debt. Done With Debt, as you see right there, donewithdebt.com. That number's on your screen. If you fight for your financial freedom, you can do that through this group right there. This is a group that's going to help you reduce your debt and figure out a game plan for you. Great to see the president there in that cutout right there with his fist in the air. What a time that was for our country. Go to donewithdebt.com. Fight for your financial freedom. Of course, specializing in eliminating credit card and personal loan debt, as you see there on your screen. Call them at 888-322-1054. An awesome sponsor, donewithdebt.com. Now, that picture right there that you saw with the Secret Service agent with the sunglasses on, Mr. Curran, he is now going to be the Secret Service Director for the United States Secret Service. So President Trump appointing him to that role. Last night we saw Kash Patel on stage at the TPUSA inaugural Eve ball right here on Right Side, and of course appointed to head up the FBI. Pam Bondi over at the AG's office, over the Department of Justice, and a number of great picks by President Trump, as you know. But today, as we approach the top of the hour, 9 a.m. on the East Coast, 6 a.m. on the West Coast, thank you so much for joining us. I'm Matthew Alvarez, as we see a few people walking in there to the St. John's Episcopal Church, where President-elect Trump and Vice President-elect Vance are attending service. Once again, this is a tradition for presidents-elect to attend church at that building right there, not too far from Lafayette Park, which is right across from the White House. After this, as we go over some of the specifics here, brought to you by the AP in the sense of a list of all of the specifics, I do want to share with you the schedule of today. So we do know President Trump will have, again, a White House and have share tea with the outgoing administration. Then it's off to Capitol Hill for the swearing-in ceremony along with that inaugural address. Hearing that the president's speech will call for, quote, revolution of common sense. A revolution of common sense. That article you can find on Truth Social and on X, on our account at RSBN, on Truth Social and on X at RSB Network. So again, hearing the president's speech will call for a, quote, revolution of common sense. Isn't it great that it's a revolution of something positive, great, and wonderful for our nation? We are going to go to one other sponsor here. Before we do that, I just want to continue on that we know the official swearing in will take place at noon Eastern time, and Chief Justice John Roberts, of course, will lead the president in the oath. Looking forward to seeing all of that live coverage. Let's go to Tax Network USA as well, one of our great sponsors at Right Side, Tax Network USA, 800-357-1415. If you missed any taxes over the years, you need a little help with figuring out the game plan there, you can go to tpusa.com/RSBN. This is a great group right here. You'll be able to get somebody on the line there at 800-357-1415. Tax Network USA. All right, it is the top of the hour here, 8:59, just about to be 9 a.m. Eastern Time. I'm Matthew Alvarez. Let's go to a commercial break. We'll be right back. You're watching live coverage of Inauguration Day in America. We'll see you after the break.
A large retail store just canceled a huge order, leaving us with a ton of extra MyPillows. But you know what? That's their loss. I'm going to make it your gain. For the first time ever, you get standard classic MyPillows for wholesale prices, only $14.88. I can't believe I'm even saying that. Only $14.88. But it gets even better. For a limited time, I'm going to offer my entire classic collection at wholesale prices. Upgrade to a queen-size MyPillow for just $18.88. King size only $1 more. Get my body pillows for $29.88 and multi-use MyPillows for only $9.88. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on the screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of wholesale pricing for the first time ever on TV, including my standard size MyPillow, only $14.88. They've never been offered this low before. We have limited quantities at this price, so limit's going to be 10, and once they're gone, they're gone.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Welcome back. Live coverage here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Blue skies. If you're just waking up and joining us, look at that there at the U.S. Capitol building. Inside that rotunda, the great leader of this nation, who has been the great leader of this country and the free world since 2015, 2016, will be sworn in right inside there at that rotunda of the U.S. Capitol on Capitol Hill. Blue skies in America. Thanks so much for joining us as you take a live look at the White House, the Capitol, and outside of St. John's Episcopal Church, where President-elect Trump and Vice President-elect Vance are attending service. Again, this is a tradition for presidents-elect every morning on Inauguration Day to go into that church right there to have church service, and then onward to the day's agenda. Of course, a lot of coverage about to be had here at the network. We'll be seeing the oath of office. We'll be seeing the inaugural address, speeches. We'll be seeing and hearing and experiencing some great artists and performers singing. And also over at Capital One Arena, where that rally was last night, Bobby McNeely and Megan Kohler, our RSBN hosts, will be there as well for that. So a lot of coverage, a lot of different vantage points today, as it is quite cold in D.C., but awesome to see blue skies as we are excited to bring you this coverage, because obviously this is about that fork in the road that we kept talking about leading up to November 5th. The right turn toward strength and common sense and making America great again, or the left turn towards a very progressive, liberal, extreme agenda, anti-everything that this country was founded on. Those are the facts, and the people said, nah, we're not going left, we're going to go right. And that's what happened. We saw it, too big to rig, and here we are as we look forward to seeing the reform of this country. And, you know, Elon Musk saying the same thing on X, on his headline page that he had for a while. He had that the people voted for, the majority of the people voted for government reform. So that obviously looking forward to seeing that happen here. So let's go on with some of the agenda again. As you're just joining us, we can share with you some of the details of today. And also, again, we'll be going to Bobby and Megan as soon as that is up and running there at the Capital One Arena, where I believe there are people outside already waiting to get in line and waiting to get inside that arena to watch this great ceremony that will be had in just a bit from now. We're looking at 10, 11, 12, 3 hours, less than 3 hours until the president-elect gets rid of the word elect and is the President of the United States, the 47th Commander-in-Chief. So one of the most important parts of today after those official proceedings is the President's signing room ceremony. So it's a President's signing room ceremony where more than 200 executive orders will be signed by President Trump, and those policies will take effect immediately. Those include, of course, border security, all things that would be positive and great for our country. At the end of the day, common sense and truth. And these are the things that President Trump, as you guys know, on the campaign trail has been talking about for several months, obviously years. And within the first administration, so many great positive things were happening. Then we're looking forward to seeing more of that, plus even more of the same and better here as we look to make America great again as a team. You know, yesterday, President Trump saying, when we are sworn in together and you know, as president, of course, he representing we the people, but he said the word we again. You know, that's something that he said during those campaign stops. When we win the White House, well, he gets we the people. He definitely gets we the people. You know, the test of time, and then also the test of all the terrible things that he had to face and has faced for all of us. He could have quit. He could have said, nope, not doing this anymore. But there's something very unique and very special about President Donald Trump and what he has done for this country and what he has done for the free world. How about saying straight up there would be, quote, hell to pay if Hamas would not release release the hostages? Well, we saw what has happened just recently. 3 American hostages returned. So he's a man of peace through strength, but definitely gets the job done and is an outsider, is a regular guy. When I say regular guy, I mean someone that could talk to anybody. Doesn't really pay respect, pays respect to basically everybody. I mean, he's the guy. I mean, we're looking at this live picture here of the White House and the Capitol and all these official proceedings. But remember, on the campaign trail, he was the guy that stepped into a garbage truck. He was the guy that went to McDonald's and served from the window. Are you serious? Yeah, that's who we're working with here. And he's the one that also made America great then in this first administration, will make it great again this next administration, and has promised us a lot of a great core of promises that already, again, promises made, promises kept. He already said that he's going to do a lot on day one. Well, it's day one, and he's going to be not just soaking in the moment. He'll soak in the moment, but he'll also be so happy to sign executive orders today. He's not waiting. He's not slow rolling this thing. This is going to be, as he said yesterday, historic speed and strength when he's signing these executive orders later today. As you're taking the live look, videos of the White House, the U.S. Capitol, and St. John's Episcopal Church. We will be going soon to Capital One Arena as well, because what's awesome about you're about to see is I believe there are thousands and thousands of people outside of Capital One Arena. And Bobby and Megan are RSBN hosts, of course, that you've seen here at the network over the past 4 days of coverage. We'll be interviewing people there live. Today is a day, again, of official proceeding, of celebration, and of action, all in one day. So the trifecta of sorts in the political world and for our country as we get ready for some live coverage. As you see right now, some activity just outside of St. John's Episcopal Church. Again, the president-elect and and vice president-elect Vance are in there with their spouses and family and other staff at this church service. And we will be seeing both the president-elect and vice president-elect walk out of the church into their respective motorcades with extremely tight security, and also with a lot of prayers from the nation and prayers from the world. Let's be real. I mean, when you look at all of the people that are of the free world that want to be free, or in a free nation like ours, they're praying. They want great things for our country, but they want great things for their land as well. Think about Hungary and the people of Brazil and the people of Poland, the people of the UK. They want to be free. They don't want some super extreme leftists ruling over them, telling them what they can say, what they can think, what they can buy. That's why we here say, don't tread on us. This is of we the people. This is our land, and this is the Constitution that our founding fathers wrote for us. So that's what's great about President Trump today, when he says he's going to preserve, protect, and defend the United States Constitution. An Alabama delegate, a Trump Alabama delegate, sent me a photo of the Constitution recently. She was in with her family in the National Archives Museum. And I asked them, because I knew that they all texted and said they're going to this museum. I said, well, can you send me a photo of it? So I'm going to post that on Truth Social here in just a bit. But it's wonderful to see the actual Constitution of our United States there in Washington, D.C. at the National Archives Museum. Great museums there in Washington. Obviously, tons of history. And speaking of that history, we'll be seeing today a historic day. Again, President Trump saying with historic speed and strength will he be signing all of these executive orders. Again, policies that will be enacted right away in Washington, D.C., inside the White House there. I'm also looking forward to, obviously, a member of the press, looking forward to seeing the Washington, D.C. Brady press briefing room, Carolyn Levitt, the press secretary, taking questions from the press. When will that first White House press briefing be? I haven't heard. We haven't heard here at the network, but obviously as soon as there is the first one, we will be watching that and bringing you that live coverage right here as well. So we have the ability to see what is happening at the White House, at the Pentagon, at the Supreme Court, at the press briefing room. Regardless of where around the country things happen, we will be able to bring you that live feed here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, including President Trump's trip on Air Force One, his first trip to the West Coast, to Southern California, to see the LA wildfire damage that's been done there, but also to help the people of the region and increase federal support there. Of course, President Trump blaming Gavin and the mayor of LA on mismanagement of this whole situation out there, with the Palisades fire being the largest one, claiming 24 lives and just a terrible situation in Southern California. For those of you that may be up watching right now at 6:13 out there on the West Coast, thank you so much for joining us. And those of you in the Mountain Time Zone, the Central Time Zone, and on the East Coast, you are watching live right now, Right Side Broadcasting Network, 9:13 Eastern Time. That is St. John's Episcopal Church. President-elect Trump and the Vice President-elect Vance and their spouses are in the church there, having a church service, taking part in that service there. And then we'll head off to the White House, where President-elect Trump and the First Lady, Melania Trump, will be meeting with the outgoing administration, a time of they're actually having tea there at the White House, a very large and a historic tradition, of course, for the incoming and outgoing presidents. From there, it'll be off to the U.S. Capitol as we get ready for this Inauguration Day in America. Again, if you look at the top left of your screen there and a little bit around the live box right here, you can see blue skies there. Haven't seen blue skies in D.C. Over the past, I don't think, 4 days. There might have been some peaks of sun there, but today, what a great day to start. Blue skies in Washington for someone that is going to do great things for our nation. All right, so let's go through some of the schedule for the day as we get ready to go live to RSBN's Bobby McNeely and Megan Kohler, along with Christina Loren, who will be live at Capital One Arena and other various locations throughout Washington, D.C. We have a huge crew of our camera ops as well, and all of our production staff here at the network, putting in a lot of hours over the past 5 days, but all dedicated to the cause. And the cause is to bring you the live event, to bring you the speech, to bring you all of the news that we see here. So bearing the cold out there, but definitely doing it for the right reason. Of course, being employed as well is always a perk, a great perk. So again, we're seeing and waiting for the President-elect and Vice President-elect to exit the church there. It looks like the service may be over. So as soon as I see the President-elect, we'll go there live and just listen in. We did hear some questions from the press being shouted to President Trump, the President-elect Trump. He didn't answer any of those questions, obviously just starting out the morning there, as we see a few people exiting the building. So that might be happening at any moment. And then as soon as that does, we'll also be going to Capital One Arena, where Bobby and Megan will pick up some of our live coverage as well. So again, let's get to some of the schedule as we await the President-elect to exit the St. John's Episcopal Church. After the President-elect and Melania Trump have tea with the outgoing administration, it'll be off to Capitol Hill for the swearing-in ceremony, along with the inaugural address, all happening again inside the U.S. Capitol Rotunda, something that hasn't happened since 1985, as we see a number of people exiting the church there. Then we're hearing that the president's speech will call for a, quote, revolution of common sense, a report that I saw right here at our network, RSBnetwork.com. Let's go live right now to Washington, D.C. in Washington, D.C. And speaking of live, that's the live video perspective from the White House. President-elect Trump looking strong and stoic as ever alongside the absolutely gorgeous First Lady Melania Trump on their way now to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, right there to that building, a beautiful White House, as they have tea with the outgoing administration. That's what's next on the schedule for the president-elect. So thank you so much for joining us for this live broadcast, as it's about 9:30, the bottom of the hour here, as we have wall-to-wall coverage of today's great event, today's historic event. And speaking of historic, again, historic speed is what President Trump referred to all of the actions that will be taken for the executive orders. Just seeing, according to Fox, among them, declare emergency at the border, issue a proclamation closing the border, designate cartels as foreign terrorist as a terrorist organization, and also the military will be directed to construct new phase of the border wall, among many more. So the border wall being rebuilt, Operation Aurora with mass deportations, so many great executive orders happening today. President Trump, the president-elect, not taking long to get the job done. We were kind of joking here at the studio yesterday with some of the producers and behind the staff people here, and saying, well, what's President Trump going to do after signing all the executive orders, getting all the ball rolling so quickly? But at the end of the day, of course, maintaining and creating a great outcome for this nation. The golden age is upon us, as it is, once again, blue skies in Washington, D.C. This after 4 straight days of mostly cloudy skies. And now it's obviously very cold. That's why the U.S. Capitol Rotunda will house the president-elect, the vice president-elect, along with a number of great dignitaries, and some of the press will be in there as well. And we look forward to seeing all of that live coverage. We're just looking forward to that moment when he puts his hand on his Bible that he received when he was a youngster, and then also putting his hand on the Lincoln Bible that President Lincoln used when he was sworn in the 1800s. So this is going to be quite the day, and looking forward to all of the talking and all of the back and forth and all of the wild stuff that's happened over the past 4 years, just to be put into a place of peace. So when he shares that inaugural address, prior to that, when he is sworn in, that's the moment that we'll all see together here in America, as the majority of you voted for Donald Trump. And he did that in 2020 as well. But we know that 2024, a great election outcome with too big to rig, and also the RNC and other election integrity groups and lawyers across the country keeping an eye on everything, just making sure everything is on the up and up. And looking forward to seeing these executive actions signed into law today, because at the end of the day, we know that there are more than 200 executive orders that will take effect immediately. So that means this will be a 24/7 news cycle that I don't think we've seen in quite some time, if ever, with the amount of news that will happen not only today, but through this week and on, as it's reversing course. I mean, just imagine a huge ship. I know it takes a minute to turn it, but it's going to start right away. Those engines are raring to go. I've been thinking, at the Kentucky Derby, as those racehorses are behind the gate, waiting for that bell to sound and that gate to open. And man, when they're off, they are off. And that's what we're about to see here. We're going to go to hyper speed. We're going to go to historic speed, according to the president, when it comes to the executive orders. And looking forward to bringing you all of this live coverage right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We'll be going to RSBN's Bobby McNeely and Megan Kohler at the Capital One Arena, where there's this huge viewing of the ceremony today. So wall-to-wall coverage, even until tonight, where President Trump and the First Lady will dance at the Liberty Ball. We'll have Bobby and Megan there as well. And then also we'll have some coverage from the Commander-in-Chief Ball. President Trump to share his remarks at both of those events. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. We have a long day yet ahead of us, but a great day ahead of us, a historic day in America. It is January 20th, 2025. I'm Matthew Alvarez. Thank you guys so much for streaming in live here on this Monday, Martin Luther King Day. A lot of people have off today. If you don't, if you're watching from work on your phone on the side, I won't tell anybody. Thanks so much for watching. 9:34, as we see there, the president-elect about to join the vice president-elect to join Kamala Harris and her husband, Doug. So why don't we go there live right now in Washington, D.C., outside the White House. A great moment there, seen live right there with the Vice President-elect and the current VP there at the White House. So it was great to see that moment. Everyone's smiling there at the White House. Coming up next will be the President-elect as well. We'll show you that live in just a second. This broadcast brought to you by Brightcore. So the Brightcore group here has this great product there. And Director, if you could please close the mic. 888-722-0936. You see the Kimchi 1 product right there, the gut health, immune support, anti-aging properties, all made in the United States. This kimchi is something else. It's great for your gut and also for health. So make America healthy again, alongside RFK Jr., alongside President Trump's plan, and alongside Brightcore right there. You see that phone number on your screen. And if you buy 2, you get 1 free. Go to mybrightcore.com/RSBN. All right, let's go back live there to Washington as you see the White House there, 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, sunny skies. Looking forward to the leaves being back on the trees and springtime and some great weather. But right now, of course, extremely cold, but it's still blue skies on this January 20th. We'll be going live as soon as President-elect Trump and the First Lady Melania Trump will be meeting there with Joe Biden and Jill Biden there to walk into the White House. And then they will have tea together at the White House, a tradition, of course. And then from there, from the White House, President Trump at a certain time will then go to the U.S. Capitol building on Capitol Hill to have the huge ceremony, the inauguration ceremony inside the rotunda. If you are a news kind of aficionado or a news nerd in some ways, I like myself, I looked at the 1985 rotunda when Ronald Reagan was sworn in there. That was the last time this was done 40 years ago. And it was similar reporting in the sense of the vantage points of all of the cold weather that we saw then, similar to what we're seeing now. And it's quite an awesome moment to see history in the making right here on Right Side. So so glad you're with us here on the network as we bring you wall-to-wall live coverage as much as we can, uninterrupted from any commercials, that kind of thing. But we do know that we are grateful as well for our huge sponsors at this network as we are a growing network. Bobby McNeely will be joining me in studio next week here as we cover everything when it comes to Washington, D.C., America First, and national news as well. A lot of people tuning in and streaming into Right Side as we expand here at the network. So if you'd like to donate to the network at all you do is text Trump to text RSBN to 801-801. So text RSBN to 801-801. All of the lights, the cameras, the travel, everything you see happening here at the network. If you'd like, please donate. We're not bought and paid for by any woke corporations. We are all about we the people, and that's who we have as great sponsors, and you, the viewer, who really have been with us every step of the way since 2015. Let's get back there to Washington, D.C., as we are really glad to bring you this live coverage here on the network. As you see there, the White House, the Vice President-elect, J.D. Vance, is in the building there. And as soon as we see the feed from the President-elect, Donald Trump, walking into that White House, we will show you that here live, as it is 9:39 on the East Coast, 6:39 for those of you watching on the West Coast, January 20th, 2025. Again, thank you so much for joining us as we look forward to seeing President Trump sign more than 200 executive orders today. Let's get to some of those specifics once again. He will also terminate Biden orders on energy drilling restrictions. We're seeing he will return federal workers to in-person work, pause all offshore wind leases. He will also sign an executive order to end DEI hiring practices in the federal government only. He'll withdraw from the Paris Climate Accord. So the list goes on. That, according to Fox, and that on Eric Daugherty with Florida Voice News as well. Steve Bannon also posting that, calling it Days of Thunder. So a lot going on today. We'll bring you all of the specifics as we get it. Also, a revolution of common sense will be discussed and shared with the American people from President Trump in his inaugural address today. We do know that that report coming from our RSBN network right here, where we saw a number of the quotes from various media outlets, but also the fact that I witnessed that today on our Truth Social account. So if you're on Truth Social, go ahead and follow us at RSBN. And if you're on X, it's at RSB Network. Again, thank you so much for watching us on Rumble, our preferred choice. And those of you watching on X or YouTube or others, thank you so much for streaming in. It's time to send this link out to as many people as you can to watch this live coverage today as we bring you wall-to-wall coverage. And also, it's wonderful to have the extended time to not have to always go to a commercial break, because especially on days like this where there's so much news going on, obviously sponsors are near and dear to the media because it's part of paying the bills. But the point is, the sponsors here at our network are conservative, patriotic sponsors. So we'd love to work alongside with them as well and share their great products, because at the end of the day, that is some in a small business or larger businesses that help our economy. But today, it would be great to see RSBN's Bobby McNeely and Megan Kohler and Christina Loren out there live interviewing We the People. So as soon as I get the directive, we will be going there to hear from Everyday America. And Everyday America is, as the RNC had it over the summer, it was about the everyday Americans. And we saw people on stage speaking to the world, and at least to the nation at the RNC, people that have all sorts of industrial jobs and all sorts of white collar, blue collar, doesn't matter collar. The point is, we're all in this together. I am an everyday American. I am a guy in a suit, but I am just like you in many ways as we the people. So looking forward to bringing you this coverage, and looking forward to hearing from We the People right outside of Capital One Arena. That place is going to be electric today, because it's the ceremony of the inauguration will be shown on the Jumbotron there. You know, if you think about what that'll be like as we all watch it together, I'll watch it right there with you. We'll all be watching. But when President Trump puts his hand on that Bible and swears the oath of office by Chief Justice John Roberts leading him in that, I'm picturing the people at the Capital One Arena that are witnessing history in the making. And everybody standing up, everyone quiet. I'm sure there will be tears in the eyes of people there. It will be just a very powerful moment as we celebrate the right turn for our country, and as we see the many actions President Trump will take today. I mean, he's literally making America great again on day one. it's happening before our eyes. And also stick with Right Side Broadcasting Network, not only today, but through this week and on, as we cover the reform of America. Colonial Metals Group is an awesome sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting Network as well, bringing you this live coverage. Colonial Metals Group. So all you do is go to freegoldguide.com/RSBN for more information on Colonial Metals Group. Always good to have gold as a backup to our dollar. Also, you can protect your IRA and your 401k with gold, 100% tax-free situation there. It's pretty awesome stuff, as you can scan your QR code to receive that free 2025 gold guide now. Also, you can go to freegoldguide.com/RSBN. So awesome to see the amount of people jumping onto our live stream right now, especially on Rumble and wherever you're watching. Thank you so much for doing so, as we will be going to Capital One Arena here shortly. We started our broadcast at 7:30 this morning, at 7:30 Eastern, bright and early here, 4:30 out there on the West Coast. But, you know, working in news over the years, there's that morning shift, there's that day shift and evening shift, and sometimes there's all three shifts, because at the end of the day, bringing the live coverage is what it's all about here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. And we love all three shifts, and will gladly work all three shifts as we look forward to bringing you this live coverage. Again, Bobby and Megan, they'll be not only at Capital One Arena today, they'll also be at the Liberty Ball later tonight. So we'll have a second live broadcast for you. This is our first stream that will go all the way through until the end of the day. And then at 6:30 Eastern, we'll have a different stream, so a different link for you to click on to watch all of our live coverage of the inaugural balls. It's going to be absolutely awesome. President Trump set to deliver remarks at both of those tonight. But let's rewind and stay right here at 9:45 Eastern time as we get ready to approach that 10 o'clock hour. And we're hearing that around 10:30, we'll be able to get a live look, I believe, inside the U.S. Capitol Rotunda. So we're going to have all of that right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We'll see all of the great moments. Carrie Underwood to sing, Christopher Macchio to sing. So the opera singer will sing the national anthem. He also performed at the second Butler rally, and also, many other events for the president. So it'll be great to hear him sing some awesome songs. As you know, President Trump loves music and is always DJ T at various Mar-a-Lago events on his laptop. I remember watching one of the videos when he was in his golf cart in West Palm Beach, and he was playing some music, and one of the people had their phone and was recording him, came up to the president, and President Trump was a average person in the sense of us, we the people, somebody that's an outsider. Obviously, he's not average in any stretch of the imagination. He is the one of the greatest presidents, the greatest president of our lifetime. But obviously, anyway, so he played a song there for the person watching and listening and experiencing it, and it just kind of kicking it with them. And that's what we want these days. We want someone that's real, genuine, authentic, and that's what we've grown accustomed to. And that's part of the reason why so many people voted for President Trump. Not only will he do great things for our country like he did in the first administration, he's also a fun person to be around, and that magnetic personality even on television. So he's got it going on. So that's why obviously he is the second Trump 2.0, the second administration coming up here for our country, and well liked and respected by world leaders. If you remember, after November 5th, on my Truth Social page, I posted, I think, about 18 posts from X accounts and other posts from world leaders, Viktor Orban or Jair Bolsonaro, or it's very a lot of numbers of people there that I posted about just being very happy about President Trump winning, the leader of Nigeria. I mean, there's so many posts out there. Nigel Farage, I know he's not the leader of a nation, but in some ways he is over there in the UK with Reform UK, but everyone posting great things. The Chinese president even talking with President Trump. I'm sure others that he's spoken to recently, including the now stepped down Justin Trudeau. I mean, everything he does is either good, it's going to be good for the country, and then outside of that, it seems as if the world kind of follows suit with what President Trump is up to. So standing for we the people and standing for the free world as well. I think that President Trump understands that very well, that yes, this is America first, and yes, this is about we the people, but this is about people and freedom in general. So if it reflects and if it ripples to the rest of the world, that's a great thing as well, right? So great to see more of that, and the country being restored, the republic being restored to common sense and strength as we get ready to go live to the White House there, as the president-elect will be pulling up, I believe in a few minutes. We'll bring you that live coverage as he and Melania Trump, the incoming First Lady, will have tea with the outgoing Biden administration. So we started the day with our coverage from the St. John's Episcopal Church in D.C., where, again, it's a long-time tradition for President-elect, the Presidents-elect to attend service there. Is a church that's not too far from Lafayette Park, which is right near the White House. Then from there, the tea time that they'll have, not golf, but the drink, tea, of course, at the White House with Joe Biden and Jill Biden. And then after that, it'll be off to Capitol Hill for the U.S. Capitol building and the great moments that are going to be unfolding and appearing right here live, wall to wall on Right Side Broadcasting Network. And then from there, we know that the president will be sworn in and do the oath of office, and then he will have his inaugural address. Again, part of it, a revolution of common sense he'll be touching on. We do know that this happened in 1985, the last time there was a president inaugurated inside the U.S. Rotunda, U.S. Capitol Rotunda. Also, the official swearing in will take place at noon. So we are 2 hours and 9 minutes, 2 hours and 9 minutes from the 47th Commander-in-Chief being sworn into office, and we're going to enjoy watching that moment right here on Right Side. We're about to go to RSBN's Bobby McNeely and RSBN's Megan Kohler, Christina Loren as well out there for us, live coverage all throughout Washington, D.C. And if you've watched our live coverage over the past few days, a lot of great patriots there in Washington and getting ready to witness this historic event, whether it's in Capital One Arena at the viewing party, or if it's at the network, Right Side Broadcasting Network, our network right here, streaming live throughout the country and throughout the world. We do have some global viewers, so to any of you watching right now, hello to you. Thank you so much for watching anywhere in the world. But we do know that from the after the U.S. Capitol inauguration ceremony, from there will be a formal farewell of the outgoing president. And again, today, all about official proceedings and action and celebration. So official proceedings, action, and celebration. You're about to see all three of those happen right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Matthew Alvarez. Let's get ready to go to Capital One Arena. It is time to get excited because we're about 2 hours and 8 minutes away from the 47th Commander-in-Chief taking over in our country. Let's go now to Bobby McNeely and Megan Kohler.
Welcome to 10NG, right outside of Capital One Arena. for Liberation Day. It's Martin Luther King Day as well in the United States, and also the College Football National Championship between the Fighting Irish and The Ohio State University Buckeyes. I'm Bobby McNeely with the lovely Megan Kohler, bringing you unbridled coverage of this beautiful Inauguration Day, the 60th presidential inauguration, 2025, President Trump in just a couple of hours precisely being inaugurated as the 47th president of the United States.
What a beautiful day it is to be an American. It's such a beautiful day here in D.C. The sun's shining. It is frigid cold, but we're making it work. Everyone's bundled up. They have their hand warmers. They're lining up outside of Capital One Arena for the watch party to see President Trump get sworn in as our 47th president of the United States. He's overcome all kinds of obstacles. The deep state has tried to ruin his businesses, put him through the court system, weaponize the judicial system against him, the justice system. And it has just been trials and tribulations thus far, but things had to get worse before they got better. And now so many people have waken up to the lies of the left, the lies of the Democrats, the lies of the globalists. And here we are, standing for freedom. President Trump is going to sign many executive orders today with the American people's interests first. We're putting America first. It's time to make America great again.
And the lawfare of Joe Biden and his administration continuing in its waning hours as he has issued preemptive pardons for General Milley, Dr. Fear, Anthony Fauci, and also Liz Cheney. Very interesting because traditionally, if you are issued a pardon or a commutation by a president, it's for something that you've been convicted of. So very interesting to see that he would do this. I assume that guilt may be on their consciences because of what they did to the American people over the course of the last 4 years. Today, such a relief for so many. The J6 prisoners especially will be free in several hours as President Trump pledging that commitment of commuting them and pardoning them when and if necessary, along with, as Megan said, 200 plus executive orders to drill, baby, drill, close that southern border, rebuild that beautiful wall, and also to work on that new legislation coming across through the Senate and the House with the Laken-Riley Act, and to stop the DEI wokeness and to stop the transgender insanity within our military.
America is truly a beacon of hope, of light across the entire world. America stands for freedom and faith and family, and the bravery of Americans, and especially President Trump, to stand up and fight for what's right has sparked bravery all across the world to stand up for people in their own countries as well. As we've been walking around today, people of different various groups are handing out pamphlets, books, flyers, signs, and everything. And I was handed a Constitution from C-SPAN. I was handed a book. They're handing out some books. And then there's people also signing petitions to stop the CCP, to take down the CCP, Chinese Communist Party. So people are excited, people are jazzed up, and people are standing up for what they believe in, and it's sparking interest across the world.
So much excitement this morning as I went through 6 and H, the press entrance, and have been in the stadium today, and everyone just giving compliments, being very friendly. Some people being out here since 11:30 last night in the frigid cold temperatures to see all of the inaugural parade and ceremonies inside of the Capital One Arena, and even some police officers, DHS, local police, the Metropolitan Police, also Secret Service, saying everyone's in such a good spirits because this is, yes, Liberation Day, a long-awaited time. 4 years later, this journey that President Trump and his family have taken. They are currently enjoying a beautiful traditional service at St. John the Evangelist Episcopalian Church across from the White House. Every president has worshiped there or attended service since James Madison. Such great traditions and fanfare in the beautiful city of Washington on this sunny but chilly morning. After the Vances and Trumps enjoy that service, President and Mrs. Donald Trump will be headed over to have tea with the Bidens, and then, of course, will be en route via motorcade to the United States Capitol to take the oath of office.
and you're not going to want to miss a single minute of it, so make sure you stay tuned. We're here with RSBN all day long to show you everything that's happening on this wonderful Inauguration Day that we've been waiting for 4 long years. And it was a really long year, 4 years with the Bidens in office. They did some damage to the American people, and everyone was feeling it, left, right, and center. You could not deny what the Biden administration did was detrimental to the American people.
Now let's head over, if we can, and maybe go talk to some of the people in line and get some of their reactions about how they're feeling on such a wonderful day today, January 20th, 2025. And I'll talk about some history as we walk on over there. The Blair House is where President Trump and the Trump family are staying. Now, the Blair House, Harry Truman actually stayed there for a period of time as the White House was being renovated. So a great tradition as well for that to be the retreat house. And it became the retreat house as a result of Winston Churchill, when he was staying at the White House trying to find FDR in the middle of the night with a lit cigar in roughly 1942, 1943, saying, "Where are you, Franklin? Where are you, Franklin?" And finally, FDR decided we really need to convert that home across the White House into a guest retreat for foreign dignitaries. So former presidents and foreign heads of state enjoy the very exclusive hotel that is the Blair House, and the entire Trump family enjoying those amenities before the inaugural ceremony. So let's jump in and talk to some folks over here. Hey, ma'am, how are you? Are you excited to see President Trump inaugurate to a second term?
Yes, absolutely. Hi. Yes.
Tell us where you're from and how long you've been hanging out today.
We're from Kentucky, me and my friend Kathy, and we've been here since Sunday. Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah.
Taking in the sights, the museums. How often do you come to D.C.?
It's my first time.
Okay, wonderful.
So, yeah, and totally here for the inauguration events.
And what a beautiful day to celebrate this, really the end of lawfare, the end of corruption, and a new golden era for America. It's morning again in America. 40 years ago, President Reagan was inaugurated for a second term inside the Capitol Rotunda. So another coincidence that he has the Gipper with the great people's president, Donald Trump.
Yes, we love that, and we're just proud to be Americans. We're proud to be here and to be able to enjoy this opportunity. It's amazing. We're ready for President Trump.
And how long have you been waiting to enjoy the festivities this morning?
A couple hours, just hanging out. Yesterday we checked everything out and did a test run, and visited the monuments and the area. It's great here, enjoying the atmosphere. Wish we could be a little closer, but we may not make it. But we're here, so why not try?
You know, I enjoy the spirit and the enthusiasm of so many people who are coming to the rally. I even got inside the stadium as we were getting through the press line, and even the police officers commenting that everyone is so nice and in such good spirits, even if they've been waiting for long and long in the frigid air. But we're lucky to have some sun this morning.
Yes, it's wonderful. Thank you.
Absolutely. Well, God bless. Enjoy today, and enjoy your first time in Washington, D.C. Hey, Kathy, I know you're filming here, but what are you most excited about today to see President Trump inaugurate to a second term?
Just a new start, the new golden era, and just so excited, so proud of him. Just want to, I can't be overjoyed enough. This has just been, I've been waiting for this for 4 years.
We hear the music and the festivities, USA, 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 and fight, fight, fight. And President Trump spoke on that at his Big MAGA rally in the Capital One Arena last night as well.
We didn't get to attend it, but we watched it last night, and man, would I like to have been there. So go Trump.
It's a morning in America again. Thank you for your time, ladies. Enjoy all the proceedings.
Thank you.
And what a wonderful inauguration day it is. It's truly a time to celebrate. So why not celebrate with some Republican red wine? How about that? So whether you prefer white, red, or sparkling, Republican Red Winery has a wine for you with labels that your conservative friends and family will love. Here's what you need to know about America's favorite winery. Republican Red Winery was established in 2020 to give Republicans a way to signal their beliefs and inspire lively conversations. Since then, over 50,000 customers agree that the patriotic labels are a hit and the quality of wine is outstanding. Republican Red Winery is a family-run, operated, dedicated to preserving conservative values. In fact, sale proceeds are used to fund Republican and conservative organizations across the country so they can continue to have great impacts on our communities and our elections. The wines are only available at republicanred.com. Order now and your bottles will be shipped right to your doorstep. To our fellow RSBN viewers, we'd like to give you an exclusive discount code to help secure your bottles. So simply enter the code RSBN at checkout to receive an additional $5 off. Act now, so visit republicanred.com to select your wines today. Again, that is republicanred.com. Wine for the right side. And it is truly a time to celebrate. So why don't you get some Republican Red, put together a party, invite all your friends and family over, and celebrate.
You know, I wonder if that collection will be added to the Blair House, as I heard that there's some very special wines that are on reserve at that lovely hotel where the Trumps are staying, the Blair House, right across from the White House. We know that President Trump abstains from alcohol, but perhaps Republican Red can be added to that list over the coming years. And we're so excited for today. We'll give you an outline that President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump celebrating with Vice President-elect J.D. Vance and Second Lady Usha Vance and their beautiful children as well, the family members attending that traditional service at St. John the Evangelist, the Episcopalian Church across from the White House. Every president has worshiped there since James Madison, a wonderful tradition. They will then go to enjoy tea with the Bidens at the White House and then the motorcade on over down Pennsylvania Avenue to that Capitol Rotunda where President Trump will be sworn in as the 47th President of the United States. And so interesting because we're going to have tech CEOs there, including Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, the TikTok CEO as well, Tim Cook from Apple. So many of them donating to the inaugural committee. It seems as if it's time to be on the Trump train. And so interesting that even Snoop Dogg was DJing apparently an inaugural event when just 8 years ago he was making fun of people for attending President Trump's inauguration.
That's right. People are understanding that they were supporting the radical left agenda, like celebrities I'm referring to, and then they realized that the American people do not want it. The American people are rejecting the lies of the Democrats, the Democrat policies that have been so horrible for the American people, and now they're realizing, you know what, Donald Trump makes a lot of sense, and they're being brave enough to stand up and come over and support Donald Trump. And I just want to make sure that we never forget what they did, though.
Absolutely.
Forgive but never forget. How about that? Because you can't stage an assassination attempt in your music video and then come over here and DJ at a crypto event. And I'm not going to forget that because that's our dear president. And you did that back in, 7 or 8 years ago. So happy Snoop Dogg is coming around, but I will not forget what he did in that video.
Well, you have a situation, it's just like the great communicator, the Gipper, Ronald Reagan. Trust but verify. People have been red-pilled. They're waking up to it's we the people versus a bloated bureaucracy. That's why you have so many people waiting outside here to get back into the Capital One Arena after that great MAGA rally last night for all the parade and proceedings which will take place behind us today, and even some signing of executive orders. So people have been standing out since early morning hours, everyone in good spirits, and we'll talk to some folks who are really enjoying it today. Let's see if we can jump on in. Hey, ma'am, how are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Are you excited to see President Trump today?
Oh, yes, I am.
Absolutely. Where are you coming from?
California.
Fantastic. A little bit warmer out there.
It is. Yes, it is. California, Los Angeles.
Now, have you been affected by any of the wildfires? We're so sorry about everything that's happening in Southern California.
So bad. The air quality is so poor.
Right. What's it like to have blue state governance under Governor Newsom versus the common sense approach of Donald Trump?
He sucks. The California is ugly now. California used to be beautiful. Now it's so ugly. The homelessness and everything. It's so ugly. I do not like it. I dislike it. I dislike the immigration and everything. But I love Donald J. Trump, so I'm glad he won. And we won a landslide.
We really did. So how have you enjoyed Washington? Is this your first time to our nation's capital?
No, this is my third time here.
And were you always on the Trump train or involved in politics? How did you come about to wanting to support President Trump as a California resident?
Because this Biden administration sucks. And I just love, this is the first time I ever felt like a U.S. citizen. A U.S. citizen when Donald J. Trump was the president of 2016 to 2020. And then from 2020, this last administration, Biden, it was very poor. You can see the segregation. Yes, but I love Donald J. Trump.
Who is this gentleman right here?
Oh, My name is Arun. This is my niece.
Fantastic.
Yeah, and I flew from Manila to here just to attend the inauguration.
All the way from Manila. Welcome, sir.
Yeah.
You know what's so interesting is we've seen so many family members out enjoying great time together. And this is such a significant day, not only the inauguration, but also Martin Luther King Jr. Day. We remember his memory and all he fought for. And President Trump pledged yesterday from the Capital One Arena, he will release all of the CIA, FBI files, all of the government files on the assassinations of JFK, RFK, and also Martin Luther King.
Wow, wouldn't that be interesting?
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, I'm sure every American is waiting to hear the truth about all of these assassinations.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, no question about that, because we want truth and transparency.
Exactly. Yeah, that most definitely. I mean, this is exactly the reason why we've been fighting for Trump even before. You know, the transparency, the governance. You know, so yeah, we're very happy, and I'm actually very happy flying in to attend the inauguration. I mean, frozen. I don't care to be frozen to death here. Oh, sorry about that. Yeah.
Well, it's an exciting time for the American people, for the world. It's peace through strength. It's a second term for President Trump. Please enjoy your time in Washington. God bless you. Thanks for making the travels.
Yeah, thank you.
Absolutely. Stay warm out there.
Thank you.
And you can see we can even have international media here as well. And we've really had it throughout the week, whether that be at the Capitol or here at the Capital One Arena or even near the White House. So everyone's eyes on this little corner of the world, Washington, D.C., this federal city that every president since John Adams has lived at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, aptly named after the father of our country, General George Washington. And like General Washington, President Trump never held a political office before that of the American presidency. And he has returned to set the record straight and to really put in common sense principles that will make America great again.
That's right, and the world is truly all watching us right now here in the United States. This is a monumental, historical day in United States history, and everyone across the globe is taking notice of what we are doing here, standing up for freedom. We're going to drill, baby, drill. We have more oil than anyone else. We have liquid gold under our feet, so we're going to close the border. Today is the day we're closing the southern border. We're going to start mass deportations of criminal, illegal immigrants, and our communities are going to be safe again. What a breath of fresh air, what a sigh of relief that's going to be across the nation.
I'm taking in every second of this, Megan, seeing these wonderful people really staying out here for hours and hours, facing the frigid cold temperatures, to be on the front row of history and to spend the day with their people's president, Donald John Trump, the second man to serve 2 non-consecutive terms.
That's right.
In office. And we're going to talk to some more MAGA patriots over here.
Hi there, where are you guys from and what are your names?
I'm Kyle. We're from Cleveland, Ohio.
And I'm Ashley.
I'm from Cleveland too, so what a nice surprise. Yeah, East Side, baby. Okay. So you came all the way to Washington, D.C. to support President Trump. Tell us about that. Have you been to any other rallies? Have you always supported him? Just give us a little background.
I mean, we've always loved Trump. We've always supported him. We haven't been to any rallies, but we figured today's the most important day to come out and support him, so.
You have to come out in the cold and support Trump.
That's great. And did you support him back in 2016 as well?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
That's great. So in the state of Ohio, we were considered a swing state that election. And then this year, for 2024, the election season, we were considered just solid red. I mean, we didn't have any Trump rallies in Ohio that I know of, and there was a bunch the first time around. 2020 was a blur, but yeah, so it's a little bit different now in the state of Ohio. What do you think about Bernie Moreno as our U.S. Senator kicking out Sherrod Brown, who was there for almost 20 years?
Oh, I think it's great. It's time for her to go.
Yeah, I like Bernie Moreno a lot.
That's great.
We love him.
He became such a successful businessman in the car industry in the Cleveland area, and he was a Colombian immigrant, obviously came through the legal process correctly, and he truly lived the American dream. So I think Bernie Moreno is going to be great for Ohio, a wonderful patriot from Cleveland, Ohio, just like us three. So it's going to be wonderful for the state. And then also Vivek Ramaswamy may be running for governor. Thoughts on that?
I would definitely vote for him. I love him. I think he's very smart, and I think he would do an amazing job.
Yeah, I agree. I also like DeWine, though, too, so.
DeWine has done a fine job as well. I do think that Vivek is so on board with the MAGA agenda and being on the Trump train, and I think he'd be great for business in Ohio because Ohio, and especially Cleveland, we used to be a powerhouse. About 100 years ago, Cleveland was rocking and rolling. Half of the world's millionaires lived on Euclid Avenue in Cleveland, and the Rockefellers were very involved. Some of the Rockefellers were buried in the Cleveland area. So we used to be a huge city in the United States, and I think it's time for a revitalization of Cleveland and the rest of Ohio too.
Absolutely, yeah. We love Cleveland. It's home, and we want to see it grow and thrive.
Yeah, absolutely.
So what are you most excited to see from President Trump today?
I mean, just being back home in the White House.
Yeah, coming back home and making America great again.
Perfect. And then what's your favorite policy and any final thoughts?
Definitely the immigration policy. We need much change on that for sure.
Yeah, I would agree. Immigration as well.
Wonderful. Today's the day we're closing the southern border, and mass deportations of illegal immigrants will be beginning, and our communities are going to be safe. Amen to that. And it's a wonderful day here in the United States. So thanks for joining. And then we're here with RSBN. So if there's anything else you'd like to say with our viewers, just let us know.
God bless America.
Yeah, God bless America.
Thank you so much, and enjoy your day.
Thank you.
Cleveland, Ohio Patriots all joining together, coming down to Washington, D.C. to celebrate our great president.
No, Megan, I think the only thing we're going to disagree on today will come later tonight when the Fighting Irish of Notre Dame will crush the Ohio State Buckeyes. But we have to have some fun. This is quite... That's a look I haven't seen before, but quite a day of celebration. President Trump being inaugurated as the 47th President of the United States, J.D. Vance as the 50th Vice President of the United States at 40 years young, a millennial taking office at the second highest in command in our great country. Of course, Associate Justice Brett Kavanaugh will administer that oath to J.D. Vance, and Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, John Roberts, will administer the oath of office to the President of the United States, Donald John Trump, thereafter.
What an action-packed day we have ahead of us. I could barely sleep last night. I don't know about you. I was too excited. I was like, this is the beginning of our golden age. This is all of our hard work is finally paying off to get President Trump back in the White House, his wonderful administration, his powerhouse team he's putting together to enact his America First agenda. And they're ready to get hit the ground running and start getting to work. President Trump said he's not waiting weeks and months to start enacting some of these executive orders. He said day one, we're going to start signing everything because we're not going to wait. We're not going to say, oh, we'll do it next week or the week after, because it won't get done. So let's get things done now. He's all about efficiency. He's all about results. He's all about being productive. And that's exactly what he's doing today in the White House.
It's morning again in America, and just like 40 years ago on a brisk January day in 1985 when Ronald Reagan took his second inaugural oath, President Donald Trump, just like the great communicator and the Gipper, as the people's president, will be coming back to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. A win for the Constitution, a win for civil rights on a day that we celebrate civil rights and the great legacy of Martin Luther King Jr. And just yesterday, the Capital One Arena to my right, President Trump has made another promise that he will release all of the details from the federal government within FBI and CIA documents regarding the assassinations of President John Fitzgerald Kennedy, RFK Sr., and also Martin Luther King Jr. It's about time that transparency comes to the American people.
I think that was a jaw-dropping moment for everyone in the arena last night when President Trump announced that. That is going to be huge for transparency to the American people because there's so many unsolved mysteries in people's minds about what happened with these assassinations. The American people deserve to know what happened, And I think there's going to be a lot of people waking up to the lies of what we've been told about these assassinations.
So much transparency and truth forthcoming under a new Trump administration. And let's talk to some folks out here who are, doing their freedom of speech and speaking. Sir, you're holding up pro-life activism here, and thank you for doing such a thing. And sorry to interrupt that for a moment, but just share some of your thoughts on this day, a day we celebrate civil rights and Martin Luther King, and also the most important right, life to liberty, right to life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness.
Yeah, of course. So we're with Created Equal, and we're here because we still have a crisis in this country, and that's the senseless killing of innocent children. So whether or not we want to realize it, there's babies dying, thousands of babies dying every day. And that's because we as a country, we still support elective abortion. We still support women having the choice to kill their babies in the womb, and that's not fair. Everybody in this country is created equal, and we all deserve a right to life. And to say that it's okay in any situation to take a child's life because the mother doesn't want to care for it or any other reason is fundamentally against what we are for in this country. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. You can see my hat, it's Created Equal in Spanish. We're with Created Equal in Columbus, Ohio. We just want to say that we're here for that purpose, and really not everybody in the Make America Great Again movement is pro-life. We want everybody to be completely pro-life and to be against abortion in all cases.
Is your organization itself fighting for a national abortion ban, or focusing more on going state by state, or all of the above?
All of the above. So any measure that would ban abortion, either nationally, statewide level, that's what we're for, because we want to support anything that will stop this killing in this country.
Well, thank you for being out here in the frigid temperature, celebrating Inauguration Day, and also your freedom of speech.
Thank you, sir.
Absolutely. And that's what our country's all about, Megan. It's coming out here and peacefully and patriotically sharing your feelings as an American citizen, especially that right to life. And it's enshrined in our founding documents, life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness, written by Thomas Jefferson, allowing God to pour through his hand and his mind as he wrote down those immortal words that we've lived by for nearly 250 years now, an unbroken chain of 47 or 45 men, but 47 presidents who have really sought to serve the country, really with the exception of a handful, including the one that is leaving today, a man really driven by a bloated bureaucracy, driven by a deep state, 50 years entrenched in Washington, and President Trump showing his fortitude in this last decade, being a citizen servant, being a great businessman, using those skills to get to 1600 Pennsylvania to make a difference for the American people.
That's exactly right. And I'd like to point out this sign over here, if you'd follow me. Can we show your sign on TV? Okay. So the Democrats like to say that this is not a real human life, and you could see the baby's organs are forming, their brain, their eyes, their fingers. When the Democrats find one cell on Mars, they're saying that's life. We found life on Mars. And then they try to say that this is not a human life. That's absolute hypocrisy. That makes no sense. These are human babies that are formed in the womb. These babies are alive. And the Democrats want to basically dehumanize these babies by calling them fetuses, saying that they're not living until they're born. And they have turned to extremely radical left abortion bills, where basically you can perform an abortion all the way up until birth, and sometimes even after birth. So it's just absolutely ridiculous. I had to point out that hypocrisy right there, because the Democrats have taken it way too far. And the way they do things is they start in one place and then they say, oh, it's just a little bit more. It's just a little bit more. So that's how they ended up with their abortion up until birth policies, and then sometimes even after birth policies. So they truly are pro-death. It's not pro-choice, it's pro-death. So I had to point that picture out because, like I said, the Democrats want to say if they found one cell on Mars, that's life. And they're trying to say that's not a human life.
Well, an excellent point. And we have Rebecca over here who came and said hello. She's out here with her brother. We're trying to find her brother. So
hey, Rebecca.
Sir, if you're watching, your sister Rebecca is here at 10 and G. And you're braving the cold and out here to see President Trump. What are you most excited about with the inaugural ceremonies today? And what are you most excited about with the 200-plus executive orders he has announced that will be happening, my goodness, in about an hour and a half or so?
Well, yesterday we were in line and about noon o'clock, everyone started saying one more day. So we're very excited for him to get into office. And he's always been true to his word. And so the whole nation saw that, and that's why they voted. But we're excited to see justice brought back in the land. What's right is right, what's wrong is wrong. Accountability. We're excited to see just righteousness kind of brought back into the land. We are founded on a nation that serves the Lord, and we still are people that serve the Lord. So it's exciting to see people line up and create laws and legislation, but also just to have a society that can be able to live freely with peace and excitement to serve God and to do what's right and to love one another. So.
You know what struck me with this morning, and actually yesterday too, it's much colder today than it was yesterday. Walking through the press area, so we had to go down 6 and H. I went into the stadium this morning in Capital One, and I was commenting, Secret Service was commenting that everyone is in such good spirits. Some people have been out here since 11:30 last night waiting to see President Trump in the parade that will take place on the inside of the arena. How long have you been out here today?
So yesterday we came out about 5 a.m. And we actually didn't get in, and then last minute we did. So it was such a victory moment. And we're here again today. I mean, we're going to be here as long as we can possibly be here. But it is a victory. I mean, people have said that they've been waiting since November. We've been waiting for 4 years, 8 years, so I mean, everyone's super excited about this.
And President Trump pledging that the J6 prisoners will be, their sentences commutated or pardoned later today. So freedom for those who did not have a speedy trial, which is guaranteed in our Bill of Rights, the Sixth Amendment.
That's awesome. Yeah, we've been praying a lot for people and just, that things get realigned right. Justice brought, and anything that's been kind of crooked or confusing that's not been true, that gets realigned.
Natural order and natural law coming back into play as President Trump truly is the people's president for this moment. Rebecca, have a wonderful time in D.C. And, thank you so much. It's always a pleasure to find the viewers, and thank you for liking, sharing, subscribing, all of our content. We deeply appreciate it. Absolutely. God bless you. Definitely. Take care. Megan has someone to speak with as well.
Hi there. We have a beauty queen who'd like to say something to our RSBN viewers. So where are you from and what's your name?
I'm from Yuma, Arizona. My name's Isabel Nichols.
Wow, you came pretty far over here to Washington, D.C. for this event. So tell us about your support for President Trump and what you'd like to see today.
I'm just super excited to see what's to come. His first term was really great, and I'm excited with all the promises he's made this past campaign of his, and I think we all have a sense of hope for our country. It's been a very scary 4 years, especially the last 2. So I'm excited for a sense of hope and be able to buy a house one day.
That's right. All of us young people want to live the American dream like our parents and grandparents and great-parents got to. So, of course, it's getting increasingly harder and harder to do so because of this Bidenomics. The economy is shot because of the Democrat policies. But President Trump's going to fix that. We're going to drill, baby, drill and bring down inflation. That's first and foremost. And then, of course, the economy is going to be booming. I mean, the stock market's already roaring because of President Trump getting elected. So it's going to be exciting. Is there anything else you'd like to say to the RSBN viewers today?
When it comes to illegal immigration, I'm so excited for it to stop because my grandparents came over from Mexico, and it's not fair to them for everything that they've done. They had work visas, work in the fields. It's not fair to them to be able to sit there and watch people come in. I live right on the border, so we saw it from day one, and it's a real thing, and people need to stop it. It needs to be done. Yeah.
Right. So you get to see it firsthand because you said you live right on the border and your parents and grandparents came from Mexico the legal way, and it was a lot of work and had to take their citizenship test, which I'm sure they had to study for. So there's a lot that goes into this, and going through the legal process, it's a lot of hard work, but it's worth it. And then you see these other people just running over and getting everything handed to them. I would be also very upset by that. So I can see why that makes a lot, makes a lot of sense to you and your family. So thanks for sharing that. And is there anything else you like to say to President Trump, because he actually watches us a lot?
Well, I'm super excited. We're praying for you all the time. Rosary's going your way. But you're always in our hearts. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much, and enjoy. Have fun today. She's heading into the arena. It's going to be a wonderful day here in America.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And your name was?
Megan.
Megan, nice to meet you.
With RSBN, so check it out.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I just noticed a T-shirt that says "Truth really upsets many people." So Trump, and in some cases, that's true for the far left or those who have opposed common sense principles. Those 20 promises President Trump made during the campaign, which was adopted by the Republican National Committee at their convention in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, back in July, a much warmer time. I know you were there enjoying all that wonderful convention had to offer. And really, for the first time in my lifetime, with the Trump effect, it seems as if the Republican Party is that big tent party, very similar to what President Ronald Reagan wanted to create in that movement of the Reagan right. This is now the Trump populist right, the Trump common sense people, Republican and Democrat, coming together to support the MAGA agenda. And we've seen this even with legislators. Senator John Fetterman saying he will support Marco Rubio in a likely vote today to become the next Secretary of State.
Wonderful. And I would just love to point out how we just spoke with a young lady whose family came from Mexico the legal way. They went through our immigration process with the proper steps, and it's not easy. It's a lot of work, but it's obviously worth it to become an American citizen, and that goes to show they wanted to come to America the right way. They are filled with American pride to be part of this great country, and then they're looking around at all these other people coming through the Mexican southern border and just getting everything handed to them, and they don't have to go through any of the processes, maybe not even learning English. It's just a mess, and she lives on the border, and she sees it with her own eyes. So it's great to hear perspective from someone like that.
Well, and I think about the families like Jocelyn Nungary, Laken Riley. I watched over the Thanksgiving holiday when Laken Riley's roommates, really sisters to her, gave their victim impact statements to that. true.
I'm not staying. I'm taking pictures.
Make sure it's a good shot.
With him.
Ladies and gentlemen, the acting dean of the Diplomatic Corps.
Good morning, sir. How are you this morning?
Good
Mr.
morning. Thank you.
President Trump, how do you feel? President Biden?
Well,
Good morning, Mr. Vice
Morning, guys.
President. How do you feel? Any comments, sir? Nope.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President-elect's cabinet and cabinet-level designees.
So do you too, though. Yes. Yeah. So,
Attention!
Just try to catch her eye. Present arms!
Presidential Inaugural Committee. Committee Co-Chair, Mr. Steve Witkoff.
What's that? Yeah, it's pretty neat.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, former Vice Presidents, the Honorable Dan Quayle, accompanied by Mrs. Marilyn Quayle, and the Honorable Michael Pence. Ladies and gentlemen, the 42nd President of the United States, the Honorable William J. Clinton, accompanied by the Honorable Hillary Rodham Clinton. Ladies and gentlemen, the 43rd President of the United States, the Honorable George W. Bush, accompanied by Mrs. Laura Bush. Ladies and gentlemen, the 44th President of the United States, the Honorable Barack H. Obama. Ladies and gentlemen, the Chief Justice of the United States, the Honorable John G. Roberts, Jr., and the Associate Justices of the Supreme Court of the United States. Tiffany Trump, and Barron Trump. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting Dr. Biden and Mr. Emhoff, the Republican Staff Director of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Ms. Emily Leviner, the Senate Secretary for the Minority, the Honorable Gary Myrick, the House of Representatives Chief Administrative Officer, the Honorable Catherine Spindor, and Mr. Bruce Fisher. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Jill Biden and Mr. Douglas Emhoff. Ladies and gentlemen, performing O America, please welcome the Armed Forces Chorus and America's tenor, Christopher D. Macchio. The Honorable Jackie Barber, the Clerk of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Kevin F. McCumber, Mr. John Bessler, Mrs. Kelly Johnson, Mrs. Iris Weinshaw Schumer, and Mrs. Jennifer Scalise. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the President of the United States and the Vice President of the United States, Ranking Member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fischer, House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, and Senate Majority Secretary, the Honorable Robert Duncan. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, the Honorable Joseph R. Biden, Jr., and Vice President of the United States, the Honorable Kamala Devi Harris. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the Vice President-elect, the Executive Director for the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Mr. Michael Wagner, Senate Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms and Doorkeeper, Jason Bell, and House Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms, Mr. Sean Keating. Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President-elect of the United States, the Honorable J.D. Vance. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the President-elect, the Staff Director for the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Elizabeth Farah, House Sergeant-at-Arms, the Honorable William P. McFarland, Senate Sergeant-at-Arms and Doorkeeper, the Honorable Jennifer A. Hemingway, Senate Majority Leader, the Honorable John Thune, and the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, House Majority Leader, the Honorable Steve Scalise, Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Mike Johnson, Senate Democratic Leader, the Honorable Charles E. Schumer, Ranking Member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fischer, and Chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar. Ladies and gentlemen, the President-elect of the United States, the Honorable Donald John Trump. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Please welcome the chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 60th presidential inauguration. Today, President-elect Trump and Vice President-elect Vance will take their oaths of office, and we will witness the peaceful transfer of power at the heart of our democracy. For the past year, I've chaired the inaugural ceremony committee, which includes the leadership of Congress from both parties. We thank the committee and Capitol staff and law enforcement who worked so hard over the last year, and especially the last 3 days. You've done a beautiful job, and you have shown grace under pressure. Our theme this year is our enduring democracy. The presence of so many presidents and vice presidents here today is truly a testament to that endurance. We welcome President Biden and Dr. Biden. We welcome Vice President Harris and Doug Emhoff, President Obama, President Clinton and Secretary Clinton, President Bush and Laura Bush, Vice President Pence, Vice President Quayle and Marilyn Quayle. The justices of the United States Supreme Court are with us, all 9 of them I counted, and of course the Trump and Vance families. This ceremony marks what will soon be 250 years of our democracy. It is the moment when leaders elevated by the will of the people promise to be faithful to our Constitution, to cherish and defend it. It is the moment when they become, as we all should be, the guardians of our country. Through war and peace, through adversity and prosperity, we hold this inauguration every 4 years, and today it falls on Martin Luther King Day, a further reminder that we must strive to uphold the values enshrined in our Constitution, the freedoms, the liberties, and, as is inscribed on the entrance of the United States Supreme Court, equal justice under law. But what makes this moment more than a passing ceremony is all who are watching it across the country, the people of this nation, the ordinary people doing extraordinary things. President Kennedy, who at one point worked as a senator in this building and would often walk through this very rotunda, once said, "In a democracy, every citizen, regardless of interest in politics, holds office. Every one of us is in a position of responsibility." With that responsibility of citizenship comes an obligation not to seek out malice, as President Lincoln once reminded us, but to view others with a generosity of spirit despite our differences. With that responsibility of leadership comes an obligation to stand our ground when we must and find common ground when we can. With everything swirling around us, the hot mess of division, it is on all of us, to quote an incredible songwriter who just happened to be born in my state, to ensure that our nation's democracy is our shelter from the storm. There's a reason this ceremony takes place at the Capitol. In other countries, it might be in a presidential palace or a gilded executive office building. Here it is traditionally held at the Capitol, the People's House. It is a fitting reminder of the system of checks and balances that is the very foundation of our government, 3 equal branches of government. That is how, for nearly 250 years, our great American experiment, grounded in the rule of law, has endured. So, as we inaugurate a new president and vice president, let us remember that the power of those in this room comes from the people. The construction workers who build our country, the teachers and healthcare workers who nurture us, the troops defending our freedoms, and yes, the firefighters in Los Angeles putting themselves on the line for us. Our democracy's strength and grit must match theirs. May God bless our nation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Endurance through the years is the ultimate test. To persevere through time is the truest measure of an idea, an institution, and a nation. Our founders wrote the Constitution so that America could withstand all the twists and turns of time. They wrote it to guide us and to preserve forever our right of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But as much as the truths and principles enshrined in our Constitution remain the same, our democracy promises the American people the power to change, to chart their own destiny. That's the beauty. That is the importance of democracy. It allows the endurance, the permanence of a nation through change. It allows nations like our United States both to avoid the obstacles and to seize the opportunities God has placed before us, all while staying true to our founding principles. Today is our country's 60th inauguration ceremony. Like all the others before it, it is a celebration of our right to set our uniquely American course. The past several years have been trying at times for many, many Americans, and also for the nations of the free world that we humbly strive to lead. In November, Americans chose again to steer this nation towards greatness, the secure, safe, and prosperous future that our founders envisioned for all of us. And today, we celebrate not only their decision to do so, but also the simple right and wisdom of a free people to make their own choice so that their nation might endure. And now, allow me to welcome Archbishop Timothy Dolan and Reverend Franklin Graham, who will deliver our invocation. Please rise.
Be still and know that I am God, supreme among the nations, supreme on the earth. Let us pray. Remembering General George Washington on his knees at Valley Forge, recalling Abraham Lincoln at his second inaugural, with malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right as God gives us to see the right. Remembering General George Patton's instructions to his soldiers as they began the Battle of the Bulge 8 decades ago. Pray. Pray when fighting. Pray alone. Pray with others. Pray by night. Pray by day. Observing the birthday of the Reverend Martin Luther King, who warned, without God, our efforts turn to ashes. We, blessed citizens of this one nation under God, humbled by our claim that in God we trust, gather indeed this Inauguration Day to pray for our President Donald J. Trump, his family, his advisors, his cabinet, his aspirations, his vice president, for the Lord's blessings upon Joseph Biden, for our men and women in uniform, for each other whose hopes are stoked this new year, this Inauguration Day. We cannot err in relying upon that prayer from the Bible, upon which our president will soon place his hand in oath, as we make our own the supplications of King Solomon for wisdom as he began his governance. God of our fathers, in your wisdom you set man to govern your creatures, to govern in holiness and justice, to render justice with integrity. Give our leader wisdom, for he is your servant, aware of his own weakness and brevity of life. If wisdom which comes not from you be not with him, he shall be held in no esteem. Send wisdom from heavens, that she may be with him, that he may know your designs. Please, God, bless America. Please, mend her every flaw. You are the God in whom we trust, who lives and reigns forever and ever. Amen.
Mr. President, the last 4 years, there are times I'm sure you thought it was pretty dark. But look what God has done. We praise him and give him glory. Let us pray. Our Father and our God, thou hast said, blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. As the prophet Daniel prayed, blessed be the name of God forever and ever. For wisdom and might are his. He changes the times and the seasons. He removes kings. He raises up kings. He gives wisdom to the wise and knowledge to those who have understanding. Our Father, today, as President Donald J. Trump takes the oath of office once again, we come to say thank you, O Lord our God. Father, when Donald Trump's enemies thought he was down and out, you and you alone saved his life and raised him up with strength and power by your mighty hand. We pray for President Trump that you'll watch over, protect, guide, direct him. Give him your wisdom from your throne on high. We ask that you would bless him and that our nation would be blessed through him. We also ask that you would bless and protect Melania as First Lady. We thank you for the beauty, the warmth, and grace that she shows not only to this nation, but to the whole world. We thank you for Vice President-elect J.D. Vance and his wife Usha and their young family. May he be a strength to President Trump, to stand beside him, to hold up his arms like Aaron held up the arms of Moses in the midst of battle. The prophet Samuel reminded the people, it was you that brought them up from the land of Egypt. And he said, now stand still that I may reason with you before the Lord. So, Father, we take this moment to stand still, to remember the great things that you have done for this nation. Thank you for the protection, the bounty, the freedoms that we so enjoy. We remember to keep our eyes fixed on you, and may our hearts be inclined to your voice. We know that America can never be great again if we turn our backs on you. We ask for your help, and we pray all of this in the name of the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, your Son, my Savior, and our Redeemer, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Associate Justice Kavanaugh to administer the Vice Presidential Oath of Office.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear.
I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith.
That I will bear true faith
and allegiance to the same.
and allegiance to the same.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation.
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion.
or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties of the office.
the duties of the office
On which I am about to enter.
on which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. Vice President.
Please welcome Chief Justice Roberts to administer the Presidential Oath of Office.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute
that I will faithfully execute
the office of President of the United States
the office of President of the United States
and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
Christ was born across the sea, with our glory in his bosom that transfigures you and me. As he died to make men let us die to make men free while God is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah.
It is my honor and pleasure to introduce to you the 45th and the 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much, everybody. Well, thank you very, very much. Vice President Vance, Speaker Johnson, Senator Thune, Chief Justice Roberts, Justices of the United States Supreme Court, President Clinton, President Bush, President Obama, President Biden, Vice President Harris, and my fellow citizens. The golden age of America begins right now. From this day forward, our country will flourish and be respected again all over the world. We will be the envy of every nation, and we will not allow ourselves to be taken advantage of any longer. During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first. Our sovereignty will be reclaimed. Our safety will be restored. The scales of justice will be rebalanced. The vicious, violent, and unfair weaponization of the Justice Department and our government will end. And our top priority will be to create a nation that is proud, prosperous, and free. America will soon be greater, stronger, and far more exceptional than ever before. I return to the presidency confident and optimistic that we are at the start of a thrilling new era of national success. A tide of change is sweeping the country, sunlight is pouring over the entire world, and America has the chance to seize this opportunity like never before. But first, we must be honest about the challenges we face. While they are plentiful, they will be annihilated by this great momentum that the world is now witnessing in the United States of America. As we gather today, our government confronts a crisis of trust. For many years, a radical and corrupt establishment has extracted power and wealth from our citizens while the pillars of our society lay broken and seemingly in complete disrepair. We now have a government that cannot manage even a simple crisis at home, while at the same time stumbling into a continuing catalog of catastrophic events abroad. It fails to protect our magnificent, law-abiding American citizens, but provides sanctuary and protection for dangerous criminals, many from prisons and mental institutions that have illegally entered our country from all over the world. We have a government that has given unlimited funding to the defense of foreign borders, but refuses to defend American borders or, more importantly, its own people. Our country can no longer deliver basic services in times of emergency, as recently shown by the wonderful people of North Carolina, been treated so badly. And other states who are still suffering from a hurricane that took place many months ago. Or more recently, Los Angeles, where we are watching fires still tragically burn from weeks ago without even a token of defense. They're raging through the houses and communities, even affecting some of the wealthiest and most powerful individuals in our country, some of whom are sitting here right now. They don't have a home any longer. That's interesting. But we can't let this happen. Everyone is unable to do anything about it. That's going to change. We have a public health system that does not deliver in times of disaster, yet more money is spent on it than any country anywhere in the world. And we have an education system that teaches our children to be ashamed of themselves in many cases, to hate our country despite the love that we try so desperately to provide to them. All of this will change starting today, and it will change very quickly. My recent election is a mandate to completely and totally reverse a horrible betrayal and all of these many betrayals that have taken place, and to give the people back their faith, their wealth, their democracy, and indeed their freedom. From this moment on, America's decline is over. Our liberties and our nation's glorious destiny will no longer be denied, and we will immediately restore the integrity, competency, and loyalty of America's government. Over the past 8 years, I have been tested and challenged more than any president in our 250-year history, and I've learned a lot along the way. The journey to reclaim our republic has not been an easy one, that I can tell you. Those who wish to stop our cause have tried to take my freedom and indeed to take my life. Just a few months ago in a beautiful Pennsylvania field, an assassin's bullet ripped through my ear. But I felt then, and believe even more so now, that my life was saved for a reason. I was saved by God to make America great again. Thank you. Thank you very much. That is why each day under our administration of American patriots, we will be working to meet every crisis with dignity and power and strength. We will move with purpose and speed to bring back hope, prosperity, safety, and peace for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. For American citizens, January 20th, 2025 is Liberation Day. It is my hope that our recent presidential election will be remembered as the greatest and most consequential election in the history of our country. As our victory showed, the entire nation is rapidly unifying behind our agenda with dramatic increases in support from virtually every element of our society, young and old, men and women, African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, urban, suburban, rural, and very importantly, we had a powerful win in all 7 swing states, and the popular vote, we won by millions of people. To the Black and Hispanic communities, I want to thank you for the tremendous outpouring of love and trust that you have shown me with your vote. We set records, and I will not forget it. I've heard your voices in the campaign, and I look forward to working with you in the years to come. Today is Martin Luther King Day, and his honor, this will be a great honor, but in his honor we will strive together to make his dream a reality. We will make his dream come true. Thank you. Thank you. National unity is now returning to America, and confidence and pride is soaring like never before. In everything we do, my administration will be inspired by a strong pursuit of excellence and unrelenting success. We will not forget our country. We will not forget our Constitution, and we will not forget our God. Can't do that. Today I will sign a series of historic executive orders. With these actions, we will begin the complete restoration of America and the revolution of common sense. It's all about common sense. First, I will declare a national emergency at our southern border. All all illegal entry will immediately be halted, and we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came. We will reinstate my Remain in Mexico policy. I will end the practice of catch and release. And I will send troops to the southern border to repel the disastrous invasion of our country. Under the orders I signed today, we will also be designating the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. And by invoking the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, I will direct our government to use the full and immense power of federal and state law enforcement to eliminate the presence of all foreign gangs and criminal networks, bringing devastating crime to U.S. soil, including our cities and inner cities. As Commander-in-Chief, I have no higher responsibility than to defend our country from threats and invasions, and that is exactly what I am going to do. We will do it at a level that nobody's ever seen before. Next, I will direct all members of my cabinet to marshal the vast powers at their disposal to defeat what was record inflation and rapidly bring down costs and prices. The inflation crisis was caused by massive overspending and escalating energy prices, and that is why today I will also declare a national energy emergency. We will drill, baby, drill. America will be a manufacturing nation once again, and we have something that no other manufacturing nation will ever have, the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth, and we are going to use it. We will bring prices down, fill our strategic reserves up again right to the top, and export American energy all over the world. We will be a rich nation again, and it is that liquid gold under our feet that will help to do it. With my actions today, we will end the Green New Deal, and we will revoke the electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto industry and keeping my sacred pledge to our great American auto workers. In other words, you'll be able to buy the car of your choice. We will build automobiles in America again at a rate that nobody could have dreamt possible just a few years ago. And thank you to the auto workers of our nation for your inspiring vote of confidence. We did tremendously with their vote. I will immediately begin the overhaul of our trade system to protect American workers and families. Instead of taxing our citizens to enrich other countries, we will tariff and tax foreign countries to enrich our citizens. For this purpose, we are establishing the External Revenue Service to collect all tariffs, duties, and revenues. It will be massive amounts of money pouring into our Treasury. coming from foreign sources. The American dream will soon be back and thriving like never before. To restore competence and effectiveness to our federal government, my administration will establish the brand new Department of Government Efficiency. After years and years of illegal and unconstitutional federal efforts to restrict free expression, I will also sign an executive order to immediately stop all government censorship and bring back free speech to America. Never again will the immense power of the state be weaponized to persecute political opponents, something I know something about. We will not allow that to happen. It will not happen again. Under my leadership, we will restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. And we are going to bring law and order back to our cities. This week, I will also end the government policy of trying to socially engineer race and gender into every aspect of public and private life. We will forge a society that is colorblind and merit-based. As of today, it will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. This week, I will reinstate any service members who were unjustly expelled from our military for objecting to the COVID vaccine mandate with full back pay. And I will sign an order to stop our warriors from being subjected to radical political theories and social experiments while on duty. It's going to end immediately. Our armed forces will be freed to focus on their sole mission, defeating America's enemies. Like in 2017, we will again build the strongest military the world has ever seen. We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars that we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into. My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker and unifier. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker and a unifier. I'm pleased to say that as of yesterday, one day before I assumed office, the hostages in the Middle East are coming back home to their families. Thank you. America will reclaim its rightful place as the greatest, most powerful, most respected nation on earth, inspiring the awe and admiration of the entire world. A short time from now, we are going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, and we will restore the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley, where it should be and where it belongs. President McKinley made our country very rich through tariffs and through talent. He was a natural businessman and gave Teddy Roosevelt the money for many of the great things he did, including the Panama Canal, which has foolishly been given to the country of Panama after the United States. The United States, I mean, think of this, spent more money than ever spent on a project before and lost 38,000 lives in the building of the Panama Canal. We have been treated very badly from this foolish gift that should have never been made, and Panama's promise to us has been broken. The purpose of our deal and the spirit of our treaty has been totally violated. American ships are being severely overcharged and not treated fairly in any way, shape, or form, and that includes the United States Navy. And above all, China is operating the Panama Canal, and we didn't give it to China, we gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back. Above all, my message to Americans today is that it is time for us to once again act with courage, vigor, and the vitality of history's greatest civilization. So as we liberate our nation, we will lead it to new heights of victory and success. We will not be deterred. Together we will end the chronic disease epidemic and keep our children safe, healthy, and disease-free. The United States will once again consider itself a growing nation, one that increases our wealth, expands our territory, builds our cities, raises our expectations, and carries our flag into new and beautiful horizons. And we will pursue our manifest destiny into the stars, launching American astronauts to plant the stars and stripes on the planet Mars. Ambition is the lifeblood of a great nation, and right now our nation is more ambitious than any other. There's no nation like our nation. Americans are explorers, builders, innovators, entrepreneurs, and pioneers. The spirit of the frontier is written into our hearts. The call of the next great adventure resounds from within our souls. Our American ancestors turned a small group of colonies on the edge of a vast continent into a mighty republic of the most extraordinary citizens on earth. No one comes close. Americans pushed thousands of miles through a rugged land of untamed wilderness. They crossed deserts, scaled mountains, braved untold dangers, won the Wild West, ended slavery, rescued millions from tyranny, lifted billions from poverty, harnessed electricity, split the atom, launched mankind into the heavens, and put the universe of human knowledge into the palm of the human hand. If we work together, there is nothing we cannot do and no dream we cannot achieve. Many people thought it was impossible for me to stage such a historic political comeback. But as you see today, here I am. The American people have spoken. I stand before you now as proof that you should never believe that something is impossible to do. In America, the impossible is what we do best. From New York to Los Angeles, from Philadelphia to Phoenix, from Chicago to Miami, from Houston to right here in Washington, D.C., our country was forged and built by the generations of patriots who gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. They were farmers and soldiers, cowboys and factory workers, steel workers and coal miners, police officers and pioneers who pushed onward, marched forward, and let no obstacle defeat their spirit or their pride. Together they laid down the railroads, raised up the skyscrapers, built great highways, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and triumphed over every single challenge that they faced. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. With your help, we will restore America, promise, and we will rebuild the nation that we love, and we love it so much. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. So to every parent who dreams for their child, and every child who dreams for their future, I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We are going to win like never before. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. In recent years, our nation has suffered greatly, but we are going to bring it back and make it great again, greater than ever before. We will be a nation like no other, full of compassion, courage, and exceptionalism. Our power will stop all wars and bring a new spirit of unity to a world that has been angry, violent, and totally unpredictable. America will be respected again and admired again, including by people of religion, faith, and goodwill. We will be prosperous. We will be proud. We will be strong, and we will win like never before. We will not be conquered. We will not be intimidated. We will not be broken, and we will not fail. From this day on, the United States of America will be a free, sovereign, and independent nation. We will stand bravely. We will live proudly. We will dream boldly, and nothing will stand in our way because we are Americans. The future is ours, and our golden age has just begun. Thank you. God bless America. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, performing America the Beautiful, please welcome the Armed Forces Chorus and Carrie Underwood.
you know the words, help me out here. Oh, beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountain majesties above the fruited plain. America, America, God shed His grace on thee and crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea.
Ladies and gentlemen, Senator Fisher will now introduce the benediction clergy.
I now call on Rabbi Ari Berman, Pastor Lorenzo Sewell, and Reverend Frank Mund to provide prayers of benediction.
Let us pray. Almighty God, your prophet Jeremiah walked the streets of Jerusalem and blessed its inhabitants with the Hebrew words, Baruch HaGever Asher Yiftach BaHashem. Blessed is the one who trusts in God. Thousands of years later, this great nation, which adopted these words as its motto, "In God we trust," stands at a moment of historic opportunity. Americans are searching for meaning. Our merciful Father, help us rise to meet this moment. Bless President Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance with the strength and courage to choose the right and the good. Unite us around our foundational biblical values of life and liberty, of service and sacrifice, and especially of faith and morality, which George Washington called the indispensable supports of American prosperity. Guide our schools and college campuses, which have been experiencing such unrest, to inspire the next generation, to pair progress with purpose, knowledge with wisdom, and truth with virtue. Hear the cry of the hostages, both American and Israeli, whose pain our president so acutely feels. We are so thankful for the 3 young women who yesterday returned home, and pray that the next 4 years brings peace to Israel and throughout the Middle East. Almighty God, grant all Americans the opportunity to realize our shared dream of a life filled with peace and plenty, health and happiness, compassion and contribution. Stir within us the confidence to rise to this moment. For while we trust in God, God's trust is in us, the American people. America is called to greatness, to be a beacon of light and a mover of history. May our nation merit the fulfillment of Jeremiah's blessing, that like a tree planted by water, we shall not cease to bear fruit. May all of humanity experience your love and your blessing. May it be thy will, and let us say, Amen.
Let us pray for our 47th president. Heavenly Father, we're so grateful that you gave our 45th and now our 47th president a millimeter miracle. We are grateful that you are the one that have called him for such a time as this, that America would begin to dream again. We pray that we would fulfill the true meaning of our creed, that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. We pray that you use our president, that we will live in a nation where we will not be judged by the color of our skin, but by the content of our character. Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus, we are so grateful today that you will use our 47th president so we would sing with new meaning, my country, 'tis of thee. Sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Land where my fathers died, land of the pilgrim's pride, from every mountainside. Let freedom ring, and because America is called to be a great nation, we believe that you will make this come true. So let freedom ring. From the prodigious hilltops of New Hampshire, let freedom ring. From the mighty mountains of New York, let freedom ring. From the heightening Alleghenies of Pennsylvania, let freedom ring. From the snow-capped Rockies of Colorado, let freedom ring. From the curvaceous hilltops of California, but God, we're asking you not only that, let freedom ring from Stone Mountain, Georgia. Let freedom ring from Lookout Mountain of Tennessee. Let freedom ring from every hill and every molehill in Mississippi, from every state, every city, every village, and every hamlet. And when we let freedom ring, we will be able to speed up that day where all of your children, black men and white men, Protestant and Catholic, Jew and Gentile, will be able to sing in the meaning of that old Negro spiritual, free at last, free at last. Thank you, God Almighty. We are free at last. If you believe where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. Come on, put your hands together and give your great God great glory.
Almighty and eternal God, we gather here today in reverence, joined in our shared hopes and dreams for our beloved nation. In this sacred moment of the inauguration of President Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance, we turn our hearts to you, seeking your divine assistance and abundant blessings upon this pivotal moment in history. We come before you with profound gratitude for the many gifts you have bestowed upon our land. Thank you for the freedoms we cherish, for the strength of our communities, and for the resilience of our spirit. As our President and Vice President embrace their newly appointed roles, we humbly implore that your everlasting love and wisdom will envelop them. Grant them the clarity of mind to navigate the challenges that lie ahead, and the compassion to serve all citizens with fairness and integrity. May their hearts be filled with a giving spirit and sincere understanding for those whom they represent. May they be beacons of hope in times of uncertainty and prophetic voices in defending the dignity of all created life. We pray for a spirit of collaboration to flourish in our government and across our nation, fostering an environment where dialogue and heartfelt listening will prevail over division or discord. May each decision made by our President and Vice President reflect the values of justice and peace. As we embark on this new chapter, we also seek your comfort, O God, for those who feel lost or disheartened. In this time of transition, may your light shine upon them, reaffirming their belief in a brighter tomorrow. May we all strive to lift one another, supporting our fellow citizens with kindness and empathy, recognizing that together we can overcome any adversity. Grant us the strength to endure, the courage to face our fears, and the clarity to see the light that remains, even when clouds of uncertainty may gather. Inspire our new leaders to be champions for the vulnerable and advocates for those whose voices are often silenced. May they pursue policies that promote the well-being of all, seeking to build bridges that will foster unity and belonging. As we stand witness to this inauguration, we hold fast to our faith in the goodness of each of us and the possibility of change. We trust that with your guidance, O God, our nation can move forward to a future filled with promise, prosperity, and understanding. And finally, we lift our hearts in gratitude for the beloved parents of President Trump. Without Mary and Fred Trump, this day would never be the miracle that has just begun. From their place in heaven, may they shield their son from all harm by their loving protection, and give him the strength to guide our nation along the path that will make America great again. Let us go forth now with these words of President Trump's emblazoned on our hearts. As long as we have pride in our beliefs, courage in our convictions, and faith in our God, then we will not fail. We stand tall, we stand proud, because we are Americans, and Americans kneel to God, and to God alone. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for our national anthem.
Can you say, o'er the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose was stripes and bright stars, through the perilous fight, on the ramparts waves were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets eagerly, heaven bursting in earth, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, sailors, let's go take a
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain at your seats while the President and official party depart the platform.
as witnesses to President Trump's triumphant return to the White House. Right now, already this morning, you can feel it around the country. We certainly felt it here in the city. America is coming together and roaring back again, and it begins today, as the President just told us. I know we'd all rather be gathered together on the National Mall with hundreds of thousands of our closest friends, but our disappointment is well overcome with our excitement for the future that we feel today. We have the chance to make the next 4 years the most consequential period in our nation's history. And as Speaker of the House, it is my great pleasure, my great honor, to introduce to you the man who will lead us to this new golden age, the decisive winner of the Electoral College and the popular vote, the 45th and the 47th, and the greatest president of our lifetimes, Donald J. Trump.
Well, thank you all so much for being here. And was that a hell of a speech or what? That was, man. That was a good way to start it off. You know, I didn't know exactly what the president would put in that speech, and I hoped to myself that he wasn't going to hold back, and sir, you didn't hold back. That was a hell of a way to start the next 4 years. But I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, and I know I speak for the president and for all of us, thank you, thank you, thank you for making this possible. We love you. We wouldn't be here without you, and we're going to make America great again together for the next 4 years. And the last thing I'll say is, you know, having stood outside for about 5 minutes to wave goodbye to the Bidens, thank God we moved that thing indoors, because it was a beautiful ceremony and it was cold as hell outside. So, sir, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
No, he's right. I said, oh, look at this beautiful sunny day. We blew it. And then I went outside and we were freezing. You would have been very unhappy. The sun was very deceptive, I will tell you. It is cold out. And I'm sort of saying, you know, that was so beautiful today. Maybe they should do it there every 4 years. Does that make sense? I don't know. Because, you know, the outdoor thing is really good, but it gets a little cold around this time of the year, as some people have noticed. And a lot of times they suffer through it. There was no suffering in that room. It was 72 degrees. It was perfect with the best acoustics I think I've ever heard in a room. This is not so bad either. But I just want to say, you're a younger, far more beautiful audience that I just spoke to. And I want to keep it off the record. I want to keep that off the record. Because I don't want to have all those big shots up there. I don't want to think you're more powerful than them, you look better than them, and I love you. Now, we just had a great time. We just had a great day. This was amazing. You know, when you think we took a journey, I mentioned in the speech, a lot of people said that was not a journey that was possible, and it was indeed possible. I didn't really know too much about what they were saying when they said that, but a lot of people felt it. And we hooked up with J.D. very early. I watched J.D. over a period of time. I endorsed him in Ohio. He was a great senator, and very, very smart. The only one smarter than him was his wife. That was I would have chosen her, but somehow the line of succession didn't work that way, right? But now she's great and he's great. This is a great, beautiful couple, and unbelievable career. I just said to him, you are very upwardly mobile, because he hasn't been doing it that long, but he picked it up so quickly. Remember, the first week was a little bit like the fake news was hitting him really hard. And I said, ooh, this may be tough, but after that, it was smooth sailing for him. He took on everybody. He took on the meanest. I don't want to use the word corrupt because we're into a new system, so let's wait till the corruption begins, because it will. But he took on some pretty mean people, and he handled it well. I want to also congratulate Mike Johnson for the job that he's doing. Steve, we gave him a majority of almost nothing, and then I said, to make it tougher on him, let me take 2 or 3 of the people, right? I said, he'll only have to suffer with that for about 3 months. How are they doing, by the way? Are they? Is that moving along?
Totally unified.
I said, do you mind if I take this one, that one, and a couple of others? He didn't mind. He can handle it. No, he's a man that's liked by everybody. I've never met a man like this. You've got how many is it, 219 or 220 or something? 220. And of the 220, 219 really like him. I noticed he got 1 negative vote once about 2 weeks ago. But I think even 220 like him, if you want to know the truth. And that's very unusual. I know a lot of nice guys in Congress, and they have 35 people that hate him. So if you have 35 people that hate you and you only have 1 or 2 or 3 votes, you'll have 5, I think. But that's going to be like, you know, the good news is when we get to that 5 number, it's going to feel like a massive majority. You could be really nasty to a couple of them at least, you know? So it's going to feel like hitting your head on the wall and stopping. It feels so good to stop. But he's done a fantastic job. And Steve Scalise is, he's our hero because, you know, I was with him. You talk about being shot. I was with him. He got some bad ones, and his incredible wife, and she really loves him. You know, you never know about that. I've been with other people. They were doing poorly, and the wife is like looking at her watch. She can't get out of the hospital fast enough. How's he doing? Oh, I don't know. He's all right. That woman was a mess. She was crying and crying. No, they're going to take him. They're going to take him. I told Steve when he finally woke up, it was a while too. The doctor told me it was the most blood they've ever transfused in any patient. They've never done anything like it. And here he is, the picture of strength, right? And he's been a great friend of mine, right? With a family, because of a family. And what a job you did. It worked out pretty much better than we even thought, right? And I did have a couple of things, you know, to say that were extremely controversial. And between J.D. and Melania and anybody else that heard, please, sir, it's such a beautiful unifying speech. Please, sir, don't say these things. I said, I'm telling you, it's going to play great. They say, you're right. For this group of people, it's going to play great. You're the only ones I hurt by not, but we had some beauties, didn't we, Melania? She said, sir, calls me sir when she's angry. No, I'm only kidding. I better say I'm only kidding, or the press is going to pick that one up loud and clear. No, but she said, no, I think it would be terrible. It's such a nice speech. I think it's, you know, it all depends on your delivery. How was the delivery? Was it good? But she said it's such a beautiful speech. You can't put things in there that you were going to put in. And I was going to talk about the J6 hostages, but you'll be happy because, you know, it's action, not words that count. And you're going to see a lot of action on the J6 hostages. And I was going to talk about the things that Joe did today with the pardons of people that were very, very guilty of very bad crimes, like the Unselect Committee of Political Thugs, where they literally, I mean, what they did is they destroyed and deleted all of the information, all of the hearings, practically not a thing left. They deleted all the information on Nancy Pelosi having turned down the offer of 10,000 soldiers. You wouldn't have needed 10,000. You could have had 500, and it would have stopped. Because we may have had 1 million people that day, the people that were there. You don't see any photographs, but we have a lot of great photos. But you don't see those photographs. They don't put them in. They show the people at the Capitol. But I was talking about that. I was going to talk about that. They said, please don't bring that up right now. You can bring it up tomorrow. I said, how about now in front of the I'll bring it up right now. You know, this little time delay is good because we're getting great reviews on the speech. Now watch. They'll take the speech and say, I didn't like it because he left there and he's talked to people. But we're giving you a little more information than we gave upstairs. But no, they pardoned a lot of people. They pardoned, before we even get to today, they pardoned, 33 murderers, absolute murderers, the worst murderers. You know, when you get the death sentence in the United States, you have to be bad because they don't give it much. And he pardoned almost everybody having a death sentence. And if you went through the crimes that were committed, you wouldn't even believe them. The level of violence, the people that were killed, the innocence of people that were killed, and children killed by these people. And he pardoned them for whatever reason. He spared them, but they didn't spare the people that they killed. And, you know, who knows what happens in the future. It's one of the worst because a lot of times they let them out early after that. You know, they say you're going to be in for life, but then all of a sudden they get let out for good behavior, and then they go on a rampage. You know, it's one of those little things, right? But I was going to talk about that. But I was really going to talk about the level of, you know, what's going on. Why are we doing this? Why are we trying to help a guy like Milley? Why are we doing Milley? He was pardoned. What he said, terrible what he said. Why are we helping some of the people? Why are we helping Liz Cheney? I mean, Liz Cheney is a disaster. She's a crying lunatic and crying Adam Kinzinger. He's a super crying. I never saw the guy not crying. He's always crying. I looked at him. I remember years ago he was actually on my side. And then one day, you know, when you don't want to kill people in wars, they turn against you. Liz Cheney hated the concept of not going to war with everybody. Let's kill everybody. Let's spend a lot of money on military equipment, you know, where her father works, right? And but what she did was incredible. Think of it. They destroyed and deleted all of that information that went on for almost 2 years against Trump. And the reason they did, because it was all false, like the person that said, I tried to strangle a Secret Service agent. That's one of the toughest human beings I think I've ever seen. I actually had a friend saying, please don't change that, sir. You are the coolest sucker in history. Remember, she said, I put my hands around his neck because he wouldn't go to the Capitol. Made up fiction. And I was rebuffed. And the guy on the right is a massive weightlifter. Probably stronger than me. Do you think he's stronger than me, honey? You know who I'm talking about. Possibly stronger than me. Slightly younger than me, like, I won't say how many years because I don't want to talk about that, but a lot of years. But I had a friend that said, why are you disputing that story? That's the coolest story I've ever heard. That I would attack a karate champion, get slightly rebuffed, and then throw my arms around a guy with a neck about this big. Even though there are bars, you know, there are bars, you can't really do that anyway. So I wanted to talk about that. But all of that stuff got deleted. And the reason it got deleted is they were all caught in lies. You know, Secret Service testified, and they said it didn't happen. Actually, the two guys were very embarrassed. They're suffering because their friends are saying, did Trump really do that to you? But they gained a whole new respect for me. But it was just make-believe stuff, and there were a lot of make-believe stories made up. So rather than suffer the wrath, like the story with Nancy Pelosi, I offered her 10,000 soldiers. She knows it. She admitted it on tape that her daughter made. She's a videographer or whatever you call her, which I'm glad she is. Oh, she can't be in good stead with Nancy. But Nancy said it was my responsibility as she's leaving the Capitol. She said it was, and it was. She's in charge of security at the Capitol. But I offered them up to 10,000 soldiers, even more. One time I said more, as many as you need. But you needed 400 or 500. If 4 or 5, you 10,000, that would be more than the number of people there by lot. But we offered her 10,000. Think of it, 10,000 soldiers. In other words, J6 wouldn't be J6. There would have been no J6. But she rebuffed them. She didn't like it. No, she didn't like it. Maybe she wanted that to happen. But she's guilty as hell. And now we would have to go through the process because they destroyed all evidence. They deleted everything. There's virtually nothing left. The other fake story and so many other fake stories. And many people came out on our side. And those people now would got to find them. There's nothing left. So that's a criminal offense. If that were a civil case, it would be a criminal offense. If that happened civilly where you did that, it would be a criminal offense. So I decided I'm not going to make this speech complicated. I'm going to make it beautiful. I'm going to make it a unifying speech. And then when they said we have a group of people that are serious Trump fans, I said, this is the time to tell those stories. He knows. So anyway, but seriously, I'd like to, I think it was a tremendous success. I think we're very lucky we put it inside because it is really cold. We just went to the helicopter out of respect to something that's taken place for a long time. I guess it's as old as helicopters. You used to get into a stagecoach, now you get into a helicopter. Times change. But it's pretty old custom. And it's a beautiful custom, actually. It's a beautiful custom. I wish we could have had a better relationship. I wish we could have had a better relationship between Republicans and Democrats. I was with Senator Schumer. I said, Chuck, I think it's time we all start getting along a little bit because it doesn't make sense. I mean, we literally never get a Democrat vote. They never get a Republican vote, almost. And although there is a bill coming up very shortly that we have a lot of Democrat votes, right? That's going to be a very beautiful bill. We're going to have a deciding, I would say, within a week or so, I think. And it's going to be a very good bill. You all know what I'm talking about. So I just want to thank you all for being here. You have been our fans from day one. All these people all over. You've been our fans. This has been there's never been anything like it. There's never been anything like it. This has been a movement like no movement ever in history for probably any country, let alone this country. You know, if somebody's running for president, and if they go out and they announce they're going to Arizona, they're going to Nevada, they're going to someplace, if you have 200 or 300 people, that would be standard. Ronald Reagan would go out. I mean, outside of the last couple of days where people get a little excited, but even then you have a couple of thousand people. But if you're going to go someplace, any place, any one of the swing states, any one of the other states, I mean, how about the non-swing states? We won Alabama by 48 points. We won Tennessee by massive numbers. Wyoming, we won by numbers that are, nobody's ever seen numbers like that. And, you know, places like California, we did great, but when they send out like 38 million ballots, nobody knows where the hell they're sending them, and then they come pouring back, the whole thing. You know, they passed a law in California that if you work in an election bureau and if you so much as ask for a voter ID, if you say, sir, ma'am, could I please look at your voter ID? They have the right to put you in jail. You're a criminal. Can you believe that? There's only one reason that happens. They want to cheat. So they had it where voter ID wasn't accepted. But now if you even ask for it, this is seriously a bill that was just signed, passed in their legislature, and it was signed. And I think when we get things cleaned up and we get back to a little bit of normalcy, I'm going to ask the Speaker to really get involved because I think we would have won the state of California because, if you look at my numbers with Hispanic, we're at 56%. And we won the Texas border that had never been won, as the governor said. He's doing a good job, the governor, by the way, of Texas. But as the governor said, it hasn't. Oh, did I get lucky? Did I get lucky? Supposing I said, he's not here, but the governor of Texas has done a terrible job. Wow, look at you. You mean we couldn't get you up in the front row? I tell you. Supposing I said, JD, the governor of Texas, is not doing his job. You heard what I said. See, I didn't know you were there. I said he's doing a great job. He's doing a phenomenal job. But now you're going to have a partner that's going to work with you because you didn't have, not only didn't he have a partner, he had people selling the wall, right? We have a fence structure that we worked on, the governor worked on with me. And I didn't love it, to be honest with you. I wanted a nice precast concrete, 40, 50 feet high, like a beautiful, could have been a T-shape, Y-shape. I love construction. I wanted that sucker to go up maybe 50, 60 feet. It would have looked beautiful, a nice Y shape. And they said, the problem is, sir, they climbed that like a rabbit. I said, what do you mean? No way. And they brought some of these guys out. They climbed it like... And the other thing is you hit it with acid and the thing will disintegrate. They have things for concrete. So they needed very hardened steel, very special steel. And then they needed 7,000-pound concrete inside that steel, inside that steel. And then they have a rebar that's the toughest steel made. Very hard to cut. So this is why very little is cut. I mean, it's right. And then they put a anti-climb panel on top. I hated it. I said, it's so unattractive. And I said, why would that work? I don't believe it works. And I went to watch the Border Patrol, gave a display. We had actually two sets of climbers. The guys that climb up walls with drugs on their back, I mean, they got like 60, 70 pounds of drug, and they go as fast as you can walk. They go bip, bip, bip. Or we have Mount Everest-type climbers. And honestly, the drug guys were much better. I couldn't believe it. The drug guys blew them away, right? But it's true, the anti-climb panel, they couldn't get around it. They just couldn't. You didn't have it. So sometimes you sacrifice beauty for efficiency. And we did. So we built this wall, and we built over 500 miles of wall. That's why we had such good numbers. The famous chart that came down, very thankfully, the chart that came down on my right, Governor, had I not looked over there, I'm not speaking right now. You might be speaking here. You want to know the truth? You, JD, and we got a lot of great people in this party, but I got very lucky, but we had the best numbers we've ever had. But I bought, what happens is when you fill it up, it's like water. You fill it up. Now we have 571 miles of wall. And they would always say, when we renovated a wall, so there'd be like a piece of plywood sitting there for 60 years, or a 2x4 sitting for 60 years on the ground and rotting. Because, and they'll say, you didn't build a new wall. Here we're building 50 feet up in the air, and 30 feet sections, 50-foot sections, all steel, all concrete, all everything. And all, by the way, they don't even want me to say this, but what the hell, it doesn't take that long time. They're all wired for all of the equipment. We put wires in everything so they can easily wire for all the different types of equipment. And if there's a doubt, we have to wire. Whenever we just look, you just find the wires all over the place up top, so we can just hook it up. We don't have to have wires on the outside, which wouldn't do too well, right? So anyway, we built an extra 200 miles of wall, and the governor wanted to buy it. He tried to buy it, and they wouldn't sell it to him. He wanted to put it up himself. Could have been done in 3 to 4 weeks, 200 more miles, because when you do it now, they just keep going further out, further out, further out, getting around. So we did an extra 200 miles, and it was all bought. And they announced that they're not going to put it up. And that's when I realized they wanted open borders, and that's when I realized that people are going to come pouring through the wall like nobody's ever seen before. But you've seen it. A lot of you are here because of that. I made it my number one issue. They all said inflation was the number one issue. I said I disagree. I think people coming into our country from prisons and from mental institutions is a bigger issue for the people that I know. And I made it my number one. I talked about inflation too, but how many times can you say that an apple has doubled in cost. I'd say it, and I'd hit it hard, but then I go back to the fact that we don't want criminals coming into our country. We don't want the jails of every country in the world virtually being deposited into the United States. And that man had to suffer with it. And he did an unbelievable job. I'll tell you, he was a very popular governor, but now he's like an unbeatable governor because of your border policies. He was fantastic. And he really was. Governor Abbott, he's a great man, great leader. And but it did make him very more. Did you do it? You didn't do that for politics. You did it because you wanted to do the right thing. But I'll tell you, it sure as hell worked for politics too. It's self-preservation. That's right. But no, because the people are demanding it. The people of Texas are demanding it. The people are demanding it all over. So anyway, so we built it, and they wouldn't let us use it. They wouldn't let the governor use it, and other governors, they wouldn't let him use it. But he was the leader of the pack and did a great job. And then we heard about a month ago that not only wouldn't they let us use it, they were selling it. They were going to sell it for 5 cents on the dollar. Now, 5 cents on the dollar then, but today it would cost more than twice as much to build because we bought it like 6 years ago. And it was just sitting on the ground, and that does not do well for the whole thing. But it was just sitting on the ground, and I heard about it, and I called the governor, and I called a lot of people, your attorney general. And here's the story. They were going to buy it, and these are great business people. They were going to buy it for 5 cents on the dollar or less, and they were calling us up, we'll sell it to you for 200 cents on the dollar. In other words, it will cost you twice as much, so it's 200 cents on the dollar. I said, can somebody explain that to a judge? I mean, how corrupt is that? You'd think they'd say, maybe we'll sell it to you for 20 cents, 30 cents, but not 200 cents. So they were going to buy something for 5 cents, and they were going to sell it to us for a fortune. They were going to make it would be, they'd have it down that in Fortune magazine, they'd put it of the deal of the year, okay? You buy something like that. But it was so corrupt and so horrible. And when we told that to the administration, they didn't care. They just kept going forward. They couldn't care less. And they kept going forward. They knew that they were trying to sell it back to us. They would have sold it back to us. You would have ended up buying it. You would have paid probably 50, 60 cents. Who knows? But they were going to use it for scrap metal, but then they made a much better deal. They could just buy it and sell it to us for 15, 20 times what they paid. 20 times, think of it, like 20 times what they paid. And we wouldn't let it happen. And the governor with his attorney general, Ken Paxton, they made a fantastic, they're a good lawyer. He's pushed around pretty good by people, right? I said, you got a great attorney general. They should leave him alone. He was with me. But Ken and the governor went to court, and a judge actually became incensed and actually called for an investigation. How could a thing like this happen? So he stopped it. So we're waiting to put that wall up. And now that you have a new president, that wall will go up so fast. The governor will complain, sir. This is Greg Abbott, sir. Please, the wall is going up too fast. Please don't do that. You know the story about winning. No, we're going to win too much. We're winning too much. Please, let's stop. People always love that one. We'll do this with the wall. Governor Abbott calls, sir, the wall is going up too fast. We can't take it. We just can't take it. No, I think you'll be very happy if the wall goes up too fast, right? But we'll get that done, and we'll work with you on that. But it was a great decision by a great Texas judge, right? And it was beautiful, beautiful to watch. He stopped them right in their track. I mean, they were literally loading this stuff onto trucks. It was terrible. Honestly, it was terrible. And he wouldn't take it. So I'm so glad I mentioned that they have a really good governor in Texas. And I swear, I didn't know he was here. I swear to you, it sounds like a setup. I didn't know you would end. Did I get lucky? I said the right thing. Because there have been moments when I wasn't so happy with him, you know? But not too many, I can tell you that. So anyway, it's good to see you too, Governor. Great. But I just want to thank everybody. You've been incredible. I recognize so many of you. It's so crazy. But this has been a long journey. This was a journey that started in 2015, probably started 20 years before that. People used to say, you're going to run for president? You're going to run? And I always said, no, I don't want. And then one day I said, let's give it a shot. And what I talked about then was the border, too. I think it probably was the number one issue for me. Back in 2015, 2016, I talked about the border. And now I talked about the border, but this border is much worse. We fixed the border. It was totally fixed. There was nothing to talk about. 2020, by the way, that election was totally rigged, but that's okay. It was a rigged election. You know the only thing good about it? It showed how bad they are, showed how incompetent, and frankly, historically, this is a much bigger event. If that would have gone like it should have, the bad thing about it is some bad things happened, like a lot of people in our country that wouldn't be in our country right now. So that's the bad part. But I will say that it started in 2015, and right from the beginning, we went to the top. Day one, they announced Trump, and Trump went to number one and stayed there for the whole primary. And then we took on Hillary. She didn't look too happy today. We took on Hillary. A very nice person, but we took on Hillary and we defeated Hillary, and then we did much better the second time in 2020. You know, we got millions more votes. We got millions, like 10, 12 million more votes than we did the first time. No president has ever gotten that many more votes. I got like 9 million more than anybody else had ever gotten, and they said we lost. And because of that, I said to Melania, what do you think? And she said, you want to do this again? And had we lost, and had I thought we lost, I wouldn't do it again, because that's like the ultimate poll, right? But I knew how well we did, and this time we made it too big to rig. It was so big. They tried like hell in the butt. They tried to do it, and around 9:02 they gave up. Last time they did bad things, but this time they just said, yes. You know, I don't know if you saw, Mr. Speaker, in Washington, they had placards. They were all set to march. They thought it'd be closer. A gentleman asked me, a very respected gentleman asked me yesterday, how come the polls were so wrong? They showed you winning, but not in a landslide. I said, because people that are true Trumpers are so angry at the whole polling system and at the writers, the fake news, that they don't want to talk to anybody. So when you call somebody from Trump, who are you voting for? They say, it's none of your business. I'm not telling you. And that was probably 40% of the people they called. So they would discard that one, and they didn't show that. And then when the election happened, you know, the vote came, and it was much different, much higher than we're going to win, but they really thought, they couldn't believe the one man said, I mean, it was so much higher. We won all 7 swing states. We won the popular vote by millions of votes, which is hard for a Republican. I'll tell you who came through. The unions came through. The auto workers were great. The Teamsters were great. The firemen were great. I think almost every union was great. The only one that weren't great, although Sean was great, and the Teamsters, Sean O'Brien, the head of the Teamsters, was fantastic. But generally speaking, the head of the union was against Trump, but the union would be with us for like 80, 85%. Look what we did with the auto workers in Michigan. Look what we did with the Teamsters. The Teamsters were unbelievable. They were a solid Democrat vote, and they voted for Trump. So we had a great experience. Now we have to go to work and get it done, because we have to do something that's going to be great. We're going to turn our country around, and we're going to turn it around fast. And I think this was a better speech than the one I made upstairs, okay? I think this was better, JD. I think this was much better, and I got to see my friend. So, Governor, take care of yourself. You call me, we'll start working. You know what that means with him. He's going to be calling me tomorrow morning at about 6. And I said, how about next week? You call me, and we're going to get it started real fast. We'll really help you a lot. You've done a fantastic job protecting something which it's not supposed to be for the states. And amazing job you've done. Thank you very much. And I want to thank everybody. And I have a First Lady who's been incredible. She's been incredible. I shouldn't say this. I'm going to get hell when I say this, but her feet are absolutely aching. You know, those heels. And we thought we were leaving. We were going home. Sir, would you be able to go down and say hello to some of your other fans that are here? I said, oh, I didn't know that. Wow. Did you get to see pretty clearly the picture, I hope? Good. That's good. But because you wouldn't want to make the same speech again, right? But she said, darling, I love you so much, but my feet are killing me. I said, honey, let me just see how far it is. I asked the person. Oh, not that long, maybe 400 or 500 yards. That's 5 football fields. I said, can you make it? She said, we're going to make it no matter what. We're going to make it because we have to get, right? Right? And then we went out to the helicopter, though, just prior to this and said goodbye. And it's a custom, and the wind is blowing like crazy. And with the hat that she's wearing, she almost blew away. We almost lost off her. She was being elevated off the ground. She almost blew away. No. So we all appreciate it because you've been a great First Lady. A beautiful and a great First Lady. And they love our First Lady. You know, JD, whenever I make a speech, I see hundreds of times, we love our First Lady. We love, and they do, and they should. She's great. So I just want to thank you. Thank you very much. I just want to thank everybody. And I felt that, I said to JD, should we give him the A treatment, the B treatment, the C, the D, or the F? You know what the F is? Hello, everybody. Thank you for being here. Bye-bye. I gave you the A+ treatment. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Governor. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
Well, it is official. President Trump is the 47th commander-in-chief in our country. As of around 12:15 today, when he was sworn in by Chief Justice John Roberts. So, of course, we are looking forward to going to Capital One Arena, where the program there has started, as thousands of people watched the inauguration as well. So let's go to Capital One Arena right now.
That I don't believe what they say about books and movies, that the sequel is often not as good as the original. I think this sequel is going to be kick-ass better than the original. Yeah. One of the best things President Trump has done, and there are so many, is change the conversation, change the culture, and just change the way people look at politics. And the reason he did that was in 2016, he saw everywhere he went, the crowds would get larger, the passion would intensify, the red hats would grow in number, and the throngs of people who would come the night before, the day before, the morning of, just to be a part, not of a conventional political campaign, but a true movement of men and women and children from across this great nation who wanted to be there and be part of something bigger than all of us, to stand up and say, this is our country, we kneel for the Lord, we stand for the flag, we don't confuse the two, and we're here because we believe in those three words that President Trump said every time. Secure the border, respect law enforcement, cut your taxes, repeal, replace Obamacare, get rid of Common Core. And yes, and this time, in 2024, you were there again. But so were so many Americans who had never voted or had never voted Republican. That's the magic of Donald Trump. President Trump, thank you. President Trump has done away with all these acronyms: CRT, BLM, ESG, DEI. Ladies and gentlemen, the acronym of the day of the term is USA. USA! You got it. People in Washington love to fight. They love to fight. He's not fighting with Washington. He's fighting for you. And that's why you fight. So continue to stand up and speak up and show up and put up. And ladies and gentlemen, whether you were for him on day one or you or people you know did it on November 5th, 2024 for the first time, keep saying welcome. Let's bring more people into this movement. This is an optimistic, positive, forward-looking time for our nation, for our children, for our grandchildren, for our veterans, for the forgotten man, the forgotten woman, the forgotten child. President Trump, never forget, did not need to do this. He did not need to do this. He already had everything that people who go into politics want: money, fame, brilliant, beautiful wife, golf anytime he wants. He did this for the people. And as we all know, he dodged a bullet. But ladies and gentlemen, the whole country dodged a bullet in not having Hillary Clinton or Kamala Harris as our presidents. Welcome. Again, happy Inauguration Day, and we're just part of the warm-up band for the main act, Vice President J.D. Vance, and 47, President Donald J. Trump. God bless you, and God bless the USA.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Congressman Dr. Ronnie Jackson.
All right, welcome America to the greatest day ever. I don't have to tell anybody in this room, these are my favorite people on the planet right here. You guys are the MAGA warriors. You guys, thank you. Thank you for everything you do. Well, I also don't have to tell you there's a new sheriff in town, right? Donald J. Trump was right about everything. Everything. I've known him for a long time. I was blessed to be his physician and work in the White House side by side with him. I was blessed enough to be with him on January 20, 2017, 8 years ago. I spent the day with him. I watched him give his inaugural address. And I'll tell you, I was extraordinarily blessed to have just come from the Capitol, where I had one of the most satisfying 2 hours of my entire life, when I get to listen to President Trump talk about how horrible this country has been treated, and all of us have been treated, and the horrible things that have been done to all of us this last administration for the last 4 years, and how he was going to fix it all. And he did it right there with Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden, Jill Biden, and everybody else, Kamala Harris. They had to sit there and listen to it, and I loved it. Loved it. I'll tell you what, I thought for sure, I've always said that the 45th president of the United States is the absolute best president that this country has ever had. But you know what? I think the 47th president is going to be even better. We are in for a change. This is a great day. How many of you out there think this is one of the best days of your entire life? Absolutely it is. We had one chance to get this country back. We were headed down a path of destruction that we would never, ever recover from. I promise you. And we have been given a second chance in the form of Donald J. Trump. He's here, he's back, and he's going to fix what's broken. We're going to get our border back. We're going to stop the illegal immigrants and the cartels that have laid devastation to this country. We're going to lock them up. We're going to get rid of them. We're going to get our economy back. We're going to get our military back. We're going to get our federal government back. We're taking it all back. This is a great time to be an American. This is a great day to be an American. And I just wanted to come here, and I can't wait till he gets here to talk to all of you guys. I want to thank you for what you've done, because he got elected because people like you got out and you voted, and you took neighbors who've never voted to the polls, and we all voted, and there was an overwhelming mandate in this country for Donald Trump to come in here and to take this country back. And so I know we're all excited to be here today. It's going to be super exciting when he gets here in a minute. I just wanted to come up here and tell you how much I love you, how much I appreciate you. I want to say God bless you. God bless the United States of America, and God bless Donald J. Trump. Thank you, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders.
What a great day to be an American. I have to admit, it's a little surreal to be back in Washington, D.C. right now. 8 years ago, I was one of the very first staffers to go into the White House for President Trump's first term. And today, because Donald Trump believed in me, defended me, I stand before you as the youngest governor in the country. More importantly, I stand here as someone who absolutely loves this country and is so thankful we finally have a president that is back in the White House that will fight for each one of us.
The next one will be, excuse me. The next one will be 47 sub-cabinet level appointments, sir.
But you don't have to sign 47.
Thank you, sir. Now 31 acting designations and appointments to effectively take control of the government.
Let's do that. That's important.
That's important, isn't it?
We have 15 commission chairman and acting chairman appointments.
Send here.
Commission chairman and acting chairman.
He was #1 at Harvard also. You know that?
Good counsel.
They have something in common.
Thank you, sir. Lastly, we have a proclamation ordering that on all future inauguration days, including this inauguration day, that flags shall be flown at full mast.
Very important.
That was a beautiful place to have an inauguration tonight. The sound was so good. The temperature was 72 degrees, but the sound was so good. Maybe something to think about.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good acoustics. Yes.
All right. Now, thank you. We go to lunch.
Great. Very
Nice
good.
to meet you. Thank you very much. There you go. Like that. See you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sir.
Did you have a good meeting with former President Biden?
Very nice. Very nice. Beautiful custom.
Mr. President,
He goes back as long as helicopters. Before that, it was a stagecoach. But I thought it was beautiful. Thank you. Great job. Great job. Thank you. Check.
Mr. President, do you have any reactions to the pardons President Biden did at the last minute?
Well, I'm not going to discuss it now. I think it was unfortunate that he did that. We won't discuss it now. There's plenty of time to discuss it.
Thank you very much, guys.
Should we go to lunch?
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Head to lunch.
Ready for lunch? Okay. Thank you.
That was 3 times the number of appointments you did in 2017, sir. Plenty of time. Just getting started.
A lot of good work to do. Closure. So where are you going to stop? That's good counsel. So that's when they get free.
Thank you.
That was great. That was great. That was great. Standing ovation.
I liked it.
That will serve after him deserves to know that we have a leader that loves this country and will do everything he can to make it great, and that's exactly what we have in Donald J. Trump. I've had the opportunity to stand behind a microphone and defend and celebrate this president many times. But this may be the very proudest, because I know over the next 4 years, he is going to rebuild our country and make it the best that it has ever been. Thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting our president. Let's get to work. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage RNC Chairman Michael Whatley.
DJ Khaled! All I do is win, 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 no matter what.
America, what a great day for our country. You know, a few months ago, Donald Trump and I got on a plane in Palm Beach at 6 a.m. We flew to Phoenix. We did a rally with Charlie Kirk and the Turning Point guys. We got back on the plane. We flew up to San Francisco. Had a huge dinner there, about an hour-long motorcade back. And we're flying down from San Francisco to Los Angeles. It's about 12:30 p.m. Pacific time, 3:30 a.m. Eastern time. Donald Trump has been on a plane for 21 and a half hours. And he looks over at me and he says, "Hey, Michael, pretty cool, huh?" Pretty cool. You know, about 9.5 years ago, he came down the escalator in New York City. And to everybody's shock and dismay, he said, "I am going to make America great again." We are going to rebuild our southern border. We are going to restore our economy. We are going to keep our communities safe. And we're going to make sure that America is strong enough to protect our interests and our allies around the world. And I can say that over the last year, as we have taken that message to Detroit, to Philadelphia, to New York, to Milwaukee, to San Francisco, and everywhere in between, that man, our president, has never wavered. And here we are today, and at 12:01, right up the street, he put his hand on a Bible, and he swore an oath to make America great again. So let me ask you, and let me ask all of America, are you ready for America to be wealthy again? Are you ready for America to be safe again? Are you ready for America to be strong again? Are you ready for America to be great again? Are you ready for Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance to be the president and the vice president of the United States of America? Pretty cool, huh? Thank you, America, and thank you for everything that you did to make today a reality.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Congressman Byron Donalds.
No one said it would be easy to hold your head up through the ups and downs. But if you want it and you believe it, you can find a way to turn it around. Got a feeling in my bones that a change is coming.
Whew. Whether it was Georgia, North Carolina, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Arizona, or Nevada, we swept them all, and Donald Trump is president of the United States. For years, they said it wasn't going to happen. For years, they said, no, it's going to be the left's way. But it was the American people who looked the craziness of the left in the eye and said, we need common sense. We need real vision. We need a country that is going to be preeminent above all others. And we need the American people to be put first. And all of you in this arena and around this country made sure Donald Trump is the 47th president of the United States. Being here in Washington on January 20th is special for me. This is the day we commemorate the birthday of Dr. King. And as I was sitting in the Capitol Rotunda, as I was watching Donald Trump give the best speech ever at a presidential inauguration, it reminded me to another great speech. And Pastor Sewell and his benediction, I gotta have a talking with him because he was phenomenal. But what it said to me is that in our country, there are no perfect men. There are no perfect women. There are people who were used at a point in time in this country to put this country in position to be better than it was before. And so that's why in the Capitol Rotunda, when President Trump talked about that bullet that went through his ear and that he is here at this time because God has placed him here at this time to make sure that the golden era of America comes through right now. So yes, we are going to make sure that we get your prices under control and we have a great economy. Yes, we're going to get out of stupid wars and dumb conflicts, and we're going to have peace through strength. Yes, our soldiers are going to be focused on their core mission, and that is to kill the enemy and to come home. Yes, we're going to have the largest repatriation force of illegal immigrants in the history of this country, because the only way you come to America is legally, following the law. All of those promises and more, they're going to be kept starting today at that very desk over there. And I got a special message, and this is for states like California and New York and Illinois. If you want to continue to have a dumpster fire form of government, if you want to continue to mislead your people thinking that your radical policies are the way forward, people like myself in the great state of Florida and Tennessee and Texas and the administration of Donald J. Trump, we are going to show you what true governance is. We are going to show you what true leadership is. And we are going to show the people in your states that they don't have to live with Gavin Newsom. They can have a Republican again in the state of California. And the last thing, because I don't want this to be about red states versus blue states. We are Americans. And the thing that will unify us is the success of our nation. When a young kid can grow up in the inner city and make something of himself, that is success. When a mom can dream about her children and they achieve something wonderful in America, that is success. When an immigrant from another country comes through the right way, and they actually build something and they add to what America truly is, that is success. When we unify our efforts and we can disagree but still keep the most perfect union ever known going, that is success. Those are the common sense ideals of America. That is the leadership that Donald Trump is going to bring. And I don't care if you're in California or Florida, that is going to be the guiding principles of the United States of America. So buckle up, everybody, because we're going to be unified. We're going to get the job done. And I don't know about you, I'm kind of sick of speeches. On Capitol Hill, a few blocks from here, we are going to get the job done, or people will be moved out of the way. God bless you guys. God bless America. God bless Donald Trump and J.D. Vance and their families. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, Charlie Kirk.
We did it, everybody. It is hard to believe, almost surreal. For those of you that have always had the president's back throughout these last couple of years, when we were at our darkest moment 4 years ago, this is your victory. For those of you that refused to waver, when they tried to throw our amazing patriots in federal prison, when they tried to silence this movement, for those of you that never wavered, this is your victory. For those of you that are sick and tired of seeing your beloved home be overrun by hordes of illegals, this is your victory. And no longer is this just a rally about what we say we're going to do when President Trump takes office. Now I can say what he's doing right now as we are here in this arena. As we are here right now, President Donald Trump is signing executive order after executive order, 200 executive actions and orders today, some of which include drill baby drill, curb inflation, national emergency on the southern border, and my favorite, that God created man and woman. There are no other genders besides that. No more critical race theory or diversity, equity, inclusion in our military. Our taxpayer dollars will no longer fund our kids to hate our country. It is over as of today, thanks to President Trump. And what you saw from President Trump today, which, by the way, I believe was the best inaugural address in American history. And the reason why it was the best, it was not platitudes or abstractions or empty promises. It wasn't about stuff that the DC regime wants to hear. While they were all sitting behind him, he basically said, the people in this room have been robbing you, the American people. You see, as of high noon, just an hour and a half ago, the 46th president is no longer. And And you might think it was Joe Biden, but it really was a bunch of White House staffers that you've never heard of before. Their term is over. It will go 45 Trump, a bunch of White House staffers, 47 Trump. That is how the succession will go. And what we have seen these last couple of years was the intentional destruction and obliteration of our homeland. And in just one day, we're going to understand a very simple truth, that decline is a choice. That when your country is failing, it's because our leaders have decided to allow it to fail. And President Trump, I really believe, is on a mission from the Almighty to save this country in that millimeter miracle where he very well could have been not just shot, but unspeakable things could have happened in Butler, Pennsylvania. And the reason that they wanted to take out Donald Trump so bad, 700 years in federal prison, every possible way imaginable, is because he brings you guys into the room. Is because he brings you into the negotiation. You see, this was supposed to be a managed decline of the United States of America. And just understand what you are living through. You're living through a new American renaissance. And honestly, there were a lot of people that said there's no way they'll allow Donald Trump to be president again. They're going to steal it. They're going to use the machines. And I understand all that. They're going to try to take him out. But never underestimate.
To act in ways pleasing to you. Preserve their families in health and strength by your grace and power. Bless now this luncheon as each of us finds your grace sufficient for every need. We pray in your sovereign name. Amen.
You know, it was not easy work. It was very difficult. But I want to all the young people of America and Gen Z, I want you to know, President Trump is going to deliver for you so that you could be able to own a home, have big families, believe in this country, and the American dream that your parents once had, you will also be able to enjoy. And let us all together say, thank you, God. Thank you for giving us 45 and 47. Thank you for delivering this country from the most awful people imaginable. Our best days are ahead. Thank you, everybody. God bless you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the next Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick.
Good afternoon on the greatest Inauguration Day ever. Today is one of the most important days in American history because Donald J. Trump is right now heading back to the White House. I could not be prouder to be standing before you because 77 million Americans voted for Donald Trump to make sure that it is always America first. So I want to tell you some stories because no president, Donald Trump is now the oldest president to take office, but no president has ever had his work ethic, his energy, or his intuition. So when the president sees a problem, he calls it out. You know it, right? He's the one who said fake news. He's the one who said the swamp. He's the one who said the deep state. We've all heard him say it, and now we all know it's true. And his intuition is always right, so he starts talking about bad trade deals. That's what he thinks. So let me tell you a story about the last day on the campaign trail. So I went to meet the president in North Carolina, okay? He gets up in the morning at 8 o'clock. We get in the motorcade. He gives a speech. He goes to 3 states, 4 rallies, an hour and a half each rally, finishes midnight. We start 8 a.m. He finishes midnight, gets on the stage midnight in Grand Rapids, Michigan, speaks for 2 hours. 2 hours, never takes a nap. And when he's on the stage, he's never taken a sip of water. The man is power. He is power. See, no other president will let the administration do it. He's going to help us fix America. So, I've never been in politics before. I spent my life working and building companies, and I worked hard to build a life that really it's only possible in America. But on September 11th, when we saw our darkest day, it changed my life forever. See, my company was located on the 101st to the 105th floors of the World Trade Center. We lost 658 of our 960 New York-based employees. My younger brother Gary got killed. He was 36. My best friend Doug, 39. 658 of my friends and colleagues got killed. So 9/11 could have broken us, but we Americans, we're strong. We don't break. So we all, my employees and I, we dedicated ourselves to rebuilding the company so we could take care of the 658 families that we lost. And I want you to know, we received thousands and thousands of cards and letters, and most importantly, we received all of your prayers, and that mattered to us and helped carry us through. So the events of September 11th, they instilled in me a sense of community and dedication for the country. So when the president asked me to join him in his administration, I jumped at the chance. So I was the co-chair of the transition team, which helped pick for the president and helped sort of set him up so he could pick all the nominees. And then I'm really proud to tell you that President Trump has nominated me to be the next Secretary of Commerce for the United States to serve all of you. So let's talk about commerce. You see, we plan to end the decades of policies that threw American workers to the wolves. Factories were closed, jobs were lost, wages decreased. We left Americans out in the cold while country after country of this world took us to the cleaners and made money off of us. And that is going to end today. At the start of the 20th century, America was the richest country on earth, and we defended our workers from unfair trade policies with tariffs. And we only made money. We had no income tax. All we did is charge other countries and foreign companies, if they wanted to sell to America, you had to pay for entry. Okay, so imagine this. The US government had no income tax. Americans got to keep all their hard-earned money, and foreigners paid the price. So now, what's happened? We have the Internal Revenue Service. That means charge us internally. Now imagine politicians who can't even balance their own checkbook, taking our money, and what do they do every year? Let's just take more, let's just take more, let's just take more. So this is how Donald Trump is going to end it and fix it. Last week, he announced that we're going to return America to greatness by creating, and today is its birthday, the External Revenue Service. So if you're always wondering, is some bureaucrat going to cut your benefits? Not under Donald Trump. Not under Donald Trump. It means foreign companies are going to pay if they want to come and sell products to the wealthiest country on earth. And if they want to compete with American workers, then let's just not tax our American workers. It means creating level playing fields, and it means that America will be great by reducing the taxes that we pay and driving the ones that they pay. So what that means is the External Revenue Service will put up tariffs or walls that protect you. And that means if these companies don't want to pay, there's only one thing they can do: build their factories in America, hire Americans with great high-paying jobs. Let's double the size of our unions in America, but not just by adding more and more great-paying jobs. That's our objective. So today is the beginning of celebrating the return of common sense and ending the decades of disrespecting the American worker and the disrespect and unfair treatment of our workers. Today, Donald Trump returns to the White House and prosperity returns to America. Thank you all. And I love today. What a day.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Governor Glenn Youngkin.
Thank you. Well, come on now. Can't you feel it? The American spirit is alive and well. This is the dawn of the golden age of America because we inaugurated the 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump. What a day to be in Washington, D.C. You know, I live right across the river in Virginia. And by the way, in Virginia, we know that taxes have to be low, jobs have to be plentiful, and it's your money, not the government's. But we also know that in Virginia and in America, freedom is not free. We know that our military heroes and their families sacrifice everything. We know that law enforcement stands in the breach. We must back the blue, and I want everybody here to give a rounding applause for the 25,000 military and police officers keeping us all safe today in Washington, D.C. God bless America. My friends, we are standing here on the dawn of a new age, and we are seeing the sun set. The sun set on weakness, the sun set on wokeness, and the sun set on a wide open border that has turned every state into a border state. We are seeing the dawn of a prosperous America, the dawn of a secure and safe America.
and the dawn of a world that sees peace because we have a strong America. Our new president, Donald J. Trump, has never, ever lost faith in America. They tried to take him down legally. They tried to put him in jail. They tried to even assassinate him. And he never gave up on America, and America, we will never give up on him. And as we stand here on this dawn of the next golden age in America, we all have a responsibility. It is our responsibility to stand every day in support of this administration, to do everything that we possibly can do for America's success. President Trump deeply believes this, and both he and J.D. Vance have already gone to work. He is signing executive orders. He is closing the border. He is bringing down inflation. He is stepping into the breach. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for America to be prosperous again. It is time for America to be safe again. It is time for America to be strong again. And it is time for America to be great again. I hail from the great Commonwealth of Virginia, and we know a few great Americans in our history. From George Washington to Thomas Jefferson to James Madison to Patrick Henry, who echoed, "Give me liberty or give me death." My friends, those words that Thomas Jefferson penned, which are the greatest words, at least in this hemisphere, ever written, that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal and we are endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights, and among them are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we stand here on the dawn of a new age where life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness are available to every American. And we must stand together as we collectively say, God bless America, and God bless Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance. Thank you all very much. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, Mr. Elon Musk.
Victory feels like. Yeah! And this was no ordinary victory. This was a fork in the road of human civilization. Okay. You know, there are elections that come and go. Some elections are, you know, important, some are not. But this one this one really mattered. And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you. My heart goes out to you. It is thanks to you that the future of civilization is assured. Thanks to you. We're going to have safe cities, finally, safe cities. Secure borders, sensible spending, basic stuff. And we're going to take Doge to Mars. I mean, can you imagine how awesome it will be to have American astronauts plant the flag on another planet for the first time? Bam! Bam! Yeah! How inspiring would that be? You know, there's always problems in life. You know, there's this problem, solve that problem. But you know, there need to be things that inspire you. There need to be things that make you glad to wake up in the morning and say, I'm looking forward to the future. Yeah. And I love you guys. So, and let me tell you, I'm going to work my ass off for you guys. So, I really will. So, and yeah, but I'm super fired up for the future. It's going to be very exciting. As the president said, we're going to have a golden age. It's going to be fantastic. And one of the fundamental things, one of the most American values that I love is optimism, and this feeling like we're gonna make the future good. We're gonna make it good. So, man, I can't wait. This is gonna be fantastic. So thank you again, and yeah. I'm just so excited about the future. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, Kash Patel.
My, oh my, how do you follow Elon Musk when he tells you you're going to take you to Mars? I'll tell you how. He and I share something deeply. We love the American dream. And we have been given a gift by God today to usher in a new dynasty because we just inaugurated Donald J. Trump as our 47th president. And we just inaugurated J.D. Vance as our Vice President of the United States. And we did that because the American dream is alive and well, because you chose that our dream can be the dream for our children and the dream for our world. And we are at a crossroads here in America, but our future is bright because you had the courage to stand for your convictions. So I'm humbled here to talk to you about why I love the American dream. My story's pretty simple, it's unique, and some of you share in it. My parents were born and raised in East Africa. My father in the 1970s fled a genocidal dictatorship in Uganda, where he saw 300,000 of his countrymen murdered, where he saw what lawlessness would do if it was allowed to break through the system of constitutional justice. He fled, like so many others. He married my mother. They moved here. They waited in line. They stood in line because the American dream was worth standing in line for. That dream is woven into the fabric of this nation, and our immigration policy is the greatest policy in the world. And now that we have Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance, it will become the greatest policy in the world again. But dreams and hopes aren't enough, my friends. We got to get to work. And we got to accept the realities that too many of you know from your communities. President Trump launched in his first term priorities of national security, law enforcement, economy, and global diplomacy. But now we have to retread some of that. And I'd just like to go over a few of the things that our community has been living under these last few years. In the last calendar year alone, we had 100,000 drug overdoses. In the last calendar year alone, we had over 100,000 rapes. In the last calendar year alone, we had 17,000 homicides. That is unacceptable in 2025 in the United States of America. That is why we need constitutional law and order. When I read the statistic that for the age group of 18 to 45, the #1 cause of death is CCP fentanyl. We are not prioritized to go after the threats that face this country, and most of all, that face our future generations. But thank God we will be starting right now. President Trump and J.D. Vance's leadership and administration will usher in the priorities that I cherished during my 16 years in government service. That we will always, always honor men and women who wear the cloth of our nation and stand on that wall and tell you nothing's getting by them tonight. And so to them, thank you. To our teachers and our frontline workers and our first responders, y'all choose to show up every single day for our children, for our communities, and we will now show up for you. Thank you for keeping us safe. To the men and women in law enforcement, and maybe I'm biased on this one, our police officers, our sheriffs, our federal agents are some of the greatest warriors that God has ever created. And we will put them first because they have our backs, and now we will have your backs. I am standing here because of the American dream. I am not standing here because of the color of my skin. I'm standing here because I earned my right on this stage, and you earned your right to be here with me. And I promise you this, with every fiber of my being, that our law enforcement, that our teachers, that our first responders, that our veterans, that our men and women in uniform who dare to serve this country and put themselves below the rest of our needs will be reprioritized to the top of the heap because they are standing on that wall, and we will not let that light go dark on them. Whether I was a national security prosecutor, a defender, President Trump's deputy director of national intelligence, his chief of staff at the Department of Defense, or so many other roles that I was humbled and privileged to serve when I swore an oath to that Constitution, which I hope to do so again one day soon, you have my word that you have ushered in a dynasty of change. You have ushered in a dynasty that will allow our children to live this American dream. My American dream. I am living the world's American dream. I am the son of lawful immigrants. We worked our tails off just like you all do, and I'm going to make you a deal. I promise you I will never quit on your children. I will never quit on their children, because this American dream does not belong to me. It does not belong to them. This American dream belongs to the world. So in closing, I just want to tell you this. It's pretty cool to be speaking in Capital One Arena right before the boss. You've inspired me beyond words. Your love, your devotion, your commitment to our country, everywhere I go, shows us that we are not only the beacon of hope, but we are the land of constitutional justice. We are the land under Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance where we are going to end the two-tier system of justice. We are going to remove the weaponization of the intelligence community for political purposes. And we are going to put the men and women of America first. So listen, there's just one thing left to do. We all got work to do. We've got the greatest president and the greatest vice president in the history of the world. And so I just need you all to do a little bit more. Every time you see a law enforcement officer, every time you see a veteran, every time you see a teacher, shake their hand. Give them a little bit of your time, because they're giving us all of our time. And don't forget to enjoy the ride, ladies and gentlemen. God bless America. God bless these United States of America. God bless every one of you. I'm living the American dream. My name is Kash Patel, and I ain't going anywhere. Let's go to work.
Heading up the FBI. And you know, this great coverage we've been able to bring you all day, courtesy of our sponsors. I want to thank one of them, Kalshi. Kalshi offers the first legal exchange where you can trade on real events. If you're interested, go to kalshi.com/RSBN. The first 500 who place a trade deal will receive a $10 credit. That's kalshi.com/RSBN. Let's get right back to the program.
Hello, Patriots. How's everybody doing this evening? We're back! USA! 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 The 45th and the 47th President of the United States of America will be here shortly. He's down at the Capitol. He'll be in a little while. He'll be here. They asked me to come out and say a few words and say hello to you great American patriots that came from all over the country. Thank you for being here today. One thing I just noticed when we were leaving the Capitol after the swearing in that really hit me hard after the journey we have been on over the last 9 years, especially over the last 4 years. It really hit me when they took the presidential seal right here and put it on front of the podium for when the president gets here. President Trump often says to us on Team Trump over the years, "You're so lucky that I took you on this journey." In the good times and the bad times, no matter what would be happening, we'd be sitting on Trump Force One, Air Force One, in the Oval Office, at Mar-a-Lago, no matter where it may be. Good times, bad times. You are so lucky I took you on this journey. And you know what, Mr. President? You are damn right. You took all of us on this journey. There's been a lot of stops along the way from 2016 when we started back in 2015 with a small campaign team flying around the country, doing rallies, small team, 6, 7, maybe 8 people. Then it continued to grow. Before you knew it, the GOP nomination was going to Donald J. Trump in Cleveland in 2016. Fast forward, he became the 45th President of the United States of America. He had a great 4-year term, and you know what's been great? The last 4 years have not been great in many senses,
but he's back in office right now, and I'm just absolutely so pumped up for what this president is going to do. He loves each and every one of you in this arena. The guy cares. He has a fighting spirit, as you saw in Butler, Pennsylvania, with the assassination attempt that came a few months ago. You could say that again. Fight, fight, fight. It's a moment that I will never forget, being there and in the hospital with him. I want to just give you a behind-the-scenes moment with the president and the heart that he has. We were in the hospital he had blood coming down his ear. He wanted to know how his staff was. Myself and Susie were with him, and Stephen Chung and Walt, and even the Secret Service. How are you guys doing? The guy just got shot in the damn head, and he's worried about us. Are you guys okay? He's on the phone with his family. Showed him a picture, the iconic photo of his fist raised in the air. Told him it was from Doug Mills from the New York Times, a great photographer. He looked at the picture. He's staring at the picture, one of the most historical photos of all time. There'll never be anything like it. He said, call Doug and see if he's doing okay. That's the attitude he had in that hospital. Our president has been resilient through a lot, and I don't need to get into all of it because you're all familiar with it, and I'm convinced much of it that went on over the last 4 years is why he won the election in an electoral landslide. In Butler, Pennsylvania, when he got up and he raised that fist and he shouted, fight. He will do that for every one of you, for the United States of America. He will always put America first, without question. He loves what he does. He's got a great administration and a great team behind him. What a journey. McDonald's, drive-through window, garbage trucks showing up at a rally, and him on the plane putting on his orange vest. Sir, are you going to take that off? I'm going to the rally in my orange vest. The guy is one in a trillion. There will never be anybody like this man again. Enjoy this moment. Enjoy this movement. And together, we will continue to fight, 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 put America first, and make America great again. God bless everybody here. Thank you.
From Let's Go Brandon Light Roast to Maganation Medium Roast. It's delicious coffee. For a limited time, our RSBN viewers can save 10% on their entire order. Just use that promo code RSBN. Visit their website, use the promo code RSBN, and save 10%. You know what we love about Americava coffee? We like to stay awake, not woke. And judging by the way that this new administration is coming in strong, that is going to be the case. Now, President Donald J. Trump is currently attending a lunch. It's very traditional. Everything throughout the day today has been by the book when it comes to tradition, except for, of course, they had to move the inaugural procedures indoors. Things are starting to get back on track, though. What a treat to see Elon Musk. A lot of people here in the Capital One Arena, they had no idea that Elon Musk was going to be here. President Trump is getting to work right now. You probably heard from Charlie Kirk. The border is closed. We've got a brand new sheriff in town. President Donald J. Trump is on the job. The border is closed. 200 executive orders signed in that signing ceremony. And behind me, if you can see on the stage, there's a little desk. I do believe President Donald J. Trump is going to continue to sign executive orders once he gets here. He has a lot of work to take care of. And I do agree, I have to echo what Charlie Kirk said. That was the best presidential inaugural speech that I have ever heard. I'm going to step out of the way here. And I want to talk a little bit more about what we have coming your way as we head throughout the day today. Obviously, President Donald J. Trump is going to speak in front of this crowd. This crowd is 20,000 people strong. But as you probably have heard, 240,000 inaugural tickets went out. So these are the chosen ones, many who had to wait in line overnight in the brutal cold. They knew how to do it, though. They came prepared, and they protected themselves, and look at the reward. What a special treat. It's a very intimate setting here today. Now, President Donald J. Trump made a lot of promises that we know he's going to keep in his speech today. January 20th, 2025 is Liberation Day in this country, and the 20,000 patriots who are lucky enough to witness this massive watch party, they're thrilled to be amongst great company to celebrate a turning point in our nation. This is going to be one of those days that none of us soon forget. Newly inaugurated President Donald J. Trump will soon come through the doors. He is our guest of honor. The signing ceremony is going to take place on the stage. And we were talking about 200 executive orders that he has already put together, already legalized. All he has to do is ink those orders. He said he would immediately implement an overhaul of the way we tax and tariff other countries, and that is going to happen. As we continue our coverage out here, I want to thank another one of our great sponsors while we have an opportunity. We don't want you to miss any of the speakers as they take the stage. But our friends at Patriot Addict have done it again. The Trump knife. This has been such a highly coveted item. Our sponsors at Patriot Addict have given you as well an opportunity to get this Trump knife while you still can for 30% off. It's a sentiment of strength, patriotism, unwavering support for the hope of our nation, Donald J. Trump. And the way that I look at Donald J. Trump, I had a lot of admiration for him beforehand. But after hearing that speech today and the way that he delivered it with such conviction, this is a day that you want to commemorate for all time. And you can do so with our friends from Patriot Addict. Go to patriotaddictdeals.com. Use the promo code RSBN30 at checkout. Again, that's patriotaddictdeals.com. And you can see the crowd is excited here. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity just to have a chance to be in this room. And I covered many Trump rallies. I've never seen this much media as we have right now. President Donald J. Trump is already at work. He has been. And I think that there's so much happening right now. It's going to take us a little while to process all of it. But did you see how stunning Melania Trump looked? The entire Trump family. What you may have missed at home is in this watch party, when Barron Trump came out, there was thunderous applause. This crowd and America's representative, it's a small slice of America, they're so excited about Barron Trump. And J.D. Vance, every time he came out, the crowd just erupted. And it's interesting to see how when Trump was trying to choose the right running mate, there were a lot of great options floated. But he stuck with J.D. Vance, even though J.D. Vance did face quite a bit of criticism. Well, I don't think that anybody in this room or anybody that you talk to who loves America could say that J.D. Vance is not the right man for the job. He's a family man. He always has his wife with him. So we're excited to continue on out here. We're going to try to thank as many of our sponsors as we can in this limited time that we do have together. Thank you so much for joining us for this coverage. It is a great honor to be able to bring you this day like only RSBN can. Remember, you want to like, subscribe, hit that notification bell, because even though Trump is now back in office, RSBN is not going to stop following his every move to bring you the latest, to keep you connected to the leader of the free world. President Trump made a lot of promises today, and I know that he will keep them. I love what he said about merit. Instead of DEI, he's going to make sure that we hire people, we promote people based on merit. It's unfortunate that that's what it's come to in this country, but it's certainly the case. Now, you probably heard Joe Biden decided to pardon 5 members of his family today. He also pardoned Anthony Fauci. So we're going to talk more about that coming up, but I do want to thank another one of our sponsors while we have a chance, and it's Tax Network USA. Tax Network USA they've been in business for a long time. They know exactly what they're doing. And if you're somebody who has watched your taxes year after year pile up, maybe you're making payments on those taxes in order just to stay off the IRS's bad list, well, you know what? It really piles up. And over time, if you don't take care of business, they could actually seize your property. So this is something that you want to handle as soon as you can. Property seizures are a reality if you do not take action. Tax Network USA, they've helped taxpayers save over $1 billion in tax debt. They filed over 10,000 tax returns, so they know exactly what to do. Once they see how much debt you're in, they will make a plan personalized just for you, and they know the levers to pull to make sure that you're taken care of. Visit tnusa.com/RSBN or call this number, 1-800-357-1415. You can get a free consultation. You are not obligated to anything. Just ask your questions, you'll get answers. tnusa.com/RSBN or call 1-800-357-1545. So as we were talking about just moments ago, President Joe Biden has issued preemptive pardons, not just for 5 of his family members, also for members of the January 6th committee. Now that's interesting. You have to wonder, why are these pardons necessary? Now, he says the issuance of these pardons should not be mistaken as an acknowledgement that they engaged in any wrongdoing, nor should acceptance be misconstrued as an admission of guilt. But I've got to say something. They didn't do anything wrong. Why the preemptive pardons? Why are they necessary? We know that he pardoned his son, Hunter Biden, not too long ago. And we can understand that, but this is new. And this happened minutes before he stepped down and President Donald J. Trump stood up and took that oath before us and made a beautiful speech today. Let us know in the comments, what was your favorite part of President Donald J. Trump's speech? I know I thoroughly enjoyed the fact that he talked about God not once, not twice, but 3 times, and he meant it. He is a much different man going into this term than he was in 2016, and he's inheriting a much different America. The fact that he's already getting started on day one, he means business. He sent very strong messages to our foreign adversaries across the board. America is back. Daddy's home. And we're so excited to be able to spend this day together with you covering Donald J. Trump and the future as well. The future looks so bright for our country, and it was growing dim for quite some time. Donald J. Trump has immediate actions that we so look forward to. In fact, the day after inauguration, with a stroke of a pen, we know that he's going to start the deportation process, and this is said to be starting in the city of Chicago. We had a chance to talk to Tom Homan just last night at the Turning Point USA inaugural ball. He said to me, ICE officers across the country are going to be unhandcuffed. It's a beautiful, beautiful story that is rolling out before us, and it is a quick read because things are happening very quickly. We're going to tell you about another one of our sponsors now while we still have time, and I will let you know Donald J. Trump is on his way to this location, and as soon as he gets here, we're going to make sure to bring you that coverage. He's touched by the day, but he loves his supporters so much, and he knows that the supporters that were able to make it into this arena, they really wanted to be here. So I know he's excited to join us in just a few moments. All right, let me tell you a little bit about our friends at American Finance. Now, if you own a home, you can actually tap into your equity in order to get out of debt. Over the course of the Biden administration, we saw credit card debt reach record levels we have never seen in this country. Well, American Finance can help you if you're somebody who has racked up quite a bit of debt and you do own a home. Federal Reserve, they recently lowered interest rates by 0.5 point, and with mortgage rates dropping, it finally makes sense to consolidate your debt and actually reduce your monthly expenses. They can really help you out as well, because as the government has been getting richer and richer, the credit card companies has been getting richer and richer, Americans are struggling. A lot of Americans are having a very tough time right now just finding ways to make ends meet. Well, if you do own a home, you should at least find out what they can do for you. You can save over $800 a month on average if you start today. You may be able to actually delay 2 mortgage payments as well. Call American Financing today. The number is 888-402-0229. Again, that's 888-402-0229. Or you can also visit their website, find out more if you're someone who likes to do research like me before making any sort of agreement or even making that first phone call. Visit AmericanFinancing.net/RSBN and find out how they can help you. Financial freedom is a phone call away for many of us, but you just got to make that first phone call. Now, Trump made some amazing promises for today. He said he would immediately implement a tax overhaul. And we're going to increase the way that we tax and tariff other countries that have been taking advantage of us. He said he's going to first declare a national emergency at our southern border, and that's going to allow him to make the changes that he wants to without having to get the approval of the House or the Senate. That's what executive authority is all about, but there's certain ways of going about it to do it right, and that's how he's going to do it. He's going to declare a national emergency at our southern border. He's also going to put an end to catch and release. Can you believe catch and release has been happening for as long as it has? I think that is one of the worst parts about our wide open border is that they were catching guys that they knew had criminal records and just letting them right back out into the American public instead of deporting them. And Tom Homan has made it clear those are the guys that are going to go first. Mexican cartels will receive the foreign terrorist designation. Now this is huge because in conjunction with China, who ships over the precursor chemicals in order to make fentanyl straight to the Mexican drug cartels, and then the Mexican drug cartels have used our open border as a super highway to smuggle those drugs. They've been human trafficking. Well, they've gotten away with it for far too long, and they've gotten rich. They've become much more powerful, much more influential because of the money that they have in their possession now because of Joe Biden and his careless, flawed policies. So that was a big one. I didn't hear anything about that at any of the rallies that I attended. So that was news to me today. As we know, he is going to officially establish the Department of Energy, or the Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE. And of course, Elon Musk was out here on stage, very charismatic. He did some dancing. He jumped a little bit for the crowd. And he just spoke to us like we're normal people. When you're talking about the richest man in the entire world addressing the American public like a friend, I can tell why President Trump likes him so much and trusts him so much. He will rename the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. This is actually going to happen, and it makes perfect sense. So that is going to become a reality, something that a lot of the Democrats thought was humorous. They didn't think it was a reality, that he wasn't actually going to go forward with it. Well, he announced today, and he said it very matter-of-factly, that he is going to rename the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America, as it very well should be. Now, this energetic crowd, they erupted multiple times throughout seeing the dignitaries on stage. There were quite a few that I was a little bit surprised by. You should have heard the boos for Joe Biden and Jill Biden. It was very interesting to be in here to see the way people were reacting. One more time. Can you say that for me one more time? Oh, okay. All right. I want to tell you about another one of our great sponsors, and it's one of my favorites, Angel Paste. We actually have been able to add quite a few sponsors. So I'm going to tell you about Angel Paste, and I want to tell you about a new one called Jacked Up Fitness. Angel Paste is one of those products where, especially this time of year, as your skin starts to dry out, you need that hydration. And your face will drink Angel Paste right up without leaving any sort of a greasy feel on your face. And it's made with absolutely no chemicals. It's gained massive popularity because it thoroughly hydrates your skin. It's made in the USA in Spring, Texas, and customers have reported younger looking skin, fewer wrinkles, and even the lightening of age spots. Go to angelpaste.com, use the promo code RSBN to get 10% off your order. Again, that's angelpaste.com. With the promo code RSBN, you'll get 10% off. You can find out which of their various creams will work best for your skin type. All right, this is a brand new sponsor. It's called Jacked Up Fitness. And we always want to let you know whenever we have a new sponsor. Anybody who believes in what we're doing at RSBN decides to go into business with us to support this mission to bring you unedited live coverage of President Trump and everything he does, we like to make sure that we give them the credit that they are due for linking up with us. And Jacked Up Fitness, it's a very timely addition to the RSBN family. Many of you out there just getting started on your New Year's resolution fitness goals, or maybe you started, you lapsed a little bit, it happens. Well, cardio alone is not enough. If you're ready to build muscle, burn fat, and get in the best shape of your entire life, and why not now? We got the best president. We got a brand new way of looking at our economy. Why not make this the next best 4 years of your life? And getting into great shape is going to make you feel better about yourself. You'll like what you see when you look in the mirror more, and our friends at Jacked Up Fitness can help. 2025 is the year we make America healthy again. Start your fitness journey with Jacked Up Fitness. Scan the QR code on your screen. If you're somebody who has never gone ahead and scanned a QR code, there's still some of you out there. All you do is you take your phone, you snap a picture, you put your hand, your finger right there on the camera as if you're focusing in, and that will take you to a website. GetJackedUp.com. Again, that's GetJackedUp.com, and find out about how Jacked Up Fitness can help you. Now, what's interesting about covering President Trump, and you know this if you've been on any of these journeys with us, we never know when he's going to show up. And that's part of the fun, really, because it gives us an opportunity to talk about how we feel about everything that we just witnessed. And that's why we love hearing your comments, your feedback on YouTube, on X, Elon Musk's X. Let us know how you feel about his inaugural address. What parts stood out to you the most? And it is interesting that President Biden would move forward with these pardons. Preemptive pardon for Dr. Anthony Fauci. What are your thoughts on that? Let us know in the chat. We read your comments, and it helps us as we're putting our content together. I thought a lot of what he had to say was pretty powerful. You know what? I'm going to step out of the way so we can show you this crowd as well, because these great patriots who have made their way into the Capital One Arena, they are a great-looking bunch, and we know that you love to see the crowds. That's how we got started in this to begin with. So take a look at the various people. They're all walks of life, as you can see. Many have really dressed up because it is Inauguration Day, and that's one way to celebrate, knowing that President Donald J. Trump's going to be in this building and possibly see what they're wearing. A lot of people take that very seriously. Donald Trump also talked about how he was going to deploy troops to the southern border. So he has a strategic plan. I mean, he is now the commander-in-chief. He's going to utilize our American troops in the best ways possible. Of course, minimizing any sort of risk to our great soldiers. He is going to officially forge a society that is colorblind and merit-based. For far too long, inclusion is important, but it was really going way too far. And to be honest, in this country, when capitalism is working, there's no need for DEI because the best and the brightest ideas win out in perfect competition. So the fact that we're going back to merit-based employment, especially in the federal government, I think that's huge. He's going to, as well, continue with his thoughts on the Panama Canal. You know, it was Jimmy Carter who gave the Panama Canal controls to Panama. But since then, as time went by, China became more and more powerful, and they slowly started utilizing their power in order to take control of the Panama Canal. Well, today, President Donald J. Trump said, we're taking that canal back. Today, not just a swearing in of a president, but the reawakening of the American spirit. You can hear the crowd there cheering just to the left of me. We actually had a protester that made her way in a little bit earlier on, and everybody, they started chanting in unison, "Get her out, get her out." And slowly but surely we watched security march up those stairs, and they got her out. So she's not going to interrupt the festivities of this inauguration. Now, one of our other great sponsors is Mike Huckabee's book, the Free Trump book. I don't know if you have little ones, but for far too long, the media has shaped the narratives that actually impact the way that our kids look at the government, view the presidency. And the media has done a lot of damage, but there are some good guys standing up for our kids. And Free Trump book from Mike Huckabee, they put together a fantastic gift bundle that includes the Kid's Guide to President Trump, the Kid's Guide to the Courage of the President, and both are excellent resources for young Americans. Our children are the ones who are going to inherit this great nation today, and as the mother of a 5-year-old, I feel so much better about the America that he is going to inherit. You know, he's going to grow up to be a young man, and to think of the way that especially, I hate to say this because I never want to bring race into it, but white men, they have had a lot against them. And a lot of the reason why is because of the narratives that have been coming out from the mainstream media. And my son one day is going to grow up, he's going to be a proud young man, proud of his country. He's going to be appreciative of what this country is all about, and I didn't know how that was going to look for him. I had concerns about him going into the classroom where they're indoctrinating our children in the public school system. So if you are somebody who has kids or grandkids and you care about the way that they view government, you can get them started early with freetrumpbook.com. We invite you to visit freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com, and you can claim your free gifts. You will have to cover shipping, but that's it. And then monthly, you'll receive a free Trump book. And it's actually kind of a program that you're going to get started with. But the first 2 books are free. Stay with us. There's much more to come. It's a beautiful feeling, a beautiful atmosphere in this room. We want to bring you right back to it. But first, we're going to pause for a commercial break. You're watching RSBN's live coverage of the presidential inauguration. President Donald J. Trump.
A large retail store just canceled a huge order, leaving us with a ton of extra MyPillows. But you know what? That's their loss. I'm going to make it your gain. For the first time ever, you get standard classic MyPillows for wholesale prices, only $14.88. I can't believe I'm even saying that. Only $14.88. But it gets even better. For a limited time, I'm going to offer my entire classic collection at wholesale prices. Upgrade to a queen-size MyPillow for just $18.88. King size, only $1 more. Get my body pillows for $29.88 and multi-use MyPillows for only $9.88. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on the screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of wholesale pricing for the first time ever on TV, including my standard size MyPillow, only $14.88. They've never been offered this low before. We have limited quantities at this price, so limit's going to be 10, and once they're gone, they're gone.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed, so join us and be part of the right side of history.
Welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting Network. We are live, of course, at Capital One Arena there in Washington, D.C. Let's go now to RSBN's Christina Loren, who's been joining us live. Christina, what does it feel like there in Washington right now after a great speech by President Trump?
You know, it feels hopeful, Matthew, across the board. And behind me right now, you can hear some eager cheering. We wonder exactly who they see back there, but they were doing the wave a moment ago. This is a great crowd. This is a very dedicated group of Trump supporters who have made it out here. And just the feeling when I came in, I've been to a lot of rallies, but today just has a special feel to it because we've waited for this day for so long and we've gone through so much to get here that it's...
Thank you, Chairwoman Klobuchar, for your leadership of today's ceremonies. President Trump, Madam First Lady, congratulations. I have the honor of presenting the Vice President with our nation's highest symbol, the American flag. As a United States Marine, the Vice President put on the uniform to protect and serve America, like so many men and women before him in our nation's history. Old Glory was adopted in wartime by the Second Continental Congress in 1777. A full 12 years before the office of the Vice Presidency was even created, or the House of Representatives convened for the first time. The resolution said that the flag would be 13 stars, white in a blue field, representing a new constellation, out of many, one. Some 250 years later, from Appalachia to Anacostia, Middletown to Mar-a-Lago, the Bayou to Brooklyn, we remain one nation under God. To Vice President Vance, Usha, and family, may God bless and watch over you as you begin this journey. On behalf of the Congress, we present one of the flags that flew above the Capitol today to the 50th Vice President of the United States of America, James David Vance, and wish you Godspeed.
Thank you, Leaders Scalise and Jeffries. I now ask my friend Senator Deb Fischer of Nebraska, as in the beef you had for the entree, who has been an excellent partner in planning today's events, to come up and present the inaugural photographs.
Well, my thanks to Chair Klobuchar for putting together again in the last 2 days the 60th inaugural ceremony here at the United States Capitol. Amy did a wonderful job, along with all of the committee, all of our staffs, in order for this to come together and be a very memorable experience. It is a tradition that the committee give our new President and First Lady, our Vice President, and Mrs. Vance the official photographs taken at the swearing-in ceremony. And so it is such an honor to be able to have those presented to you. I hope you will display them with pride, with honor, and with a humbleness that I know you will carry with you every single day that you serve the people of this country. May God bless you all.
Thank you, Senator Fischer. Now, on behalf of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, I'd like to present the President and Mrs. Trump and the Vice President and Mrs. Vance with these crystal Lennox vases. See them over here? For the 10th consecutive inauguration, Lennox has provided the official inaugural gift. The hand-cut etched vases display the White House for the President and the U.S. Capitol for the Vice President, because I know that he is going to enjoy not only being the Vice President, but also, as Senator Thune and Schumer know, the President of the United States Senate, and there's no better job than that. These gifts symbolize our equal branches of government as well as our enduring democracy. There they are. I will now invite Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson of Louisiana, to give the toast to the Vice President.
Thank you so much. It is my great honor to offer a toast to our new Vice President, Mr. J.D. Vance. J.D., you wrote something very poignant in your memoir, actually many things very poignant, but let me quote you here. What separates the successful from the unsuccessful are the expectations they had for their own lives. That's really meaningful. That expectation is a powerful thing. We remember the people in our lives who provided that to us. We all need that. Everybody needs hope and encouragement. They need a greater expectation. We need people in our lives who will make us look farther and reach higher. JD's written a lot about the people in his life that have done that. He's written about, we know the great story of your grandparents and what they did in your life. He's written about his professors and mentors that he met in law school. He writes a lot about, speaks a lot about his gracious, beautiful wife, our new second lady, Usha. Is a great inspiration as well. And JD, you yourself have been inspiring people. Your story really has. It's one of the reasons that I believe God has raised your platform as he has, because you've been so faithful to tell that story and to inspire so many others. And so our hope and our prayer is, as you continue to do this, that as you go to help us execute on the America First agenda, that you also do what you've been doing so well all along, and that is providing a model for what is possible in America. What a great story. What an inspiring story you've had, and it's just getting started. I pray specifically that you inspire a lot of the young men in America. Some of them feel hopeless and stagnant sometimes, and you're a great example to all of them and to all of us, that if you work hard and you play by the rules and you do the right thing, you can make a better life. You're now the Vice President of the United States, my friend. So everyone, will you please join me in raising the glass to our own mentors, the people who inspired all of us, to the possibilities of our own future, to these great new horizons. What a perfect choice this was for the painting, the artwork today, and to the great example of our new Vice President, Mr. J.D. Vance. You're here.
Thank you, Speaker Johnson and Vice President Vance. I will now invite my senator next door in the state of South Dakota, Senate Majority Leader John Thune, to give the toast for the President.
Well, Mr. President, Madam First Lady, congratulations. It is an honor for all of us to be able to be here today with you on this historic day as we celebrate your inauguration. Mr. President, one of the most important influences in my life when I was getting started in politics was Ronald Reagan. His philosophy of limited government, his belief in peace through strength, the strength of his convictions, were all things that appealed to me. But I was also drawn by his optimism and by his belief in America. And Mr. President, those are qualities that I see in you. One of the things that resonated throughout your campaign was the unshakable belief in our country and in her citizens. You remind us of everything that's possible in America. I'm looking forward to working with you over the next 4 years to build up our great country. It says in the scriptures that if you ask for wisdom, it will be given to you and given to you generously. And so I pray, and our prayer is, that God will richly bless you in the years ahead and grant you not only strength, but wisdom. And ladies and gentlemen, I ask you to join me in raising a glass to the President of the United States, President Donald Trump. Hear, hear.
So, this has been a long day with many other things ahead for so many of you. But I want to thank you for attending the 60th inaugural ceremonies. And as we close, we ask that you pick up a gift. All of our guests are going to get a set of commemorative glasses in embossed leather featuring the Great Seal of the United States, which Senator Fisher and I selected together, and maybe Senator McConnell added some bourbon from Kentucky. Just saying. It is now my privilege to conclude this luncheon by asking Margaret Kibben, the chaplain for the House of Representatives, to deliver the benediction. Thank you. And we know we love this eagle podium. It's pretty good, Mr. President.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the benediction.
Would you pray with me? Holy and merciful God, having witnessed another successful moment in the experiment that you have entrusted into the hands of the American people, we pray your blessing on our 47th President of these United States, Donald J. Trump, and Vice President James D. Vance. Ensure that this mantle of singular responsibility that you have laid upon our President's shoulders remains secure in your will and safeguarded in your keeping. Uphold him as he preserves, protects, and defends the Constitution to the best of his abilities, relying on your divine help. God of power and might, grace and mercy, grant that your spirit of counsel has access to the President's heart to search it, to his mind to examine it, to his will to test it, that his faithfulness would bear witness to your truth. Surround him with angels and advisors who will serve as your agents to guide and guard him, caution and encourage him to remain upright and blameless in your sight. Buckle the belt of truth around his waist. Place the breastplate of righteousness over his heart. Fit his feet with readiness, that your gospel of wisdom and justice will shine forth throughout President Trump's administration. We offer this prayer to the one whose voice we follow, to guide all that we do and all that we hope for. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Please remain at your seats as President Trump, Vice President Vance, the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, and the official party depart National Statuary Hall.
Could be worse than the other way.
So do we have to go down?
Step to the governor's mansion, and then 1600 Pennsylvania.
But do we have a Sherpa person?
I'm looking for her.
Yeah, I'm looking for my guy too. Hey, Linda?
Oh, you're kidding me.
All right, so it's just the top of the hour here, about 4 o'clock, as Christina Loren is live there at Capital One Arena. Christina, tell us, who have you seen there so far? I mean, we did see Kash Patel and Elon Musk earlier, correct?
Absolutely. And there's more to come. We know that President Donald J. Trump is going to bring many people with him, so we're not sure who we're going to hear from as the day goes on. But this, I think, really for President Trump, he gets to be around dignitaries all the time. He gets to be around the members of his cabinet. He's going to have them surrounding him at all times. But something he may not have as often are his devoted supporters. The rallies, I feel like they really boosted him up, and we got to cover those rallies, Matthew. But I think that when he comes in here, as you can tell, he's savoring the day. He's going through things slowly. He's really embracing the tradition. And these supporters here, these are the real stars. And those who are watching right now, the American people, those who overwhelmingly voted him in. I am curious, though, like you, I was hooked to the screen, especially for his speech. I would like to know what some of your favorite parts of what he had to say in his inaugural address were.
Well, definitely the revolution of common sense coming to America. That's something I've never heard of before, a revolution of common sense, which is quite awesome. So that really stuck out to me. It was just overall a wonderful speech there inside the rotunda of the U.S. Capitol building. Looking forward to hearing more from President Trump here today. Finally, we don't have to call him President-elect Trump anymore, Christina. He is President Trump. And of course, you were there at the watch party or the viewing of the inauguration. So can you talk to us about when each of the people, former presidents and on, were walking into the U.S. Capitol there? What were the crowd reactions that you were seeing?
Well, of course, when Barack Obama's first camera appearance came up, he received a resounding boo from the crowd. Oh, Hillary Clinton, though. It was a powerful sound of disdain. Everybody was booing Hillary Clinton. I was a little surprised that when George W. Bush came up, he also got the boo. And then we just recently, on the latest video that we were showing you just moments ago, everything is live, by the way, that we are showing you, Bernie Sanders got booed. I know that might not be a surprise to many, but he did. But you know, it was surprising to me to see how much the people in this room love Barry.
Sir, this includes first honors.
Commanders, take charge of your units. Return. Hold. Stick. March. Ready. Down. Right.
To Capital One Arena, President Donald J. Trump getting into that motorcade. He is now on the move. You can tell that he recognizes full well what it means to be the commander-in-chief of this country and the greatest military of the nation. He honors our troops. He has a deep passion and respect for American soldiers, those who've chosen to serve this great country. We cannot wait until he arrives here. I'm going to tell you a little bit about what we are expecting when he does get here. Obviously, the parade had to get canceled, but we're still going to see some great performances when he does get here. Before we do that, though, I want to tell you about one of our great sponsors. This is our new flagship sponsor, Colonial Metals. And this is a very timely sponsor because the stock market is still going to be fluctuating. It's going to take some time before we start to see things stabilize, before America's economy really turns around. We know it's coming now that President Donald J. Trump is in office, but the stock market has been volatile. And if you're looking for stability, why not trust gold and silver, physical bars? If you're somebody who's ever considered it, the time is now. Because like we talked about, it is going to take a little while, possibly even a year, before we start to see everything get back to normal, before those interest rates start dropping again. And time has shown us that precious metals have stood the test of time. Colonial Metals, they offer you direct access to your assets while protecting your retirement with the most trusted store of wealth in human history, and that is physical gold and silver. Visit freegoldguide.com/RSBN to learn more. Colonial Metals Group was founded on the same principles as our great country. Just visit freegoldguide.com/RSBN for your Colonial Metals Group Retirement Protection Kit. You can also call if you're someone who likes to make a phone call and ask questions. The number is 866-317-2159. So I want to kind of give you a lay of the land and let you know what's to come when President Donald J. Trump does arrive in that motorcade as it slowly makes its way here to Capital One Arena. The streets have been blocked off in order to get him here safely and efficiently. So I'm going to step out of the way because I want you to take notice of that desk that's positioned on that grand stage next to the seal. You can see it says President of the United States of America. President Donald J. Trump inaugurated just hours ago. When he does arrive, he's going to take a seat at that desk, and we do believe he's going to sign some of those executive orders right here with us live. So do look forward to that. They also have a microphone positioned where he's going to sit down and sign those executive orders. And so he'll be able to kind of tell us what he's signing, why he's signing it. And I do think it's going to be very much so a moment that you don't want to miss. So stay with us for that. Also, like we talked about, they did have to cancel the parade. But that doesn't mean that everybody who came just to perform, you know, a lot of people spent a lot of money to get out here to be a part of this moment in history. They're still going to have an opportunity to perform on a national stage, on an international stage. A lot of people are watching. You can hear we have a live band right now. This is a military band, and there's many more to come. We're actually going to engage in a moment of silence for Corey Compatore. And as you can recall, he's the man that we lost at the Trump rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. We're also going to see first responders who were here today. They came all the way out here from Butler, Pennsylvania, those who were there that fateful day. And it's really something that we're happy to be able to do it together to really honor this man's life who risked it all to shield his family. So I'm going to tell you about some of the other people on the lineup in just a moment. For example, the Palm Beach Police and Fire Honor Guard Unit are here, and they will perform today. Before I get there, though, let's talk about one of our great sponsors that you may just be hearing about for the first time. It's called Republican Red Winery, and they have some amazing selections of red, sparkling, and white wines. Check out their website for more information on that, republicanred.com. You can find whatever variety you like the most, and you'll get an additional $5 off at checkout if you use the code RSBN. These bottles are fantastic. You can see there on your screen. They make great gifts, and you can have one ready for special occasions, have one on hand if you order today. It's also a great idea if you have a planned occasion coming up. make sure that you do it right. Maybe you just want to celebrate the inauguration of President Donald J. Trump, or you want a highly collectible bottle that you can hold on to, maybe pass down to your kids one day. Again, it's republicanred.com, and it is wine for the right side. So we're going to go back to that list of performers. It is not a big enough arena in here. It's a very intimate setting, to be quite honest. We're about, I'd say, 100 feet away from where that stage is, where we're positioned right here. The Trump administration gave us a fantastic viewing location to bring you an excellent shot of everything that's happening in here. But military band performing now. We're not exactly sure which one that is. We're hoping we get some more information on that. They just kind of started playing, and the crowd has been incredibly pleased with their performance so far. But in addition to that, people have traveled from all over the country to be here for this event, and you actually have to be selected to be a part of the parade. We're going to go ahead and take a listen now.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're listening to the Army's premier national musical outreach organization, the United States Army Field Band from Fort Meade, Maryland. They are led by Commander and Conductor Lieutenant Colonel Domingo S. Robinson. The U.S. Army Field Band develops positive connections on behalf of the Army, the Department of Defense, and the United States through live music, multimedia performances, television productions, and emergent technologies, traveling thousands of miles annually across our nation and around the world, and appearing regularly on major television and streaming events. The Field Band proudly honors our soldiers and veterans while strengthening ties with communities worldwide. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2025 Presidential Inaugural Parade. My name is Dan Taylor, and I'm very honored to be requested by our president to be your parade announcer. And it's great to be here with you. I have to say it is a bit of a different format for a parade, but of course our president wanted us to keep us safe, wanted to keep us warm. And I can tell you something, the talent that's going to be going through these doors into this arena, it is going to get hot in here tonight. So thank you for joining us as we celebrate this historic occasion on behalf of the Trump-Vance Presidential Inaugural Committee. The ceremony's about to begin. We're going to get things underway, so if you're with family and friends, been talking in the halls or whatever, get down to your seats, grab a snack. We're going to get the show on the road. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to welcome the official fanfare music group of the President of the United States. Under the direction of Major Aaron Morris, the U.S. Army Band Herald Trumpets performing their fanfare that's actually written for the 47th President of the United States. Listen to this, it's amazing. This is Brass and Glory. The official fanfare music group of the President of the United States under the direction of Major Aaron Morris. Let's hear it for them, folks. Brass and Glory. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 50th Vice President of the United States of America, Vice President J.D. Vance, accompanied by the Second Lady, Mrs. Usha Vance. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump, accompanied by the First Lady, Mrs. Melania Trump. Ladies and gentlemen, we now present a selection of participants for the 2025 Presidential Inaugural Parade. Ladies and gentlemen, the heroes of Butler County are here. And they are here to pay homage to the life, selfless community service, and sacrifice of Corey Comparatori. Mr. Comparatori, a 10-year U.S. Army Reserve veteran and past fire chief to the Buffalo Township Volunteer Fire Company, who died during the assassination attempt on the life of President Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania, July 13th, 2024. Their formation consists of Pennsylvania State Police, local police, county sheriffs, emergency services unit, EMS, 911 radio dispatch, and hospital personnel, who all heroically stepped into action during the horrific attack. They are also paying tribute to the courageous service of first responders nationwide. Ladies and gentlemen, at this very special event, let us now take a moment of silence in honor of Corey Comparatori. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We now present to you the New York Military Academy from Cornwall-on-Hudson, New York. New York Military Academy stands out due to its unique connection to the president himself. President Trump is a 1964 graduate and has been enshrined as one of our alumni of distinction. This historic academy has been named the Junior Reserve Officer Training Corps, that's JROTC, and are marching with their cadet dress uniforms. Look at these, all modeled after post-World War I General Blackjack Pershing's gray uniform. Introducing the Palm Beach Police and Fire Honor Guard unit, representing the town of Palm Beach, Florida. This group consists of police officers and firefighters from the town of Palm Beach, home to some of the most prestigious people in the world, including President Donald J. Trump. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, the NYPD Emerald Society Pipes and Drums from New York City. They have performed internationally in Ireland, Canada, Australia, Germany, and Switzerland. And as of this past December, the band has had the distinct honor to perform at the 75th commemoration of the attack on Pearl Harbor in Oahu, Hawaii. The band has also played for hospitalized children, military veterans, as well as the 1980 and 2005 presidential inaugural parades, and His Holiness Pope John Paul II. The NYPD Emerald Society Pipes and Drums formed way back in 1960. And you know, they are the oldest, the largest police pipe band in the United States, comprised of all active and retired police officers of various ranks and assignments. Listen to those bagpipes. Let's hear it for it, folks. And look at this. Here's one that hits close to home for our Vice President. We now welcome the Middletown High School Marching Band and cheerleaders. They're traveling all the way from Middletown, Ohio to proudly represent their school, our nation, and outstanding alumni, including our new Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance. The band has performed in countless parades, community and sporting events, as well as competitions. They have also always qualified for the Ohio Music Educators Association state finals for 23 years straight. How about that? And have earned the highest rating in 18 of those appearances. Woo! And today they performed America's Sweet Land of Liberty. And while they cheer here in the arena, let's cheer for him again, folks, from our VP hometown, Middletown High School Marching Band. Ladies and gentlemen, entering your arena right now, traveling from Boca Raton, Florida, the Florida Firefighters Pipes and Drums. And they are well seasoned when it comes to civic events. They've played and participated in parades, memorials, and other ceremonial events across both the United States and Europe. Today, they are wearing their most notable uniforms. What a great photo opportunity. Consisting of the Glengarry headgear and kilts. And they are proud to honor their fallen brothers and sisters each and every day. And as the Florida Firefighters Pipes and Drums leave the arena, we keep the rhythm and the drums going. Please welcome the Stewart's Creek High School Marching Band. Traveling all the way from Smyrna, Tennessee, they are proud to represent the volunteer state in the 2025 Presidential Inaugural Parade. band as the beat of the drums continues. Established in 2013, that band has rapidly become one of Tennessee's premier high school music programs. This band has participated in numerous civic events that honor significant moments in our nation's history, like the 75th anniversary of the attack on Pearl Harbor, Captain Jeff Cuss, United States Marine Corps Memorial Dedication, Chicago Thanksgiving Day Parade, and a Lincoln Memorial performance as well. The Stewart's Creek High School Marching Band, everybody! Make them feel welcome here in D.C. Ladies and gentlemen, now welcoming the Mississippi Valley State University Band. They're traveling all the way from Itta, Mississippi. Look at this, gang. This is the Mean Green Marching Machine. They are proud to represent historically black colleges and universities at the 60th Presidential Inauguration. we're counting close to 300 from the Mississippi Valley State University Band. You know, since its founding, the band has consistently played a significant role at their university and across the United States. They have performed for athletic events, Mardi Gras parades, Rose Bowl parades, and many, many more. The Mississippi Valley State University Band takes great pride in presenting culturally diverse presentations for students, faculty, and the surrounding Mississippi communities. Take a look at that brass out there. Woo! That's just part of the big green marching machine. The Mean Green Marching Machine from Inauguration, Mississippi, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our new special envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff.
Good evening, everybody. I was appointed by President Trump to be the special envoy for peace in the Middle East. And I'd like to describe to you some of the things we're doing and how it informs on President Trump's policies. First of all, it is an honor to stand before you today as I reflect on the enormity of the role that President Trump has tasked me with. I am constantly reminded of the privilege it is to serve under the leadership of my boss, President Donald J. Trump. His presidency has provided a clear, bold vision for the Middle East, and it is this vision that guides every step I take in the mission. President Trump's leadership has redefined what is possible in the pursuit of progress and stability in the Middle East. His decisive, pragmatic approach ensures that even the most entrenched conflicts are met with fresh perspectives and innovative strategies. His policies have already delivered remarkable successes, such as yesterday's release of hostages in Gaza. Thank you. This achievement demonstrates the strength of President Trump's leadership and the respect he commands on the global stage. It is yet another example of his ability to deliver results in the most complex and challenging situations. The Abraham Accords, a testament to his vision and determination, have also brought historic progress to the region, transforming old rivalries into new alliances. These agreements are not merely symbolic. They represent a practical roadmap for peace, economic cooperation, and mutual respect across nations. My role, as President Trump has tasked me, is straightforward yet profoundly challenging: to turn his vision into actionable outcomes. He sets the agenda, he lays the framework, and he inspires people like me into bold action. My responsibility is to implement his vision, engaging with leaders across the region to find pathways towards sustainable peace and stability. And let me tell you, having Donald Trump as a boss makes this task not only possible, but far more effective. President Trump's reputation as a leader who delivers results resonates far beyond Washington. Leaders in the Middle East know he means what he says. His ability to cut through bureaucratic gridlock and focus on tangible results is the game changer. It allows me to approach delicate negotiations with the confidence that the full weight of the United States is behind me. The principles President Trump has laid out for our approach to the Middle East and foreign policy in general are fourfold, and they are clear. 1, respect for sovereignty. Every nation deserves the right to determine its own destiny, free from the interference of external powers. 2, economic prosperity as a bridge to stability. Through economic partnerships and investment, we can build a foundation for cooperation that transcends historical grievances. 3, courageous diplomacy. Real progress requires difficult conversations and bold decisions, and it is through these that trust is built and maintained. And finally, 4, reciprocity and accountability. The United States requires reciprocal actions from our partners. We are done carrying the financial burden for nations that are unwilling We are done carrying the financial burden for nations that are unwilling to fund their own progress. The days of blank checks are over. Partnerships under President Trump's leadership must be equitable, and contributions must reflect shared commitments to our goals. In my work, I've seen firsthand how these principles resonate. They provide a foundation that transcends politics and speaks to the shared humanity of all people in a region. Leaders across the Middle East recognize that this Trump administration is serious about results, not symbolic gestures, but real, meaningful progress that improves lives. Thank you. It's not always easy. There are moments of deep challenge and frustration. Decades of mistrust cannot be undone overnight. Yet I take comfort in knowing that I am not in this alone. President Trump's clarity of vision ensures that I never have to question what success looks like. His leadership provides the confidence and direction necessary to navigate these complexities. As we move forward, my commitment is to continue the work of advancing President Trump's vision for the Middle East. Whether through expanding the Abraham Peace Accords, fostering economic development, or facilitating dialogue between long-standing adversaries, my focus remains on actionable results. Let me close by saying this: a stable and prosperous Middle East is not an unattainable dream. It is a goal within our reach, made possible by strong leadership and unwavering commitment. Under President Trump's guidance, we are proving that the impossible can become reality. Thank you, but I have one more thing to say. We have some special people for me to introduce you to tonight. President Trump has been talking to them as well. They are the families of hostages from Israel who have been in Gaza for the last year and a half. There are many of them here today. Several of the families have lost children and loved ones, and they're here because they're part of an effort to retrieve their bodies so they can be buried in a proper way. Several have children who are still in captivity. There is an American family here whose loved one is scheduled to come out in 14 days, and they're going to be meeting the president tonight. So let's give them all some love and a big hand. Come on up. And now I get to introduce my dear friend and the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it. Thank you. So now the work begins. We won, but now the work begins. We have to bring them home. And, you know, tonight I'm going to be signing on the J6 hostages, pardons, to get them out. And as soon as I leave, I'm going to the Oval Office and we'll be signing pardons for a lot of people, a lot of people. And thank you to Steve Witkoff. He's a great guy. He's a friend of mine. He's been a very successful man. He's a great negotiator. He's a wonderful guy. People love him. And he's got a tremendous power of persuasion. And that's what we need. We don't need stiffs. We don't need stiffs. We got a lot of stiffs. You just had a whole load of them. And to the former hostages with us today, welcome. And welcome home. Some of the folks are former hostages. Not a good situation. The three young ladies that came home yesterday, you saw that. More coming home every day now. They're coming home. But they were hurt. They were hurt. They were hurt. One had her head blown off, fingers on her hand, and her hand indeed was blown off. She was trying to defend herself from a bullet being fired. Do you believe this? A bullet knocked off her hand. I don't know. You look at it, it's a disgrace. We never stopped praying for you, and we're so glad that you're reunited with your friends and families, and God bless you all. And some of them are just saying, no, my son is gone. But please just bring home his body, right, Steve? Many of you have told me that your son is gone, but bring home his body. It should have never happened. 3 years, it's ridiculous. Should have never happened. Wouldn't have happened. I also want to express my tremendous gratitude to the hundreds of thousands of proud American patriots who came from all across the country to join us in this celebration. It's a celebration of a big win. And you're witnessing the dawn of the golden age of America. That's what it's going to be. We're bringing it back. We're going to bring it back fast. We're going to bring it back fast. Let us also thank the incredible service members, National Guardsmen, Police, Secret Service, and law enforcement personnel who are keeping us all safe, even though, and they are great people. New York's finest. I grew up with New York's finest, and we got to give them their authority back. You won't have any crime. There'll be no crime. You give them little authority back. The whole way they run things in this country now, it's disgraceful. But it's going to change rapidly. We're going to make our cities safe again, too. Even though we're indoors, we've had a magnificent inaugural parade. And let's give a big round of applause. They were great. To all of the incredible performers and hardworking men and women who made it possible. Those people, really talented, amazing people. I also want to thank my wonderful family for being here, especially my beautiful wife, our First Lady, Melania. I love our First Lady. And also JD. How good has JD been? And his beautiful wife, Usha. How good is JB? JD has been great. He's another good negotiator, Steve. He's a great negotiator, too. We need negotiators in this country. But so many of the people on the stage behind, not only family members, as an example, Lara Trump, the wife of Eric. She was the head of the Republican Party, along with my friend Michael. Stand up, the two of you. What a job. What a job they did. They worked so hard. They knew they'd be rigging, but they said, we're going to make it too big to rig, and we did. We made it too big to rig. We won every swing state by a lot. We won the popular vote by millions and millions of votes. We won the whole ball of wax. And now we're going to go and drill, baby, drill, and do all the things that we've wanted to do and bring your costs down, your prices down, and make our country safe. So thank you very much, Michael. Thank you very much. What a job you've done, Michael. I'm never moving you, you know. He was thinking about getting a nice job in the administration. I said, no, I'm leaving you right where you are. You've done a very good job. We're not moving you, Michael. I'm sorry. Anyway, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Appreciate it very much. Right here with us also in the arena, I'm about to sign some very important executive orders of our new administration. Hey, Don, will you stand up, please? Don is another one. How about Don? This guy. He's a popular one. He goes out and speaks. He gets a big crowd. He's a little on the rough side sometimes, but that's what you want. He's done a fantastic job, and he loves our country. Thanks, Don. Great job. You've done a great job. And Ivanka. And, you know, Jared negotiated the Abraham Accords, which are it's the biggest deal made in the Middle East in many, many years, and it's really something. Jared, stand up, Jared. The Abraham Accords. And Tiffany's going to have a little baby. And Michael. And then I have a very tall son named Barron. Has anyone ever heard of him? Thank you. He knew the youth vote. You know, we won the youth vote by 36 points. And he was saying, Dad, you got to go out and do this one and that one. And we did a lot of them. And he respects them all. He understood them very well. And he said, Dad, you got to go out, do Joe Rogan, do all these guys. And we did. We did. And Joe Rogan was great. They were all great, right? Darren, they were all good. He understood the market. Another famous one, how about Kai? Stand up, Kai. Is that Byron Donalds back there? Stand up, Byron. Stand up. What a future this one has. What a future. That's great, Byron. Thank you very much. And how about Lutnick, Secretary of Commerce? He's going to take in more money than any country has ever even thought about. He's going to take in some money. And we have many others. Look, I'm not going to go through it, but we're going to sign some orders right now, and that's really what I want to do. So we're going to sign executive orders. First, I'll revoke nearly 80 destructive and radical executive actions of the previous administration, one of the worst administrations in history. Maybe not one of them, the worst. Anybody that would allow millions of people to pour through our borders from jails, prisons, mental institutions, insane asylums, gang members to be taken off the streets of Venezuela and deposited in our country, and many, not just Venezuela. You know, crime in Venezuela is down 74% because they took their criminals and gave them to us through an open border policy of the previous administration. All over the world, they're emptying their prisons into our country. They're emptying their mental institutions into our country. It stops as of 1 o'clock this afternoon, okay? It stops. So I'm revoking nearly 80 destructive, radical executive actions of the previous administration. They'll all be null and void within about, 5 minutes? Is that them over there? 5 minutes? And next, to gain immediate control of the vast federal out-of-control bureaucracy, I will implement an immediate regulation freeze, which will stop Biden bureaucrats from continuing to regulate. Most of those bureaucrats are being fired. They're gone. Should be all of them, but some sneak through, but we have to live with a couple, I guess. I'll also issue a temporary hiring freeze to ensure that we're only hiring competent people who are faithful to the American public, and we will pause the hiring of any new IRS agents. We will also require that federal workers must return to the office in person. And we're going to take the 88,000 people that they hired to go after you with guns. By the way, they're allowed to use guns and harass you like they were so many other people. Remember this. Okay, remember? Do you remember a little statement about tips? Does anybody remember that little statement? I think we won Nevada because of that statement. But they went out and harassed you over the tips. In other words, we are restoring control of our government to the people. We're going to take those 88,000. Let's see if they'd like to work on the border, because that's where we want them, really. So we're going to have no tax on tips, right? No tax on tips. And we may have, like the Speaker of the House, is he here? He's done such a good job. Is Mike here? He's around here someplace. I saw him just a little while ago. Hello, fellas. Look at you guys. Yeah, I know it. He's great. He's doing great. They're all doing good. The Republican Party has never been unified like it is right now. They want to save our country. And we're going to more than save it. We're going to make it greater than it's ever been before by a lot. Next, I'm going to sign a presidential memorandum directing every member of my cabinet to marshal every power at their disposal to defeat inflation and rapidly bring down the cost of daily life, because your costs have gone through the roof in the last 4 years. Perhaps you didn't notice. Does anyone notice their costs are like double, triple, quadruple? You can't buy bacon. Apples have doubled in price. You want an apple, anybody? Pay twice what you did 2 years ago. We'll put more money in your pocket, and we'll bring back the American dream and to reduce energy costs and liberate our economy. So we have more oil and gas than any country in the world, and we're going to use it. We're not going to do the wind thing. Wind. Big, ugly windmills, they ruin your neighborhood. They ruin you. If you have a house that's near a windmill, guess what? Your house is worth less than half. And did you see up in New England with the whales? You see what's happening? So they had 2 whales killed in about 14 years. Last year and the year before, total, they had 28. So if you're into whales, you don't want windmills either. and they're the most expensive form of energy that you can have by far. And they're all made in China, by the way, practically all of them. And they kill your birds and they ruin your beautiful landscapes. But other than that, I think they're quite good, right? Now, remember when we used to joke and kid when we were kidding, but we don't kid anymore? They want to watch the debates on television. They want to watch your favorite president on television. But the wind isn't blowing, so we can't watch television that night, Gladys. Remember? Gladys, I'm sorry, the wind is just not blowing. We're not watching Trump tonight. But I'm immediately withdrawing from the unfair, one-sided Paris Climate Accord ripoff. The United States will not sabotage our own industries while China pollutes with impunity. You know, China, I mean, look, they use a lot of dirty energy, but they produce a lot of energy. And when that stuff goes up in the air, you know, it doesn't stay there. It's not like you got a wall. We love walls, don't we? Not like you have a wall around and it doesn't. It floats into the United States of America after 3.5 to 5.5 days. It floats across the oceans and it comes right over your neighborhood and it falls into your neighborhood. So they all say, we have to fight for cleaner air, but the other dirty air is dropping all over us. So what the hell are they talking about? Unless everybody does it, it just doesn't work. You know, we had the cleanest air and the cleanest water that this country's ever had under the Trump administration, and we didn't do anything to stop jobs and stop production. Believe me, you're going to see a lot of companies come pouring back because tariffs. I always say tariffs is the most beautiful word to me in the dictionary. Then I was reprimanded by the fake news. They said, what about love, religion, and God? I said, I agree. Let's put God number one. Let's put religion number two. Love, I don't know. We got to put that number 3, I guess, right? And then it's tariff. Because tariffs are going to make us rich as hell. It's going to bring our country's businesses back that left us. And I'll also sign an executive order to immediately end federal government censorship of the American people. In America, we believe in free speech, and we're bringing it back starting today to stop the weaponization. Oh, do I know about that? These creeps. Deranged Jack Smith. You ever hear of him? Deranged. He's a deranged prosecutor. He's sick. They suck him on me. He's now been reduced to getting on an airplane, going back to The Hague or wherever the hell he came from. We got to get rid of that guy. Hey, was he one of the many people that got a pardon today? Did they pardon Jack Smith? You know, did you know that Biden, while I was making my speech, pardoned his whole family? The brother, the whole deal was pardoned. Can you imagine that? While I was making my speech. Did everybody hear my speech? Did you like my speech? Thank you. I mean, the only thing wrong with it is I had a lot of tough things to say, and I have some great people that work for me. Sir, this is such a great speech. It's so unifying. Don't talk about Biden with his pardons of his family. We want a unified country. They said, don't talk about the J6 hostages that you're going to be releasing today. Sir, don't put that in your speech, please. I said, but I want to put it in my speech. I said, sir, it won't be unified like it is. It's so beautiful the way it is. And it is getting great reviews. You know, if I put things like that in, I'll get terrible reviews. One little paragraph that's a little bit wrong, the fake news goes crazy, right? So I said, all right, I won't put it in my speech, but you know what? I'm speaking in front of a hell of a lot of people. at a place called Capital One Arena, and I'll talk about it there. So we're going to be going over the beautiful Oval Office, one of the great offices in history. Even if it wasn't beautiful, it's the Oval Office, but it is beautiful. And we love the Oval Office. It all starts with the wars start and end there. Everything starts and ends at the Oval Office. We love it. But we're going to go to the Oval Office. We're going to release our great hostages that didn't do, for the most part, they didn't do stuff wrong. You take a look at what went on, and look what happens in other parts of the country. In Portland, where they kill people, they destroy the city, nothing happens to them. In Seattle, where they took over a big chunk of the city, nothing happened. Minneapolis, where they burned down the city, nothing happened. Essentially nothing happened. All they want to do is go after the J6 hostages. A 76-year-old grandmother was arrested the other day because she was looking, I think because she was looking at the Capitol or something like that. No, we're not going to put up with that crap anymore. And to stop the weaponization of law enforcement, I've been investigated more than any human being in the world. I believe I have the all-time record. Every day a subpoena. Every single day would get subpoenas. I was more than any person. Alphonse Capone, remember I used to talk about it? Now, Alphonse Capone, Scarface, he was a pretty rough guy. He was investigated about 1/100th what Trump was investigated. My father's looking down at me, my mother, how the hell did this happen? You know what it is? They investigated their political opponent, the opponent of Biden, and then ultimately Kamala. Has anyone ever heard of Kamala? We had to beat two opponents, you know? We had to beat Biden, then we beat him. Now he goes on top. The guy was like 39 points down. I think I could have beaten Trump. They should have left me in. I would have beaten. No, his debate performance wasn't the best, right? That's what killed him. And then they had to change, and that's like you get into a fight. The great Dana White spoke last night. We love Dana White, right? UFC. That's like he puts in two fighters. One of them's getting creamed, getting really beaten, and they say, all right, take him out. Let's put somebody else in to finish up the fight. That's what they did to us. They gave us somebody new, but we took care of both of them. So we beat actually two opponents. But to stop the weaponization of law enforcement and our government, I will also sign an order directing every federal agency to preserve all records pertaining to political persecutions under the last administration, of which there were many, and beginning the process of exposing any and all abuses of power, even though he's pardoned many of these people. Can you believe it? He's pardoned them. You know why he did it while I was speaking? Because that way I couldn't speak about it. I was speaking. I didn't know he did it. I finished my speech, and they said, sir, he pardoned his whole family. I said, oh, can I go back out there and talk about it? Somehow that wouldn't be very elegant. Our First Lady would say, please don't do that. But we have plenty of time to talk about it, and we will. We're doing all of this on our very first day in office. You know, don't forget, we've been in this position, really, where we won the primaries in record time. We were the fastest win of a primary ever in political history, which is a very nice thing. It's nice to know. Well, the second election was rigged, so we knew we were doing well. And if it wasn't, you know what? If it wasn't, I would have never run. But the third one was just a monster. Boy, was that a big one, huh? That was a big one. On the second one, we got like 10 or 12 million votes more than the first one. How about that? We did great on the first one. We did much better on the second one. But bad did we do well on the third one. So we're gonna have some fun. It's very simple. We're gonna make our country great. We're gonna make our country great again. We're gonna make America great again. How good a name is MAGA, though, right? You know? I was going to say keep America great, but unfortunately it wasn't great. Can't say keep it great. It will be great again, but CAG, keep America great, CAG, I don't think it's ever going to replace MAGA. Does anybody like CAG? I don't think so. It's never replacing MAGA. Nothing will ever replace MAGA. MAGA was the most successful political operation, political movement in the history of our country, maybe in the history of the world. Let's see what happens, because we're not finished yet. We're not finished yet. We got a long way to go. But we're doing this on the very first day in office, and in just a few moments, I'm not only signing the release of the J6 hostages, I'm signing other things that you're going to love. Oh, you're going to be happy reading newspapers tomorrow and the next day and the next day and the next day. So I just want to thank, I mean, look at this place. It's full to the rafters. You don't have any. Look at those people up there. You don't have any empty seats. And by the way, the Capital One owners, they are so good. We got to root for their teams because they have been so great to MAGA, to us. And I just want to thank Ted and everybody. You guys have been fantastic. And the ice hockey team's doing great. Ovechkin's pretty good, right? They're doing great. So I want to thank them, Capital One Arena owners. They have been absolutely fantastic. And thank you once again to everyone. And I can only tell you, you're going to be very happy. You're going to watch a lot of good things happen. We got to stop some wars that are happening and going on. Some stupid things are happening. The war with Ukraine would have never happened, and it has. As you know, Israel would have never been hit on October 7th, and none of you would be up here. None of you would even know anything about this tragedy that you're going through right now. But Iran was broke. Anybody that bought oil from Iran, they couldn't do any business with us. You're not going to do business with America. China passed. Everybody passed. They were broke. They didn't have money for Hamas. They didn't have money for Hezbollah. And your sons would be alive, and they certainly wouldn't be incarcerated like they are. It's a shame. But we're getting a lot of people out in a short period of time. So I'm going to go right over to here, and I'm going to sign in front of you. Is that okay? Good. You have that other one to sign?
Sorry, what's it?
You have the other one to sign?
We don't have it over here yet, sir. We'll have it for you back at the Oval. The first is the rescissions of 78 Biden-era EOs and presidential memoranda.
You want to call it out? Do you want to say it? You want to say it?
Oh, if you want me to, sir.
Why don't you say what I'm signing?
Sure. The first item that President Trump is signing is the rescission of 78 Biden-era executive actions, executive orders, presidential memoranda, and others. Thank you, sir. Thank you. The second item, President Trump, is a regulatory freeze, as you announced in your speech, preventing bureaucrats from issuing any more regulations until we have full control of this, the government and this administration. Thank you, sir.
Sir, can I have a pen?
The next item, sir, is a freeze on all federal hiring, excepting the military and a number of other excluded categories, again, until full control of the government is achieved and we understand the objectives of government going forward.
Could you imagine Biden doing this? I don't think so. I don't think so.
Sir, the next item, as you announced in your speech, is a requirement that federal workers return to full-time in-person work immediately. Thank you, sir. Next, we have a directive to every department and agency in the federal government to address the cost of living crisis that has cost Americans so dearly. Thank you, sir. The next item here is the withdrawal from the Paris Climate Treaty. Yes, sir. We're going to save over $1 trillion by withdrawing from that treaty. And the next item, sir, is a letter that will be transmitted to the United Nations explaining that we are withdrawing from the Paris Climate Treaty. Thank you, sir. This next item is a directive to the federal government ordering the restoration of freedom of speech and preventing government censorship of free speech going forward. And lastly, sir, before we go back to the Oval Office to sign a large number of other items, is a directive to the federal government ending the weaponization of government against the political adversaries of the previous administration, as we've seen. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it. Pretty fun job. I'm gonna hightail it tonight.
was historic the entire day to watch a parade in this intimate setting in Capital One Arena. We really hope that you enjoyed our coverage. President Donald J. Trump and his family now will attend 3 inaugural balls. We will be at the Commander-in-Chief Ball. Our own Bobby and Megan will be covering that event. We had some fantastic coverage for you today, and it's all courtesy of our amazing sponsors. So I'm going to kind of go through and thank all of our sponsors. Colonial Metals. Thank you so much, Colonial Metals, for becoming the new flagship sponsor of RSBN. While protecting your retirement, Colonial Metals is able to get you gold and silver, and these assets appreciate in value typically over time, or they're known to hold their value. If you're tired of watching the stock market swing up and down, sharp swings, and you want to put your 401k, you want to diversify, put that money somewhere where it might be a little bit more stable, find out what works best for you. Find out what will best fit your needs by visiting freegoldguide.com/RSBN. If you'd like to learn more, Colonial Metals Group can help you by calling 866-317-2159. President Donald J. Trump, he really brought the house down in this very close-knit setting. 20,000 people, that's all that was able to make it inside. And we're going to remember this day forever. It's going to take a minute to look back and reflect on everything that happened today. But like he said, he's going to be making headlines. The news is going to be watching very closely what happens over the next few days. His first week will go down in the history books. We're also watching what's happening on the trading market, because now that President Donald J. Trump is in office, and we know that Kalshi is trading on opinions, and you can actually make money based on your insight. I want to tell you about our friends at Kalshi. Now, if you don't know already, the betting markets gave us tremendous insight into what was actually going to happen in the election, and Kalshi was one of the most accurate. They proved how valuable they are. When traders put their money where their mouth is, you get great insight as well if you just want to find out what people are thinking about certain events. For instance, the SpaceX launch, whether or not it will happen. You can find out more at kalshi.com/RSBN. The first 500 who place a trade deal will receive a $10 credit. That's kalshi.com/RSBN. I want to tell you about Angel Paste as well. Angel Paste is a tremendous sponsor. They can transform the health of your skin naturally, allowing you to put your best face forward. It's a miracle cream, absolutely no chemicals. It's gained massive popularity. For younger looking skin, fewer wrinkles, lightening of age spots, and even healing of burns and bruises, get the miracle cream that everybody's talking about, angelpaste.com, and use that promo code RSBN to get 10% off. Let's talk about another tremendous offer, especially after today. If you want something to commemorate this day, if you want to remember it and possibly watch this memorable item appreciate in time, we invite you to check out what our friends at PatriotAddict.com have to offer. PatriotAddictDeals.com has the Trump knife, and these are going fast. You can get them for 30% off. These are spectacular. An eye-catching Trump insignia, perfect for display or daily use. It serves as a symbol of your dedication to the United States of America. Visit PatriotAddictDeals.com for more information and use that promo code RSBN30 at checkout. And that way you can take advantage of this deal and have a way to remember this tremendous inauguration. Another one of our sponsors that we want to thank, American Finance. American Finance has done so much for so many people. If you want to be able to tap into the equity on your home, check out American Finance. American Finance knows that a lot of people are struggling right now just to make ends meet. A lot of people are facing a lot of debt, and if you're looking for a way to consolidate that debt and then slowly be able to pay it off effectively, American Finance can help. They're actually able to help homeowners like you save over $800 a month on average. And if you start today, you may be able to delay 2 mortgage payments. There are no upfront fees. To find out more, just visit AmericanFinance.com. TVOS.com. 888-402-0229 is the number to call, or you can always find them on the web. 888-402-0229 is the number to call. We've got a couple other sponsorships before I send it back over to Matthew that we want to make sure that we get to. Americava Coffee is another great sponsor that we're thankful for. If you want to stay awake, not woke, check out Americava Coffee. And for a limited time, RSBN viewers can save 10% on their entire order of this specialty coffee with the promo code RSBN. Remember, you can save 10% off by using the promo code RSBN. And finally, I want to tell you about Republican Red. Republican Red has a number of delicious wines, red, white, sparkling. Check out what they have. And one of the best parts about Republican Red is they come in these commemorative bottles with great names. You can see those on your screen. Republican Red Winery was established in 2020 to give Republicans a way to honor their beliefs and inspire lively conversation. Go ahead, check them out, republicanred.com. We thank all of our sponsorships. Remember, when you go to our sponsors, you're not only getting great products, you're also helping us here at RSBN. Thank you so much for staying with us for this coverage. Really grateful to have had an opportunity to cover this for you. We are going to be coming back to Washington, D.C. to cover CPAC next month, but it's going to be a while before I see you. If you'd like to stay in touch with what I'm doing, follow me on Instagram, Christina Loren, meteorologist. You can also find me on X. I would love to interact with you. And remember to hit that notification bell on the RSBN web pages, our social pages, so you can always stay in touch with what's happening. And the guy who keeps it down, locked down for us in Auburn, Alabama, our very own Matthew Alvarez. He's got a few more of our sponsorships. But Matthew, I just want to say thank you because I really enjoyed going on this journey with you. And he's back. President Donald J. Trump. We're so excited. As they've been saying, Daddy's home. But it's going to be the best presidency that this country has ever known. And he's going in with a bang. Over to you.
All right, Christina Loren, thank you so much. And likewise, and also a shout out to RSBN's Bobby McNeely and Megan Kohler as well, as we are going to continue our live coverage tonight on a separate live stream in just a minute, where the Liberty Ball and the Commander-in-Chief Ball will take place. President Trump to have remarks at both of those great events. We'll have RSBN's Bobby McNeely live there. We're also going to see that first dance between President Trump and the First Lady. So a great moment to be had tonight. That'll be starting in just a few minutes. Once again, this is all about the revolution of common sense, according to President Trump's speech earlier today. And how awesome of a moment that was, where President Trump, in front of 20,000 of our supporters, screaming, yelling, and clapping their hands as he signed executive order after executive order. And we're going to see a lot more of that over at the Oval Office. And the Trump team just sent out beautiful pictures from President Trump's Oval Office 2.0. Just posted that on my Truth Social as well. So great to see all of these great things happening in our country. A number of sponsors to thank, and then we'll be getting ready to go to those inaugural balls. Can you believe it, guys? It actually happened. President Trump was sworn in today at about 12:15 Eastern Time. Again, the revolution of common sense in our country. We made the right turn at the fork in the road, and we're on our way to great things happening. And just a real quick side note, along the southern border, even right now, as you see the live motorcade and the live video from inside Capital One Arena, President Trump on his way to his house, his White House. And it's going to be great to see that as he heads that way and gets ready for yet another day of jam-packed work to do, especially a lot of those executive orders. So again, a wonderful night, a wonderful day, and it started out bright and early this morning. If you remember, we started our coverage at 7:30 this morning, and it was blue skies in Washington, D.C., so great to see that as we see the Commander-in-Chief in that motorcade on his way to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. A lot of our coverage brought to you by some more sponsors here, freetrumpbook.com, freetrumpbook.com. So You're looking at Mike Huckabee, of course. He is someone that is the U.S. ambassador to Israel. He also wrote many great books over there at freetrumpbook.com. You see that information on the right side of your screen as you see the U.S. Capitol in the backdrop. What an amazing, amazing visual that is right now live on Right Side Broadcasting Network. That is awesome to see. And it's great to see so many people in that arena tonight in Washington. As you take that live look right now at the motorcade heading back to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, President Trump again saying that there is a revolution of common sense. Usually when you think of revolution, there are good revolutions, there's some not so good revolutions, but how about a revolution of common sense in America? Back in the White House, peace through strength, and let's be real, utter strength by President Trump and the team that he has put together for our country. As you're taking a live look at 7:06 Eastern Time here on Monday, January 20th, 2025. A lot of news still to be had tonight, tomorrow, and through the week and on when it comes to all of the core promises that President Trump and the RNC as a team has promised the American people. As you look live there at the motorcade. An amazing, amazing ceremony today at the U.S. Capitol building, as we saw, and as you see right there way in the back of your screen, as they leave Capitol Hill and head toward Lafayette Park right across from the White House. And an amazing moment tonight, again, where he was signing several executive orders in front of some 20,000 of our supporters there. From all walks of life, packing in that Washington Capitals arena, the Wizards, the Mystics for the basketball teams. But again, to President Trump's point, the Caps are actually number one right now in their league. And as a hockey fan myself, I'm not a Caps fan, but you know what? Tonight, I'm a Washington Capitals fan because what a great arena that is, having been there myself and just enjoying that coverage. I know that you guys enjoyed it too, hearing the different military bands performing and all of the local high school bands from around the country. And how about the first responders? Those of you that are first responders watching right now, day in and day out, what you guys do for the people of this country, thank you for what you do. Doctors and nurses, thank you for what you guys do. We are all in this together, no matter what industry we are in. At the end of the day, right there, President Trump just pulling on to the front of the White House. So to the right of the vantage point, so if we're looking right at this motorcade, to the right, I believe, is the White House. And then to the left is Lafayette Park. We're going to continue with some of these sponsors as we see President Trump head back to the White House. And when he gets out of the vehicle there, we'll go to that live and just listen in on that as well. But let's get to some of these sponsors real quick. Jacked Up Fitness is one of them. Jacked Up Fitness is a great group there that you can check out on their website. Right there on the website is getjackedup.com. You got to get some more muscles out there, right? I know I do. I didn't eat so healthy over the holidays, but having something like that right there in your house, a great thing. Getjackedup.com. Let's go to Done With Debt as well. Obviously, President Trump talking about the high cost of everything, housing to fuel and on. Well, these guys can help you out. donewithdebt.com. You can call their number on the screen right there. Fight for your financial freedom. Moving on now to Tax Network USA, 800-357. The number there is 1415. And if you have any tax issues or any questions, just give them a call. On top of that, let's go to Brightcore. They have a great product. Kimchi 1 is something definitely good for your health. It's all about gut health with Kimchi 1 and Brightcore. So a wonderful sponsor right there, 888-722-0936. Wonderful sponsors here at Right Side. Let's see if we can go back to that motorcade as we close out our news coverage of the night. Again, this morning we talked about the three things that are happening today. It was the official proceedings, the action, and now the celebration. So we saw the official proceeding in Washington, D.C. We saw the action when it comes to the executive orders and all of the business that needed to be taken care of. And now the celebration of the 47th President of the United States. President Trump is not done with those executive orders. He has more than 100 executive orders that will take effect immediately when he signs them. So I think I can imagine that the president will be up possibly all night. I mean, think about it. By 5, 6 in the morning, he's going to want to get a number of these drafts that he has for the executive orders signed and taken care of. So a place that you can find out all of those details as we get them here from the office of the press secretary, Carolyn Levitt's office. We are in touch with that office. They have emailed us with the details of the incoming administration. So when there are press briefings, when there are initiatives or announcements, or how about when President Trump meets with global leaders or travels to California, which he's scheduled to on Friday to visit the LA wildfire area there, of course, blaming Gavin Newsom and the mayor of LA as well for the mismanagement there. But those kind of news stories we'll be following here live on Right Side Broadcasting Network. All right, so coming up next, we continue our live coverage from Washington, D.C. as you are taking a look at President Trump's beautiful new home. Even though he's been there before, he's back, and aren't we glad he is? 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. What an absolutely gorgeous vantage point that is right now on Right Side Broadcasting Network. You know, a lot of other networks might have talked a lot over a lot of the coverage today. We brought you there, and you listened in to a majority of that coverage, and it's great to do that for you. I know that a lot of you want to hear and see and feel like what it's like to be there, and that's the experience that we also provide here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. So again, tonight, RSBN host Bobby McNeely will be live at the Liberty Ball, where President Trump will be sharing his remarks there. Also, that first dance with Melania Trump, the beautiful First Lady of our country. They'll have that there, and then we'll be able to dip into some coverage at the Commander-in-Chief Ball. He'll have some remarks as well. So all of that live coverage coming up right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. So what's going to happen now, this live stream will end, but we have another live stream starting right back up. If you're watching on Rumble right now, if you're watching on other platforms, we're going to see it in just a second. For all of us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, I'm Matthew Alvarez. For Bobby McNeely, Christina Loren, Megan Kohler, and everybody at the network, thank you for watching, America. Today was Inauguration Day in America, and man, was it awesome. We'll be right back here on RSBN.
A large retail store just canceled a huge order, leaving us with a ton of extra MyPillows. But you know what? That's their loss. I'm going to make it your gain. For the first time ever, you get standard classic MyPillows for wholesale prices, only $14.88. I can't believe I'm even saying that. Only $14.88. But it gets even better. For a limited time, I'm going to offer my entire classic collection at wholesale prices. Upgrade to a queen size MyPillow for just $18.88. King size only $1 more. Get my body pillows for $29.88 and multi-use MyPillows for only $9.88. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on the screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of wholesale pricing for the first time ever on TV, including my standard size MyPillow, only $14.88. They've never been offered this low before. We have limited quantities at this price, so limit's going to be 10, and once they're gone, they're gone.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed, so join us and be part of the right side of history.